Okay, I'm going back.
Go back on. I am calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing, or technically a public roundtable of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Wednesday, December 4th, 2024. The time is 12:07 in the afternoon, and this hearing is being held in room 412 of the Johnny Wilson Building. The subject of today's hearing is consideration of three resolutions that are pending in the council, in the Committee of the Whole. They are Commission on Health Equity, Austin Hicks Chikwundu Appointment Resolution of 2024, which is PR 25-942, PR 25-946, which is entitled Commission on Health Equity, Yvonne Garces Appointment Resolution of 2024. Both of these were introduced by me on September 16th of this year, and both of these would be appointments by the council to the Commission on Health Equity. And the third is PR 25-1022, which is entitled Commission on the Arts and Humanities Maggie O'Neill Confirmation Resolution of 2024. And this was introduced at the request of the mayor on October 17th of this year. The stated purpose of proposed resolutions 25-942 and 25-946 are to appoint Austin Chikwundu and Yvonne Garces to the Commission on Health Equity, both as non-voting community advisory members. Each non-voting community advisory member serves at the pleasure of the council. Commission on Health Equity was established to provide comprehensive recommendations to the Department of Health, the council, and the mayor on addressing health inequities across the district. The commission consists of strategically positioned leaders with expertise in areas like health equity, social determinants, and health disparities. PR 25-1022 is to confirm the mayor's nomination of Maggie O'Neill for appointment to the Commission on the Arts and Humanities. Ms. O'Neill is being nominated to complete the remainder of an unexpired term to end June 30th, 2025. The Commission on Arts and Humanities is an independent agency in the district government responsible for evaluating and initiating action on matters relating to the arts and humanities, and is also the designated state arts agency for the District of Columbia. The purpose of this hearing or roundtable is to receive testimony to afford an opportunity for the public to comment and to receive testimony from public witnesses, as well as from the nominees as to their fitness. I think the way I'll handle this hearing is that I will hear testimony or statements from each of the nominees, and then I'll have some questions to ask. I was informed before this hearing that Ms. Garces, and that's PR 25-946, is not attending. This is our second hearing scheduled to hear testimony from her. So her nomination will not be moving forward this council period. And I guess I'll leave it at that for the moment. So we actually have, let me just check. Our witness list has Ashley Ruff, who's an ANC commissioner from ANC 7F02, but my understanding is that she is not here. I think all of the witnesses are participating virtually today. So we'll go to Austin Chikwundu and Maggie O'Neill. And let's hear from Mr. Chikwundu first. All right, I'm looking for Austin Hicks Chikwundu.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I apologize if I said Mr. Clearly, you're not a Mr.
It happens. No worries at all.
Well, I should know better. But good afternoon. Forgive me and good afternoon. And why don't you proceed and then I'll hear from Miss O'Neill.
Wonderful. Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole, I'm honored to have my nomination to be a non-voting committee advisory member of the Commission on Health Equity considered by you. My name is Austin Hicks Chikwindu. I'm Deputy Chief of Regional Partnerships at the Capital Area Food Bank, or CAFB. I am responsible for identifying and building strategic partnerships with traditional food actors and non-traditional partners, including corporations, investors, community-based organizations, all providing need-based services centered around root causes, coalitions, and agency heads to impact the food bank's future. I engage with the district and ward leaders and agency heads to educate the community on hunger issues. I provide oversight for the government nutrition programs operated by CAFB. So our TFAP program, the Emergency Food Assistance Program, and our After School and Summer Meals program. And I oversee teams that manage relationships with over 400 nonprofit organizations that distribute over 60 million meals annually. I'm originally from Memphis, but I've resided in the district and worked here over 13 years. And before joining CAFB, I spent 10 years with the National Behavioral Health Organization, where I also centered my work around creating opportunities for communities that may lack access to critical needs such as mental health, education, and food. Just a little bit about myself in my free time. I enjoy teaching group fitness and I host service engagements. I also enjoy live music. And I am a Ward 5 resident with my husband and our cat son, Prince. I believe my professional and personal perspectives can contribute to the Commission's directive to provide comprehensive recommendations to the Department of Health, the Council, and the Mayor that examine and address health inequities across the district and differing opportunities for healthcare by demographic subpopulations in geographic areas, including each ward of the district. To me, health equity simply means that everyone has a fair and just opportunity to be as healthy as possible. It means removing obstacles to health, such as poverty, discrimination, and their consequences, including powerlessness and lack of access to good jobs with fair pay, quality education and housing, safe neighborhoods, and quality healthcare. It means that we systematically target our efforts to generate the biggest health improvements for disadvantaged groups, and that we measure our success by how we change outcomes for disadvantaged residents, and shrink the gaps between disadvantaged and advantaged Washingtonians. Averages may be useful for some purposes, but they do not reflect equity. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself and my role with Capital Area Food Bank and our initiatives to expand healthcare justice. I look forward to potentially becoming an active member of the Commission on Health Equity and a future with no health disparities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And let's hear from Miss O'Neill. And then I'll have questions for both of you.
Hello, how are you?
Okay.
Good afternoon, I guess, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the committee. I'm Maggie O'Neill, and it's my pleasure to receive your consideration for my nomination to serve on the Commission on Arts and Humanities. I'm grateful to Mayor Bowser for nominating me and honored that I have this opportunity to serve the residents and the artists of our district. I'm an artist, a designer, a creative entrepreneur in Washington for at least the last 20 years. My experience and sort of entire bandwidth has been ranging from design of a design firm that I've had called Swatchroom. I've led more than 75 commercial projects in the city. I'm currently working on the renovation of the Willard Hotel. I'm also a painter, and so my my professional career and my passion is really at the intersection of art, hospitality, and really community building. I've been working in the district and living in the district for over 25 years. I'm actually a Washingtonian born and raised. I've had my own gallery for about a handful of years. I have a working studio for at least the last 15. I go out of my way and really feel passionately about mentoring specifically emerging artists in the district. I'm very passionate about community engagement and creating inclusive spaces, specifically that spark dialogue. In the last couple years, I've launched several pop-up galleries, experiential retail, public art, and murals. And I've worked with a lot of national brands and local creative collaborators. I was recently honored to receive the Mayor's Arts Award for Excellence in Visual Arts this year and have served on boards like the Mayor's Commission for Nightlife and Culture. In the last 2 years, I've launched a public art campaign called Vote for Your Daughter that is a national traveling exhibit. I'm actually here in Miami presenting on Thursday. And I'm very honored to be able to have this conversation and to be considered. I really feel like the transformative power of arts is really a form of diplomacy. I feel a huge responsibility as an artist from Washington, D.C. to make sure that we elevate our community as artists, not just locally, but nationally. And I believe it can enrich the lives of everyone. And I think that volunteering for the commission aligns perfectly with my commitment both to the city, but also to cultivating an arts ecosystem that I think is really critical to the soul of our city. And so I'm eager to bring my expertise and my passion to the commission.
Thank you. So I'm looking at your printed statement, which you summarized. So thank you. Thank you, each of you. Very different commissions. So I'll just explain that this is the end of the council period, and so we're trying to get a lot of business done. And both of your nominations, I wanted to move quickly on Ms. O'Neill's nomination, so we get it taken care of before the end of the council period. And then Ms. Chiquindo, we had scheduled earlier, and so this is just completing that. So it's done before the end of the year. I do have questions that I ask at every confirmation hearing, and they're standard. Give me just a second. Give me just a second. Sorry about that. One of the questions that I always ask is whether you have time to participate fully. And both of you would be new, so you don't know really how much work is involved, but maybe I'll ask if you do have a sense of that. So Ms. Chiquindo, do you have a sense of how much time it will take?
I do, and I'm prepared to accommodate that schedule.
And Ms. O'Neill, do you have a sense of how much time will be involved?
Sorry, I had myself on mute. Yes, I do. I've been given, that was something I was very curious about to make sure that once I'm committing to something that I can give my full self to it. So yes, I'm aware of how much time.
And you have that time to commit.
I do.
Second question, which I think was in the pre-hearing questions I sent, but I'll ask it anyway. Are you current in your taxes and any other debts to the district or federal governments, Ms. Chiquindo?
Yes, I am.
And Ms. O'Neill?
I am not. I have pending 2023 right now. And if you'd like to know a little bit more about that, I have part ownership in a restaurant that I unfortunately am still waiting on a K1. And so we filed an extension, but I am fully intending on taking care of it. And I've paid my estimated taxes, but I have that held up right now.
Well, if you have an extension, that's sort of being current.
Yeah, I just
It's not
technically.
that you're in arrears and the tax man's going to knock on your door tomorrow because you haven't done anything.
No.
Okay. And my third question is whether there's any possible conflict of interest. So I'll begin with Ms. Chikundu. Do you see any possible conflict of interest? And if there were to be one, how would you handle it?
Chairman, I do not. If I were to become aware of a potential conflict of interest, I would communicate that immediately to my council representative and be advised accordingly.
Okay, you said to your council representative, actually, I think it's probably to the chair of the commission or to the agency staff that staffs the commission.
Correct, yes.
And Ms. O'Neill.
As an artist and as a small business owner in DC who definitely is connected to both small and large organizations, we did talk about this on my pre-hearing call. In the event that I really felt any sort of conflict of interest, I would most likely not only make that known, but I would recuse myself from any sort of decision-making process at that point. But I do think that there is definitely a possibility for that as I'm so intricately involved in the arts community. So we did discuss that, and I think that it's a matter of just recusing myself when it feels like there is a conflict.
And with the Arts Commission, there often can be a conflict. So disclosure and recusal is the best approach.
Yep,
And would not be unusual.
sure, I understand.
I'm going to pick on both of you for something you said in your statements. Ms. Chikundu, you said that health equity means everyone has a fair and just opportunity to be as healthy as possible. Wouldn't it also be, because I think later in that paragraph you talk about access. For some populations, access is easier said than understood. And so equity, in my view, would be going extra mile to figure out how to increase utilization. I know I said access, but I think I really meant utilization. And so how do you react to that, or what do you think?
I agree. And, a personal value of mine, as well as groups I interact with, is elevating the voices of persons who are closest to the populations that we are seeking to serve, to understand and ask what is needed, what will help clear the path, and be responsive to that, right? So ensuring that the appropriate individuals and voices are at the table and they are elevated. So that is my response there, ensuring that you have the correct voices informing your strategy and resource planning.
Well, I'm thinking also, for instance, I think we lead the country or second in the country in terms of access to healthcare between the Alliance and Obamacare, the Healthcare Benefits Exchange, as well as private insurance. Number one or number two in the country in terms of access. And yet utilization, there's just very disparate rates of utilization depending upon the population. And that's the challenge. One of the challenges in health is to get more people to realize they need, for example, primary care. But I'm not doing all the talking here, so that's an invitation for you to respond.
Yes, absolutely. I understand and agree. One thought and practice is how do you better have better coordination of care, and so how do you create spaces, highly trusted spaces where individuals can be educated, learn about the available resources, and potentially address multiple needs at once. If there is a trusted provider, how can that provider be enabled to address multiple or kind of holistic needs of the individuals they have relationship with and are providing services to in the community. And there's also a benefit to those seeking access. They can maximize their resources by having the ability to address multiple needs at one touch point. So I think better coordination of care would be my response.
Mhm. Let me turn to you, Ms. O'Neill. Not so much something you said in your statement, but the issue of grants and funding. So I don't know if there's as much a question here, but I guess I do want your reaction. I've been tussling with the Arts Commission for a couple of years now because for a couple of reasons. One, I don't see a clearly articulated plan or strategy for how to correlate the grant funding with stated goals. I'm not even actually sure what the goals are. At the last hearing that we had, the commission testified how pleased they were that they had increased the number of grant recipients, as if the goal is to increase the number of grant recipients. I see, for example, existing institutions, museums, and theaters who are struggling economically because there just hasn't been as much comeback since the pandemic. But I don't see that in the commission's strategy. I did ask them last year, because we do an annual oversight hearing, what they were doing to help with revitalization of downtown, and the answer I got was a list of total grant awards by ward of the city. That's not a strategy oriented at downtown revitalization. I think that the commission can play a vital role in helping nascent artists. And I think you touched on that. But is that its sole role, or how does that fit in with any other goals? And I just don't see that. And to what end are we helping a nascent artist? Is it just to subsidize them, or because we want to get them on their own feet? I don't see that as a goal. There's a lot of talk in the art space about increasing diversity, which could be economic, or it could be race, it could be gender. But then I don't see that being a focus either in terms of grant making. So the government, the council's the one that actually created dedicated funding for the commission. It's a lot of money. And it leads the country on a per capita basis. But what the intention is from the commission, I would say is opaque if it exists at all. I'm not sure, there was not a question there, but you're happy to respond. I mean, I'm happy if you respond.
Yeah.
You're happy.
I'm
happy.
actually very glad that you brought this up because we talk about this a lot in many of the conversations I have with developers around the city and have been hired in order to consult, but also to execute. And you nailed it. What is the strategy and how are we working backwards from meeting our goals to execute on strategy? And building an ecosystem, you touched on diversity, but you also touched on like, how are we actually helping an artist? Is it just by handing out a grant and handing out money? And does that in fact actually get us to our goal? I don't know that I can speak in great detail, given that I haven't been on the commission, about what the plan of strategy is, but it's helpful to hear from you that that's not something that you feel like is super clear. And I do think, given the gravity of the responsibility that this that the grants and the budgets allow for. I think understanding how large organizations and small emerging artists even and what their connectivity is in actually enhancing what are we trying to create a better creative economy? Are we trying to create an ecosystem that actually allows artists and creative businesses and or a lot of our arts institutions to actually play off of one another? I think, having been at the table, literally and figuratively for so long, both as a business owner and as an artist, the secular nature of Washington, as far as how artists set themselves up, is a large part of why we sometimes lose talent or people don't feel like they can actually succeed as a business because artists are businesses. And I think that, like any business plan, which artists don't think of sometimes as themselves needing to create a business plan, I would imagine that the commission needs to probably assume that responsibility to create a strategy that allows us to then point to that, well, this is going to help get us from A to Z, because Z is our goal. And articulating that sounds like is something that I hope, can be very helpful with, because in the minutia, if you will, of making these choices, you always have to come back to, is it meeting our greater goal? And I think that in the art space, the variety, whether you're talking about visual arts, performing arts, I think of art as diplomacy in many ways, and how we show up not just as the nation's capital, but as a global cultural center. We have so many amazing institutions, but we also have so much I call it indigenous talent that, the nation may not even know about. And I really think that this is where the commission can create a great strategy to, I wouldn't say rebrand us as an art city, but I would say utilize the underutilized spaces in the city that are great canvases for arts entertainment, arts programming. And it's that concept of, like, when the tide rises, all ships rise, I think has been something that I have experienced that could be a challenge. And I'm really excited to actually dig in and be more strategic, because that's a large part of what I know is critical in order to create stability as an artist and stability as a business. And we can't be that secular in this city. We have to be more connected. So as you're doling out grants, what is the connectivity of those grantees and those institutions is something I think is incredibly critical and really important to be able to articulate to the greater community. So I'm glad to hear you say that. I don't know that I was necessarily answering a question, but I understand the gravity of that and how important that is.
Thank you for that. I do have one other question from your testimony. You said you work to mentor emerging female artists. What does that look like?
Well, it could look like me taking, a few hours a month to sit down and help them with creating everything from proposals and invoices, making sure that they're pricing themselves properly, that they're protecting their work properly, that they are learning how to interface with larger businesses. It can be tricky if somebody is waiting to pay you 90 days or 60 days and you're a small entity. It's very hard to wait to get paid, and how do you have that conversation if you've never had that conversation before? So I will guide people both in, like, their business acumen as an artist, but then also in my actual studio. I've had many design and studio assistants over the years who just work directly with me, hands-on, in a hands-on capacity, come to meetings, job sites, installations, so on. I have put on a number of exhibits that also touch on this particular topic, much like women in finance or many other industries, women in the arts. We we fall off economically at a certain point. And I think now the statistic is maybe 8%, 9%, but less than 9% of the major institutions and collections around the world are made up of women artists, which is just an incredibly ridiculous statistic. And I think a lot of that has to do with it's a lonely business as an artist, you're like a single athlete. And I think that finding community and finding mentorship and understanding that you're a business is something that I certainly wish I found earlier on in my career. And I think that It's a really important thing to do in business, in any business that you're in. But so I am passionate about making sure that the people coming behind me, specifically in Washington, feel that they're supported by our arts community.
Thank you. Give me just a second.
Mhm.
I have no other questions for either of you. Any final words, thoughts, anything else, Mr. Quindo?
No, I just appreciate the opportunity to tell you about myself, and I look forward to the determination.
Yes. Well, don't worry too much. And Ms. O'Neill, anything final from you?
No, just that I'm also honored to have this conversation, and I'm excited to do the work.
Great. Thank you, each of you, for your willingness to serve. I'm going to close out this hearing. This has been a public roundtable of the Committee of the Whole. The record in this matter will be open for less than 2 weeks. The record will close at 5 p.m. on Monday, December 16th. And I say that because my intention is to put both of your nominations before the council on the 17th for approval. So anyone who's watching this or tunes in later wishes to submit any comments, 5 p.m. Monday, December 16th is the deadline. Thank you again, each of you, for being here and also for your willingness to serve. The time is 12:38 p.m. and this hearing or roundtable is adjourned. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Committee of the Whole and of the Council. Today is Wednesday, December 4th, 2024. The time is 1:15 in the afternoon, and we are having this hearing in room 412 of the Johnny Wilson Building. The subject of this hearing is academic achievement in the District of Columbia. The purpose of this hearing is to examine the academic achievement in the District of Columbia Public Schools and in the district's public charter school sector. Specifically, this oversight hearing will focus on DCPS's and the public charter schools' performance, as well as their plans for educational growth. Following the release of the first administered comprehensive assessments of progress in education, growth scores. Comprehensive assessments of progress in education is longhand for CAPE, and CAPE has replaced PARC, and this is the annual assessment that's done of students in these sectors, two sectors for educational growth. This hearing is an opportunity to discuss steps the education agencies are taking to improve literacy and numeracy skills and improve academic performance overall. The committee has been holding this hearing on this matter annually. We wait until early December because the detail of the CAPE results, including the growth scores, does not come out from OSCE until late November. We have a lot of witnesses. In fact, we have 47 witnesses before we get to the government witnesses. So I'm going to leave my introductory remarks at that. And note that the way we've divided the witness list, we will have 4 witnesses at the beginning, whom we are calling expert witnesses. They'll have a bit longer to testify, each of them. And then the remaining non-government witnesses will have 3 minutes each, and then we will turn to government at the end. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, the record will close at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, December 18th of this year, of this month. With that, let me ask Nia White, who's principal, Center City Public Charter Schools, Congress Heights, if she'd come forward. Alistair Chang, who is the Ward 2 elected representative on the DC State Board of Education. Helen Baer, who is director of the DC Reading Clinic in the DC Public School System, and Suzanne Donovan, who is Strategic Education Research Partnership with the Strategic Education Research Partnership Institute. Yes, come forward.
Alistair and Nia are on.
All right, Mr. Chang and Ms. White are online, and 2 folks here are here in person. Ascending. So we have a clock for witnesses, but unless you go like 15, 20 minutes, I'm not going to cut you off. I think you were advised roughly 5 to 8 minutes. Anyway, it'll be an ascending clock, so you know how long you're going. And Ms. White will be first, and she is online. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and esteemed members of the City Council. My name is Nia White, and I am the principal of the Congress Heights campus of Center City Public Charter Schools located in Ward 8. In the past 12 years of my tenure at my campus, our school building has gone through a full transformation from being a failing school that was up for closure upon my arrival to a school that has earned the accomplishments of being a National Blue Ribbon School, 4-year running Bold School for its growth and student achievement, and now an Enduring Excellence Awarded School, amongst other achievements as well. I take the topic of academic achievement seriously, but realize that there are a number of either catchy words and terms that normally cloud people's understanding to what makes academic achievements possible. I am here to tell you that it is no one's fancy curriculum, although you should have one that is aligned to your statewide assessments as much as possible. It is also not solely someone's fancy professional development of teachers, as many are just boring and out of touch with current times. Achievement really boils down for myself, my students, and my building to people. When anyone visits our school building, there is no magic, and they use the term magic all the time, to be seen, just people. I've been fortunate to have an insanely high teacher retention rate at 98% that has not dropped below 85% in a very long time. My staff is largely effective or highly effective in a time where many schools have ongoing vacancies. I've had the blessing of not having to experience this. If you are asking how a school in Southeast DC is keeping its teaching staff year over year, the answer is also very simple. I myself lead by example for my staff. I come to work on time every day because I cannot hold them accountable for things that I do not do myself. I also teach and hold small group intervention groups. This keeps me in tune with students and teaching. But also at the same time, I invite my staff to come in and observe me for the same feedback that I've given them so that they can see it in full active practice. And I invite them to fill out the same like informal forms when they're watching me teach, because I know that I cannot just dish the feedback. I have to be able to take it as well. And in those situations, they're very eager to look forward and give it. Feedback is not only given overall, but it is received for the second point. I know that because of my title, I am supposed to have all of the answers when in fact I realize that I do not. I can come up with an idea for sure, but if the staff sees and feels as though they have a better way, they are welcome to speak on it. And as long as it works, we can try it and keep it in the overall building processes. Third, the students belong to all of us in the building. If a primary teacher sees a middle school student that's doing something questionable, they speak on it directly and redirect the student and vice versa. There is not a waiting to see your teacher or speak to them or closing your door because it's not your student. Schools can have the best data protocols and the best curriculum, but without a staff and an overall building culture that keeps all as safe as possible, holds everyone accountable, and has a leader that equally holds themselves accountable so that true teaching and learning can happen every day and consistently, all other efforts will never yield academic achievement for students in Washington, D.C. or anywhere in the world. My recommendation for moving forward are as follows. Point one, students have shown, as well as research, that the students will work for and try their best for teachers that they have relationships and connections to. We need to build this throughout the schools and perhaps in using morning meetings, morning gatherings, as some schools around the city do, i.e. Center City Congress Heights, Center City Brightwood, and Ron Brown. Part B, leadership professional development around culture and climate. That will not just execute with somebody that won't just execute a PD session and send leaders off, but will also visit schools for at elbow coaching in the moment on a rolling basis from a person who has experienced full turnaround work and efforts. Third, an evaluation of school field trip experiences and events of the like to see how much effort, energy, and money are backing student events and experiences that through cause and effect relationships and extracurricular activities, all of these cause students to double down further in their add to the school's culture and climate over detracting from it, to assist the building staff in being able to deliver more instruction to actually further academic achievement. Thank you all for this opportunity to speak with you all today, and I look forward to any questions anyone might have.
Thank you, Ms. White. Alistair Chang?
Thank you, Chairman. And thanks to the committee for this opportunity to speak with you all today. I am the Ward 2 representative on the DC State Board of Education, where my top priority is to advance literacy for all DC students. And first, I just want to agree with Ms. White that relationships are absolutely critical. And in regards to literacy, those relationships aren't just built with reading instructors, but also with school librarians who are able to build a different kind of relationship with students because they generally don't assess or grade students, but are there to support first and foremost. So my top line message today is that literacy improvements take time, right? And this is the reality of improving literacy outcomes in DC, which is a reality that I find both challenging and hopeful. So as we embark on the implementation of the Literacy Task Force recommendations, it's absolutely critical that we remain steadfast in our commitment to long-term evidence-based solutions, even if immediate results are not evident, right? And so DC's Early Literacy Task Force has outlined 4 key pillars for systemic literacy improvement. These are robust leader and teacher training, high quality curricula, ongoing coaching, and a full implementation of these strategies. However, even when executed flawlessly, right, the timeline for measurable results will not be immediate. We often talk about Mississippi, right, which is the gold standard for state-led literacy transformation. And it took them 6 years in making some of the investments that we have recently made before they began to see system-wide improvements, culminating in their rise from 50th in state rankings to 21st in national rankings by 2022. And so if DC stays the course, we too can achieve those transformative results. But in the meantime, right, the average score for 4th grade students on the National Assessment of Educational Progress, the NAEP, was at the bottom of state rankings and on our profile page, in quotes, higher than those in 0 states or jurisdictions, right? And so the long haul for us will particularly matter here, and the science is clear. Implementing literacy changes fully and effectively requires time and patience, and each of the task force's recommendations entails a very deliberate process, right? Training in evidence-based literacy practices takes months, often requiring deep learning and shifts in long-held mindsets. Regarding curriculum selection, the selection and adoption of high-quality materials that align with the science of reading can take, years, particularly if stakeholders are actually meaningfully engaged. And when we talk about coaching, as educators begin using new materials, there's often an initial dip in outcomes actually as they adjust. And ongoing coaching ensures that these efforts mature into consistent and impactful teaching practices. So these efforts must be implemented fully. Piecemeal measures we've seen from states that have tried to shortcut will not suffice. It will not lead to the same outcomes that Mississippi saw. And an incomplete approach, a cursory training, poorly supported curriculum adoption, these are examples of shortcuts that will not lead to meaningful change, right? And so only by committing to all 4 pillars together can we ensure sustained progress. Another lesson from Mississippi is that they mandated training for all literacy teachers and administrators in the science of reading, right? They mandated the use of high quality instructional materials, the deployment of skilled literacy coaches, and these coaches provided in-classroom support multiple times a week and underwent continuous professional development themselves. This last piece around coaches is one of the areas that when I speak with their team, and they've repeated this over and over again in their case studies, the coaching piece is both the most resource intensive and also the most impactful. And so our current trajectory here in DC mirrors these proven methods, but while it's tempting to expect rapid results, I want to remind us that real change takes years, right? And so, like Mississippi, we really need to embrace the long view, knowing that the fruits of our recent labor, better reading outcomes, higher graduation rates, more equitable education systems are very much worth the wait. But while system-wide gains take time, interim markers can affirm that we're on the right track, right? From improved teacher confidence in delivering literacy instruction to early increases in reading proficiency at targeted schools. And so these small victories will signal progress for us. They're also a reminder of the urgency and patience that must coexist. I very much want to make sure that we are not abandoning or scaling back these initiatives before they've had a chance to take root, which would squander the progress we've made and deny our students the education they deserve. We, as a city, have the tools, the plan, the commitment to succeed, and what we need now is the resolve to stay the course. As we continue to invest in teacher training for kindergarten educators, which is an incredible investment that we've made from this past budget cycle, I very much ask folks who are hearing this today to take the next critical step, right, which is to expand these efforts to all elementary school grades and making sure that we aren't waiting for investments that we've made in the kindergarten grade band to show population level improvements before we scale those investments out to K through 5. There's enough evidence from other contexts to show that sticking with the track that we've laid out will generate the impact of, the quote Mississippi miracle. But in order to achieve that, we really have to double down and stay the course. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cheng. Helen Bear.
Good afternoon, Chairman, council members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Dr. Helen Bear, and I'm the director of the DC Reading Clinic, a structured literacy training program within DCPS. This is my third year with the clinic. In my 17-year career in education, I've been a teacher, instructional coach, administrator, literacy trainer, and consultant. This includes being a national trainer for the well-known literacy program LETRS. I've worked in public school systems in Wisconsin, California, and Maryland, and my doctorate is in education leadership. I'm delighted to be able to share with you today about the DC Reading Clinic. We're the only program of this kind in the country. As part of the Office of Teaching and Learning at DCPS, the clinic is a hands-on, research-based clinical practicum dedicated to transforming literacy instruction by empowering teachers with the necessary knowledge and skills informed by the science of reading of how struggling readers learn to read. Since its launch in 2018, we've trained over 600 teachers and supported thousands of students in mastering the foundational skills that will set them up for lifelong success. Notably, it's not just content that we are providing, but also feedback and coaching, just like Alistair mentioned, which we know is what it really takes to change teacher practice. We are currently under review by the International Dyslexia Association to be one of their nationally accredited literacy training programs. We have 2 programs. Our citywide program has 2 locations, one in Southeast and one in Northeast. Students who have been identified as struggling readers by their teachers are eligible to attend intensive tutoring after school. Participating DCPS teachers provide that tutoring with the supervision and support of a one-to-one mentor teacher and a site coordinator. We also have what we call our in-schools program, in which teachers receive intensive coaching at their schools on instructional best practice. This year, we are partnering in 13 elementary schools and 4 middle schools. All teachers that participate with us take graduate coursework throughout the year on structured literacy theory, research, and best practice. In alignment with the dyslexia legislation, the Early Literacy Task Force recommendations, and district goals, we aim to reach every literacy teacher over time. We are working intentionally and strategically to ensure that the training is high quality and truly impacts practice. The data coming from the clinic speaks volumes. Teacher survey data shows that 100% of our teachers would recommend our training to their colleagues and find it a valuable contribution to their practice over time. They continue to use our materials long after they leave our program. Students of DCRC trained teachers have significantly better reading outcomes than those taught by non-DCRC trained educators. Among at-risk students, specifically in DCPS, 70% were reading below grade level at the beginning of the year, but this dropped to 33% by the end of the year in DCRC trained classrooms. And on average, Black students showed the most improvement. Students in the classrooms of DCRC trained teachers were 10.2% more likely to advance at least one reading level compared to their classmates in non-DCRC trained classrooms, and saw higher attendance rates for kindergarten and first grade students. As DCRC continues to grow with the support of the school district, our mission remains clear: to help every student become a confident and capable reader. We also know that we impact the district by aligning our training with district PD, our central office colleagues' support of schools, and other trainings like SERP, which you'll hear more about shortly. A critical gap remains in literacy support for older students, where reading ability impacts every subject. Teachers of older students are even less likely than their elementary colleagues to have the training needed to address foundational reading difficulties. Our secondary pilot program is starting strategically with 4 DCPS middle schools. We are providing targeted support to middle school educators, equipping them with specialized training and an intervention class targeted specifically toward older readers with decoding needs. Over time, we aim to empower teachers at every level, from elementary to high school, ensuring that all students, no matter their age, have the literacy skills they need to thrive.
Thank you, Dr. Baer. Suzanne Donovan.
I'm Dr. Suzanne Donovan, the founding director of the Strategic Education Research Partnership, or SERP Institute, an organization incubated at the National Academy of Sciences and operating since 2003 as an independent nonprofit organization based here in DC. SERP engages in research and development partnerships with school districts to address problems of practice that district leaders consider urgent. True to our roots at the National Academy, we recruit researchers who have different areas of expertise to work with the district on a problem solution, which is then shared with districts widely. We differ from other research practice partnerships in that we invest in understanding a problem in context as it unfolds in classrooms and schools, and in working with our district partners to solve the problem. SERP first began working with DCPS when the district joined an expansion study of the STARry adolescent literacy program we developed with the Boston Public Schools. The very thoughtful and effective team of literacy leaders in DCPS led me to believe that the conditions were in place for a productive partnership, as was proven to be true. With Dr. Corinne Colgan and I as primary investigators, SERP applied for and won 2 federal research grants that have supported our collaborative work over the last 5 years. So no money from the district coffers. The first grant allowed us to explore the question that Dr. Colgan proposed. Why are some schools in wards 7 and 8 producing better literacy outcomes for K-2 students than other schools with the same demographic characteristics? The district had already taken the steps to improve literacy outcomes that most literacy researchers and scholars of school district improvement would recommend. They adopted curriculum programs that teach phonics and phonemic awareness and that develop students' language and background knowledge. They require that the programs be used district-wide so that the central office can support effective implementation. They provide time for weekly professional learning communities among teachers facilitated by LEAP leaders. They provide teachers with student data, and they've created a vision of high-quality instruction in the essential practices, maintaining collective focus on those practices through the impact evaluation system. Having covered the bases for far better than any other districts we've worked with, DCPS leaders were asking a question that could only be answered by spending time in classrooms and schools looking for sources of variation. We observed more than 100 hours of instruction in all K-2 classrooms in 6 schools in wards 7 and 8. We observed in pairs for the full literacy block so that one researcher could describe what was happening while the other took continuous measurements. We counted the number of minutes spent on each activity, the number of times teachers asked students for an explanation rather than just an answer, the number of vocabulary words that were defined, the number of students on task at each 5-minute interval, the number of interruptions and behavior corrections, to name just a few. We learned a great deal about the sources of variation and identified 2 targets for developing an improvement strategy. The first is the effectiveness of the 60 minutes devoted to literacy workstations. During this block of time, teachers work with a small group of students at the same skill level for 15 to 20 minutes, while other students work independently at separate stations on activities that reinforce the skills they're learning. It sounds straightforward, but it is enormously challenging. 5 to 7-year-olds need to know which group they belong in, where they need to go, what they need to do when they get there, how to regulate their attention, and how to rotate to the next station when the 15 or 20 minutes are up. Teachers therefore need to develop the norms, routines, expectations, and skills required for students to successfully work independently of the teacher. A key to students' success is assigning them activities that are just the right level, not so difficult that they give up, and not so easy that they become bored and restless. That requires different activities for students at different skill levels. So how do teachers manage to do all of this? The answer is that most don't. But we observed classrooms, even in kindergarten, in which teachers were able to do all this with remarkable effectiveness. These teachers were few and far between, and they were never early in their careers. In the best classrooms, students were working on well-crafted activities that reinforced the skill they had just learned. They worked in pairs, helped each other out, and never interrupted the teacher. At the other end of the spectrum, students were playing with or ignoring the educational puzzle or game that was on their table, and teachers' attention was pulled away from the small group repeatedly to redirect students. At the source of this variation is the complexity of the tasks teachers have been given. We were stunned when we observed Mrs. Gross at Henley Elementary. Her students work at challenging reading activities with a level of independence and self-regulation that's highly unusual. She's developed and honed her practice over 32 years. We certainly can't expect new or early career teachers to perform at that level. But we can capture and dissect Mrs. Gross's excellent practice and support less experienced teachers to incorporate those practices into their own teaching, moving them along the trajectory towards excellent practice. That's exactly what we propose to do. I mentioned there are two practices that stood out. The second is the extent to which students engage in academic discourse, excuse me, the kind of classroom talk that supports learning. Many teachers ask students questions that have single right answers, such as, who are the characters in the story? And where does the story take place? These questions require only that students remember what was read. Asking questions such as, why do you think Wilson didn't like Lily at first? Then, why do you think he changed his mind? And what in the story makes you think that? Those require students both to remember and to construct an understanding of the situation in the story, a much more powerful learning experience. The number of memory questions abounded in the classrooms we observed. The number of questions that required a constructed understanding was far fewer. In almost half of classrooms, there were none. As easy as these differences in questioning are to describe, there's ample evidence from many sources that the shift in practice is very challenging for many teachers, and most have not been prepared for this kind of classroom discourse in pre-service programs. As with workstations, the question we asked was whether the practice of teachers who excel at academic discourse could be a lever for supporting other teachers, especially early career teachers, to build their own practice. As a partnership, DCPS and SERP applied for a grant to video record in classrooms of teachers with outstanding practice, create short courses on effective workstations and student discourse that would feature those video recordings, breaking the complex practices into individual steps that teachers could practice in their own classrooms, and to rigorously study the impact on student test scores and teacher impact scores over a 2-year period. Both courses have now been developed with feedback from DCPS literacy team throughout the development process. The impact team has incorporated guidance on the ways in which the practices highlighted in the courses relate to the DCPS essential practices. As a companion to the workstation course, we developed activities that are differentiated for students who are on grade level, need support, or need greater challenge. All elementary schools in the district were assigned to either the workstation course, which rolled out this fall, the course on student discourse, which will roll out in mid-January, or to a delayed start that will begin implementation next fall. DCPS is asking all teachers in their first 3 years of teaching or new to the district to participate. This fall, 68 teachers in 21 schools were enrolled in the workstation course. The 21 principals had the option of enrolling other teachers in the course, and their additions doubled the number of registrations. When anything new is introduced, it can feel to teachers and LEAP leaders like an add-on to an already challenging workload, and that is certainly the case with the new courses. Uptake was initially slower than we would have liked. I've now spoken with LEAP leaders in 15 schools, and across the board, they had very positive things to say about the course, expressing surprise at how unexpectedly helpful they find it. Many also reported enthusiasm among teachers once they began to engage with the course. For example, the LEAP leader at Garfield Elementary said, "This is not an extra, this is focused on our day-to-day work. It gives guidance on how to do it better. So this is what we're doing in all of our LEAP meetings." Helpful, said the LEAP leader at Watkins. It's way beyond helpful. It's extremely valuable. Other LEAP leaders described using the course in one-on-one coaching sessions with new teachers, finding its clear guidance and specific practices helpful in getting these teachers' workstations in place. One of the second-year teachers I was able to interview said, "It's so helpful to learn from other teachers and see their classrooms. I'm now using some of the practices I saw in the video." That's exactly the goal. Of course, not all enrolled teachers and LEAP leaders have engaged with the course. Lessons learned this year regarding messaging the clarity of expectations will inform the rollout of the second course in January and the 2 courses next year. Sharing the positive reactions of teachers and LEAP leaders should also support a more robust implementation in 25-26. At the end of the 2 years, DCPS will use the courses without the constraints of a study. Importantly, the courses fit within the existing DCPS structures, relying on LEAP leaders available in every school to support teachers with the course practices, a fit that's the outcome of the SERP and DCPS teams working closely together. SERP has worked with many school districts over the past 2 decades. I can say in all honesty that we have not worked with a more thoughtful, collaborative, and dedicated group of people than our partners here in DCPS. I look forward to our continued work together to improve the learning experiences of K2 students in DCPS, as well as the experiences of the teachers whose performance and retention are so essential to the success of our schools. Should you have any questions about the work of the partnership, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Donovan. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Mr. Chang, I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that.
Yes, will do.
Thank you. Mr. Chang in his testimony talked about how this will take time to implement or to achieve, that is progress. Does it really need to take so long? Ms. Donovan, you make it sound like this, we could see substantial improvement in just a couple of years.
Well, so I think that once teachers have the course in hand, it could improve their practice in the short term. And the DCPS plan is to have all teachers take these courses, all teachers who are in their first 3 years of teaching, and then who are new to the district to take these courses. So I would expect to see some improvement in practice relatively quickly.
And of course, what we're talking about is reading here, literacy.
Right.
Yes, I have to remember there are other aspects like math that are important, but we're not talking about that at the moment. Dr. Baer, how thorough is your office reaching out? I'm not wording this quite right, but there are a lot of schools. You're focusing right now on the elementary schools, but I think in your testimony, you said you're trying to expand to middle and high school Well, let me put this out there first. It's my impression that if we focus on elementary schools, the problem over time will get better in middle and high schools because those kids will have become proficient earlier instead of trying to catch up in high school. How quickly do you think we can get to all of the elementary schools?
Thank you for the question. I think that we already have partnered, so there's 78 elementary schools in DCPS. We've already partnered with almost half of them, and the partnerships are a year long, and we really work to train, or sometimes 2 years, we work to train many of the folks who are inside those schools who are most likely to impact our youngest readers. But we know that these changes are relatively new, right, in the past several years. And so there are populations of students in our middle schools and high schools who didn't get what they needed to.
Correct.
And the population that we're working with in middle schools in our secondary pilot right now is our special educators, our multilingual educators, and our reading interventionists, who are more likely to be working with students who are struggling readers. And we want to ensure that they have the skill set and the content knowledge and the materials to meet the needs of those readers. So I think we see this as sort of a multi-step solution. We want to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our kids in our elementary classrooms as they come to us, and also ensure that our educators are prepared to work with students who may come to them without the necessary literacy skills to be successful.
So you're at about half of the elementary schools, which means about 40 or 35?
So we have worked in 35 of the elementary schools, but we rotate in and out every year, and we focus on schools with the highest need and teachers who haven't been trained yet. So we will work with different schools next year.
So I want to explore more how you work with them. Tell me one of the elementary schools you work with.
We are working with Garfield Elementary, which Dr. Donovan just mentioned.
All right, so what exactly does that mean, you work with Garfield? What does that look like? What would I see if I walked into the school?
So we have a coach who is a DC Reading Clinic coach who is partnering with, I think right now, 3 or 4 Garfield teachers who are taking a graduate class in the evenings with the coach, and then are receiving weekly observations and debriefs on their practice of meeting the needs of struggling readers. So they're engaged in a coaching cycle. And then the DC Reading Clinic coach is also supporting the school administration and the coaching team with other school-wide practices.
So I wouldn't see anything if I walked in during the day.
You would see the coach observing and meeting with teachers and providing feedback.
And how much time is this requiring of the teacher, who I'm assuming is sort of overworked as it is?
It does require a commitment of teacher time. And I think that's one of the things that makes it important that we recognize that as we're working with teachers. This is a commitment of them to shift their practice and to learn a lot more. So they engage in the graduate coursework in the evenings, and then they are meeting outside of their contract hours sometimes to do debrief meetings, but we provide them with a stipend to compensate them for that time.
And picking on Garfield, or staying with Garfield, all of the teachers who should be participating are?
I think we have teachers who have opted in to participate with us. I know we have teachers who have opted into this training and are ready to take it on. Sometimes teachers have other graduate training that they are doing or other things they're participating in. So teachers opt into it, and we work with the teachers we choose teachers in consultation with the school leadership and the coaches.
So roughly how many teachers are being captured or being missed as a percentage? Half, a third?
I can't speak to Garfield's staff specifically. We aim to reach the teachers who are working with struggling readers. So our primary teachers and special educators and multilingual educators. I don't know the specifics at Garfield of like who we're working with and who we have not.
But I have the
worked with yet.
impression then that looking at all the schools, you're not reaching all the teachers that I'm hesitating to say the word should, but not reaching all the teachers that would be in your target.
Yeah.
So what percentage do you think you're reaching?
Well, I can say we've trained over 600 teachers across the district so far. And we continue to to recruit and make sure that there are multiple ways for teachers to participate. So we also have teachers who work with us over the summer. We have teachers who work with us in our citywide programs where they come and provide tutoring to students after school. So it's not just this single model. We have
Sure.
other ways that we are trying to ensure we are reaching teachers. Because we want to, over time, offer ways that every teacher can partner or get this training. And if not through the DC Reading Clinic, then through another one of the recommended programs from the Early Literacy Task Force.
Sure. So there are a couple of thoughts that are going through my mind. One is, as you may know, this committee has been probing the issue of turnover. So I don't know if you can answer this question, but how many teachers are you training who then are no longer with DCPS or teaching, are no longer in those classrooms, put it that way. And another thought that goes through my mind is, to what extent is continuing education needed? So you reach 600 teachers a couple of years from now. Do those 600 teachers need a refresh? That's another thought that goes through my mind. And the third is 600 sounds like a lot, but how many are being missed? And I don't mean anything critical here. It's just sort of looking at the reach of the program.
I can start by speaking about retention. We did do some analysis early on in my tenure at the clinic and found that our retention rates were higher among the teachers who have participated with us than retention overall. I can get the specifics to you. But I
No,
think
but the point you're making is that if you look at all the teachers on average, so many of them don't stick around. Look at the teachers you've been training, and it's a higher number who stick around.
yes. And the other thing I would add is that we often have those folks who stay and can go and then are more qualified to move into leadership roles, into coaching, and to share their knowledge as well. So that's another thing that can happen as well. Our intention is to provide depth of training and coaching such that we do not need to continue to re-engage, but we do have alumni programming that we are offering so people can opt into additional trainings. We are communicating with our alumni around updated research and practice, and do want to provide that touch point for them. And often they do reach out to us with questions. There's sort of a more informal approach to that, but the intention is that we train them well enough at the start. You asked, I can't remember the third, you asked about the 600 teachers.
Yeah.
Overall.
I mean, if that's over a period of years, 600 out of how many this year, but 600 over a period of years, how many, what's the total universe? And you may not know, but that's a thought that goes through my mind.
Yeah, I do not know the total universe of teachers that I think would be a good fit for our program.
Chairman, may I chime in here?
Sure.
I have been anecdotally surveying reading instructors since I started my first term. And still to this day, when I started, it was 9 out of 10 teachers had gotten no signs of reading training anecdotally. It's lower than that now, but it's still more than have not had the opportunity and seek it. I'd also like to add that having visited these classrooms and observed reading instruction, the difference is, if you were to visit, you would see, like I do, a massive difference between teachers who have participated in the reading clinic compared to those who have had no signs of reading training. I also want to add that short-term impact is possible. I don't disagree, but without sustained commitments, we'll most likely see that at school-based, if not even classroom-based levels, not at the population level.
I did not understand the very last thing you said. School-based, population-based. Say that again.
Sure. We can see already that schools that have invested in these and broader set of recommendations that are, I think, laid out clearest in the task force recommendations and report are seeing the change and improved outcomes right at classroom levels. So students in a particular classroom unit or even across a particular school, but we haven't seen that across the population of all DC students. And ultimately, that would be, I think, our goal.
Okay. Ms. White. You had several recommendations, and one of them was about relationships. I have heard that testimony before at other hearings. I'm not saying that like I'm minimizing it. I think it's actually very important. The question in my mind is, I hesitate as I'm thinking of how to formulate this question. It's not something that the council can require. And I think when we're looking at a large LEA like DCPS with something like 117 schools, but even with smaller LEAs, how do we improve relationships and connections? How do we make that happen?
Thank you for the question, Chairman. I think it can happen in a number of ways, and I still think that the council can have a large influence and impact on it. Professional development around how to build those relationships, but also along with the relationship building, how to set expectations that are workable and fair in all classrooms and for an entire school building. For us, in my experience, it is very much cart before the horse if and when just trying to come into a building space or an academic space and try to take off with just the academics and lots of programming, when to something that was called out earlier, if the students are taking the teacher away from the instruction, if the management of the classroom is taking away from what the instruction can actually bring and provide, which I do strongly believe, and our building alone shows that data-wise, that culture shift can drive quicker academic achievement results for all students that you have within there. So if it is I think it's one of those like hand-in-hand pieces for all of the instructional professional developments. There should be equal amounts of character and culture building professional developments. Now, I understand that there's a lot around restorative justice, but it goes beyond that. It needs to be around like, how do you establish, how do you even set the expectations for your students to ask to go to the bathroom, to line up in a classroom? And that takes, in some instances, a lot of like in-person at-bats practice, especially teachers who are new, so that they know what their expectations will be for their students when they come in, which does definitely decrease a lot of the instructional takeaways. So for the council's influence, I would say, helping to ensure that the same amount of professional developments that are being offered for the instructional pieces are also equally balanced with the relationship and character pieces. There are a number of, I would even say, like building walks to visit and see some of the not only classrooms, but school-wide buildings in the area that have great student culture, so that could either be videotaped or that folks could open the doors up a little further to help spread that training and understanding to the rest of the schools, so that folks don't have to figure it out in silos. I think it would be great if the doors are always open here if you would like to come walk through Congress Heights and spend time in our morning gathering and our morning meeting process, so that you can see what some of that looks like, and then be able to spread that word or recommendation to other school LEAs about where they can go and what they can do to get that at-bat advice, but then also, again, leveling the playing field on how much professional development is around or available for folks to choose from.
You mentioned in your testimony you have a very high retention rate. Do you know offhand the average or how long your teachers have been at your school?
Average is going on 8 to 9 years at this point.
All right. I had one other question for you. In your recommendations, the third one was, I didn't understand this, an evaluation of school field trip experiences. And then you went on, I did not understand. Could you explain that?
Yes, so part of getting students invested, which is also part of making sure that the culture and climate of the building is appropriate. The relationships and the what factor for students in this day and age is critical and important. So how many field opportunities do they have to go outside of their building to see what they're learning in their classroom, in practice or in reality? My students upon my arrival really thought that like going across the Woodrow Wilson Bridge was officially and seriously going out of town, that they were literally taking a far trip somewhere. And it's just like things that we take for granted. We have a college trip that we take our students on annually by plane. Students have rarely experienced that. To read about turbulence over experiencing it is something that a student shouldn't necessarily miss. But because that trip and experience is there, and students know the criteria to be able to attend such a trip, they make sure and they monitor themselves. They are aware of their own data. They know, okay, I need to make sure that my assignments are done. I need to make sure that I'm participating in class appropriately because I want to make this trip. And last year we had 56 field trip opportunities for our building alone, from primary to 8th grade, making sure that the students were being able to actively get out and practice what they were seeing in the classroom. If that experience is not given to the students, they also lose their buy-in to propel their excellence and their achievement. And overall school buildings get impacted by that data-wise if that investment is not put into the students as well.
I appreciate that explanation. Thank you. Ms. Donovan, in your testimony, you said that students in the classroom with exemplary teachers were working on well-crafted activities, while the students in other classrooms were playing or ignoring an educational game or puzzle. Are teachers expected to come up with these activities individually, or are they provided by DCPS?
DCPS provides points teachers to a set of resources that are designed for this purpose of supporting the work of students at independent workstations. What we found was that teachers were primarily making their own choices about the activities they were doing at workstations. Some of them did use the resources that the district points them to on their Canvas site, but many were not.
But the goal is to have the students engaged.
The goal is to have the students engaged. What I want to emphasize is the complexity of what the teacher's up against. So especially when you're a new teacher, you might put an educational game because you think students they'll learn something, but your focus is on what you're doing with your small group of students for that 15 to 20 minutes and then the next group. And so it takes a lot to be able to focus on those things and begin to differentiate what students are doing at each of the other tables. It's a recommended practice that literacy be done this way, but there is remarkably little support for teachers in the field at large, for teachers to do those independent workstations really effectively.
And some of that comes from the ability to do it effectively comes from having experience as a teacher as well as training?
Yes, so having experience, having materials. I mean, one of the things that we have done with the DCPS partners is created materials for those tables and sort of walk teachers through how to use them. And they're at 3 different levels. I mean, that's just a ton of work. And when teachers do that for themselves, it tends not to be done as rigorously as one would hope.
So one of my takeaways from this, not just your testimony, but the others, is that there needs to be much more emphasis on what I'll call coaching. I mean, I could also say PD, but that's actually a little different.
I would say, yeah, coaching and support, yeah, for how to engage in these complex practices. I think materials are relevant. They make a considerable difference, but a lot of it is the support of the coach in how to use those materials well, how to use the student data to figure out which students need which level of rigor in their activities. So coaching, I think, makes a very big difference.
Although I have to say what's going through my mind right now is the teacher at Henley, Mrs. Gross,
Yeah,
33 years.
32 years, yeah.
So like she has more experience than a lot of us combined.
Right.
Maybe I'll leave it there. Hold on a second. Any other question? I don't have any other questions for y'all. Thank you very much. Mr. Chang, don't forget to give us your statement. Thank you, each of you, for your
Thank you.
testimony. So we gave more time to these witnesses. We're going to turn now to the remainder of the public witnesses. Robert Henderson, Carla Reed-Witt, Ariel Johnson, who's present, Chelsea Coffin with the DC Policy Center, Jessica Giles with Education Reform Now. Is Ms. Giles here? Joseph Spate, Friendship Public Charter Schools. Maya Martin Cadigan. And Regina Bell. I think I'll leave it there. Mr. Henderson, you're first. And you know the drill. If you're in gallery view, there's a clock. If you're in person, there's a clock. And 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for convening this hearing on academic achievement. I am the Ward 5 member of the State Board of Education. These views are my own and do not represent the views of the board as a whole. Much of the discussion today will center on test scores. As a matter of framing, I would like to say that our students achieve academically in all sorts of ways. When I drop my kids off at school each day, my hope for them and for their peers is that they learn something, and that something may or may not be measured by a CAPE. Still, the test scores that we have indicate that we have a long way to go in reaching the achievement levels that we would like to see and in eradicating the gaps that we know should not exist. At last year's hearing on academic achievement, I said that I think it is vital that the council view its influence on academic achievement on at least 3 levels: structural, systemic, and school. I've made some updates to my testimony this year, but much of it is the same because we find ourselves in essentially the same place as we were a year ago. First, structural. We know that academic achievement correlates strongly with socioeconomic status. Students learn best when their basic needs are met: food security, income security, healthcare, and housing stability. Socioeconomic comfort affords all sorts of benefits and freedom from stressors that negatively impact academic achievement for those living in poverty and economic insecurity. The council can act on measures like the district child tax credit and can work to fortify the distribution of public benefits that are all important in their own right, but are also important for moving the needle on academic achievement. Many people will mention chronic absenteeism today. These structural issues, not just school level issues, also drive absenteeism. Second, at the system level, the council and the chairman specifically have made great effort to stabilize school funding, and I want to thank you for that. We also need to do more to fund our schools adequately and equitably. Throughout this budget season, I asked the council to ask the executive branch if and how the DME's 2023 funding study shaped the spending decisions this budget year. Among other things, the study recommends increasing the weights of several student categories. DC's school system concentrates students with the greatest needs. We have supplemental funding for schools with more than 40% and 70% at-risk enrollment. It is not enough. Furthermore, we have 24 schools with more than 80% at-risk enrollment. Those schools may need substantially greater resources than the schools with much smaller shares of at-risk students. Finally, at the school level, stability and continuity among school leaders, teachers, students, and programming are important, as are engaging teaching and learning and strong relationships between teachers and students. All of this underscores how important it is to support our educators. Among the things that could help here are universal teacher induction standards to include at least 3 years of mentorship for new teachers and replacing the impact evaluation system with a non-racist, teacher-informed, growth-oriented evaluation. If we want to see big gains in student achievement, and more importantly in student learning, we need to make big changes in how we support families and educators. Namely, we need to address poverty in a comprehensive and sustained way, and we need to address the concentration of high-need students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Carla Reed-Witt.
Good afternoon. My name is Carla Reed-Witt. I'm co-lead at Decoding Dyslexia DC. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Given our graduation rate is at least 75%, and our citywide reading proficiency rate is only 33%, we are knowingly graduating students who struggle to read. This is an adult failing. We owe it to our students to make them whole before they graduate. Integrating the science of reading into the secondary school system citywide is paramount, as is implementation of the OSSE Literacy Task Force recommendations. Simultaneously, we must continue to expand our efforts to improve training, instruction, and resources in the science of reading at the elementary level with a greater sense of urgency. The DC Science of Reading movement is about 5 years old. Full-scale implementation of DC Law 23191, the dyslexia law, and science of reading concepts across all LEAs are just beginning. We require OSSE to succeed in a monumental task, and OSSE staff have proven themselves to be fully committed to the job. Because successful implementation of DC Law 23191 will result in reduction of root cause barriers plaguing our residents and greater economic security in our city, we must provide OSSE with the appropriate authority, data, and staffing to get the job done. We request additional OSSE FTEs dedicated to the implementation of Law 23191 and that OSSE receive greater legal authority to accomplish this mandate, including but not limited to LEAs be required to adopt and implement rather than purchase curriculum, create and implement MTSS for literacy, and submit the plans to OSSE yearly at a specified date to include Tier 2 and Tier 3 data collection on intervention, including materials, instructions, and staffing reports. To screen K to second grade students at least 3 times a year. To screen 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th graders for the next 10 years. And at any grade, if a student's benchmark falls below a defined threshold, the student should receive reading, screening, and intervention. That all parents receive screening results regardless of the student score, that parent letters, intervention plans, and parent meetings take place for all students performing at the yellow and green levels, detail OSSE directed minimum information to be included in the parent letter, and detailed OSSI-directed specific data and information requirements regarding the October 31st compliance reports. Thank you. I appreciate your time and future budgeting and support for these matters.
Thank you, Ms. Reed-Witt. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that, please.
Yes.
Ariel Johnson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Ariel Johnson. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Charter School Alliance. An NWEA study that included 8 million students revealed that national recovery stalled or declined in school year 23-24 based on changes in proficiency on MAP tests. This tracks the student data in the district. Similar to school year 22-23, 60% of students designated at risk citywide do not have adequate command of the content of reading, and 72.4% do not in math. Several barriers contribute to these numbers. The rates of chronic absenteeism in schools have been devastating in recent years, often due to students' unmet needs. And these needs go far beyond the scope of what a school can provide. Housing instability, food insecurity, lack of childcare are all examples. Untreated mental health, anxiety, and undertreated chronic health conditions also contribute to high rates of excused absences. Another notable barrier is retaining and recruiting high-quality educators and principals. Educators continue to feel like they're being pushed to their limits. A recent RAND survey reveals 3/4 of teachers say they no longer have as much enthusiasm for the job, and nearly 60% of teachers say they're burned out. While these are barriers, several public charter schools are implementing evidence-based strategies shown to make progress in the classroom. DC Scholars has steadily reduced chronic absenteeism through scheduled adjustments, analyzing student attendance trends, and developing attendance contracts. In the span of a year, chronic absenteeism rates have been reduced by 10%, NC attendance rates have been steadily growing, and their math scores went up 14.8%. Paul Public Charter Schools saw a 13.4% increase in math scores since last year, the highest of any high school in the district. Consistency and data-driven decision-making have been key strategies for boosting those test scores. In support of these best practices and others, the DC Alliance, in partnership with EdForward DC, is excited to incubate the DC School Support Hub in 2025, which will intentionally target its support to schools that are mid to low performing. The hub will perform comprehensive school reviews, identify areas for improvement, carefully match schools with relevant support, and offer coaching support as schools focus on implementation. We are fortunate for our partnership with OSSI and the PCSB as we move forward. As we look to next steps, I offer 3 recommendations to strengthen our collective ability to improve academic achievement in the district. First, we implore all stakeholders to help launch a citywide campaign that places a renewed emphasis on the importance of coming to school every day. It will take the collective work of city leaders, business leaders, and the faith community to reframe why regular attendance is so important. Second, investing in growing the pipeline of high-quality educators in the city must take priority. Competitive compensation packages are absolutely necessary to achieve that goal. As Council considers funding for the WTU agreement, equitable funding must also be provided for charter school teachers. Funding related to those increases must be included through the UPSFF in FY26 and beyond. Continued adequate increases through the formula will increase educator retention and help keep pace with the cost of living. Finally, we urge Council to continue to support the Early Literacy Education Task Force recommendations and the DC Math Hub. I see I'm close to time, so I would just say thank you for the collaboration. I look forward to questions.
Thank you, and I appreciate that you got to the statement. I have the full statement here. Ms. Coffin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Chelsea Coffin, and I'm the Director of the Education Policy Initiative at the DC Policy Center, an independent think tank focused on policies for advancing a growing, vibrant, and compelling District of Columbia. Today, I will testify about school-level outcomes on the statewide assessment, highlighting 2 factors related to the past hearing on chronic absenteeism. First, there is a strong relationship between the levels of chronic absenteeism and achievement. And second, there is no strong relationship between concurrent small changes in attendance and achievement. This means that the goal to cut chronic absenteeism in half and make a big improvements to attendance will be crucial to improving achievement, in addition to supporting students who are at risk. However, the academic payoff, as Member Chang mentioned, will likely take some years to show. The CAPE statewide assessment for school year 23-24 showed that 34% of students met or exceeded expectations in English language arts, and 22.6% of students did so in math. These results represented small improvement over the past year at 0.3 percentage points in ELA and 0.8 percentage points in math. In both subjects, these changes are lower than the previous year's annual improvements. They are also lower than typical annual improvements that the city experienced in pre-pandemic years of between 2 and 3 percentage points, signaling that academic recovery from the pandemic is slowing. At the school level, changes in learning outcomes were also mixed. For example, among the 208 schools with learning outcomes data in ELA over the past 2 years, about 1 in 6 schools were within 1 percentage point of their school scores from last year, experiencing very small changes. 89 schools had improvements larger than 1 percentage points, and a similar number of schools saw declines of the same magnitude. Results were similar for math. This shows that in addition to very little change at the systems level, most schools are not experiencing large gains. As in previous years, there's a strong relationship between chronic absenteeism and learning outcomes. Variations in chronic absenteeism can explain 53% of the variation in ELA learning outcomes at the school level and 61% in math. This suggests that improving chronic absenteeism should have a profound impact on learning outcomes, but it turns out this is really not the case for the small improvements we're seeing in chronic absenteeism right now. Across all of DC's public schools last year, chronic absenteeism improved by 4 percentage points, and most schools improved by at least 1 percentage point. However, the correlation between these small changes in chronic absenteeism and changes in learning outcomes is very weak. This suggests that just improving chronic absenteeism by a small amount is not sufficient. There is a real need to improve attendance above a certain threshold through, for example, the commitment to cut chronic absenteeism by half. In addition, there are many school-level factors influencing learning outcomes, such as better supporting students who are designated as at risk. Building academic success takes years, and any improvements in attendance will contribute to improving learning outcomes over the longer term. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Coffin. Jessica Giles, I think, is not here.
She's online.
Online.
Here.
Yes, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members, and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jessica Giles. I'm a Ward 7 resident and the Executive Director of the DC chapter of Education Reform Now Advocacy, a nonprofit organization committed to advocating for a just and equitable public education system for all students in the nation's capital. I am pleased to testify today at the Committee of the Whole's public oversight hearing on academic achievement. Washington, D.C. can lead the nation in academic achievement. There's no doubt about it. Funding is essential for academic achievement, but how states and local education agencies use their funding is even more crucial. While there have been slight improvements in academic outcomes since the nationwide COVID-19 related drop in proficiency, DC students continue to experience deep disparities in academic achievement between student groups in literacy and math. So in order to improve DC student literacy rates, we have to commit to fully funding the science reading training and coaching for all elementary educators. I agree with everything Representative Chang mentioned in his testimony earlier, and I really applaud the DC Reading Clinic for all their efforts to train teachers in structured literacy training. In the fiscal year 2025 budget, however, the Mayor and DC Council funded only some of OSCE's Early Literacy Task Force recommendations. Still, there are far too many educators teaching 1st and 5th through 5th grade without coaching and training. These grades are crucial for reading proficiency. Our ask with regards to literacy, we request that the Committee of the Whole follow up with OSCE today on the implementation of the FY 2025 funding, and we urge the Mayor and DC Council to continue their commitment to DC students by funding science reading training and coaching for all elementary educators and providing strong oversight of implementation efforts, particularly where there are areas to improve. DC also needs to strengthen DC students' math proficiency rates. We've been advocating for DC to improve math education for all students in the district with the launch of the Math for All campaign. The Math for All campaign advocates for the adoption of a statewide strategy for addressing students' low math skills. We believe wholeheartedly that everyone can be a math person. DC's statewide strategy must include high-impact tutoring, strengthening math teacher pipeline, providing high-quality instruction materials and professional development, and creating parent and caregiver support. Our ask with regards to math is, number one, as OSCE convenes the Interagency Math Task Force, we ask them to adopt the Math for All pillars in their recommendations and for the recommendations to be funded in the fiscal year 2026 budget. We also ask the DC Council to support the passage of the Mathematics Education Improvement Amendment Act of 2024. In closing, all students can learn and succeed with the right support. Our district leaders can play an active and instrumental role in improving academic achievement by funding what works so that DC can lead the nation. Thank you for holding this hearing and allowing me to testify. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Childs. Joseph Spate. I'm told that you are online, but you're not accepting. I'll call you again and, oh, there you are. Mr. Spate. Joseph Spate, you've joined us, but you're either not speaking or visualizing. There you are.
Perfect. Thank you. My apologies. Technology is always very interesting. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and honorable council members. My name is Joseph Spate. I'm the Deputy Chief Academic Officer at Friendship Public Charter School, a resident of Ward 5, and an educator for over 20 years. I'm a former teacher, principal, and founder of Friendship's Black Male Teacher Residency Program. I wholeheartedly believe in what we do at Friendship as a long-standing employee and a father of a son in a first grade at our Friendship Armstrong campus. Friendship's results on the most recent DC CAPE assessment demonstrate that we are doing good work and outperforming statewide averages. A particular note, Friendship's change in proficiency exceeds the states by 9 times in ELA and 3 times in math. Our 4+ proficiency exceeds the state levels for economically disadvantaged and African-American students in both ELA and math. Friendship's rate of students achieving a score of 4+ on the ELA section of CAPE exceeds pre-pandemic levels. I thought it would be most helpful to share how we are achieving these results and the highest leverage action this council could take to support our work and scale results across the sector. Number 1, we are relentlessly data-driven. We proactively diagnose and prescribe. Don't wait until state results are released to do a post-mortem. We administer daily assessments and review data daily to determine what students learned and what we need to do differently the next day. Teachers regularly engage with kids about their data, push students to reflect on their progress, and develop collaborative action plans to guide our next steps. That deep dive into data to drive our actions is also our commitment to families and their child's success. Secondly, we make outsized investments of time and money in professional development. This looks like ongoing efforts to provide teachers with the time for intellectual preparation, tailored professional development on early release Fridays, weekly content meetings, and a week-long all-staff session before the start of the school year. We also have an extended day with scholars leaving earlier than teachers, which provides additional time per week for planning, meetings, and adult learning. We treat our educators like the professionals they are. Teachers at Friendship don't have to fight for what they need to succeed. We are responsive to teacher needs, providing standardized resources and supports. We also allow veteran teachers who have demonstrated success the autonomy and flexibility to adjust their practices. We recognize that students work harder to achieve goals they are personally committed to. We help students establish clear post-secondary goals for college and career, and we provide an academic program that prepares them for those goals. This dramatically increases student engagement and achievement. We are thankful to the mayor, to this council, to OSSE, and to the State Board of Education for existing commitments and resources. Our achievement in ELA is a reflection of the investments made in structured literacy and the science of reading. Our gains are a reflection of this critical partnership. Our gains are also a reflection of improved teacher retention at Friendship, which grew over 6% in the year this council allocated additional funds for teacher salaries. In the coming weeks, you will be voting on a new WTU contract, which includes additional resources to DCPS for the current school year and future school years. Respectfully, I would ask that you ensure that schools like Friendship are not left behind. Our teachers are doing great work and they are leading great results. They should receive the same compensation. Thank you for your consideration and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Spate. Maya Martin Padigan.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and committee staff. My name is Maya Martin Cadogan, and I'm a Ward 4 resident, the founder and executive director of PAVE, which stands for Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, and the parent of a 7th generation Washingtonian. I just want to say thank you to the chairman for today's hearing, especially given that it was on the same day that the trends was released for international math and science studies, which show the United States falling off the map around math and science today. And the greatest predictor of those scores is actually socioeconomic status of students. Our high income students in the United States did not fall off nearly as much as our low income students. It matches our NAEP results from 2022. And so it's a big day to be talking about our academic achievement results here in the district. For context, what we think at PAVE we need to do is really approach this work holistically with our kids and communities at the center, ensuring all of our schools, agencies, and systems work together to catalyze growth. I urge the council to make sure schools are safe, welcoming, and nurturing school environments for every child by 1, ensuring a diversity of school options in all neighborhoods and communities, each of which has a mission-driven leader who sets a vision based on the school's shared values. 2, prioritizing student and educator wellness so that they can show up every day as their best selves. Both need mental health support and a focus on social emotional learning standards. 3, making sure students get to and from school safely every day. 4, fostering strong relationships between home, school, and the broader community. 5, providing engaging and rigorous curriculum and instruction, challenging our students to be their best selves and sparking their joy in learning. For struggling students, high-impact tutoring should be available to help accelerate their learning, and all students should have access to OST programs to help them find their passions. And finally, developing a culture of love and respect that takes strong relationships between students and adults and peer-to-peer, and a willingness by our system to listen and adapt to student needs. Kids thrive when they understand the rules and boundaries, know that they are fair, and have restorative practices in place when things go wrong to repair them. So how do we do this? Go see great schools in person. People can only imagine what they can see. As we all know, we were out of school buildings for 2 years during the pandemic, and then we returned to school with a very difficult recovery. We've only had really 1 full normal school year back in person, and people are still adjusting to the new reality. There are some schools that have responded really well, and they have the data to prove it. We've just heard from Friendship. We heard from Center City Congress Heights. Ariel talked about Paul. Empower K-12's bold schools and the schools PAVE partnered with during our whole DC community learning sessions focus on those best practices. Before COVID, when I worked as a charter leader, we used to do school visits in person to see promising practices on the ground all of the time, both here in DC and in other jurisdictions around the country. As a central office leader, I had to be in buildings and classrooms always. We need to get back to that. In our whole DC work, we took parents, agency staff, policymakers, mental health practitioners, and community partners into buildings to witness excellence firsthand. And the results were amazing, even after 1 year. People were inspired by what they saw. They built relationship with others in the systems who were working on the same thing. And instead of working in silos, they started working together. That's how you make progress possible. This needs to be our collective next step. Get into schools to learn directly from the people doing the work on the ground that is working. And that work needs to include everyone in the system: students, parents, educators, school leaders, policymakers, and agency staff. I just want to say thank you. This work is only possible with leaders on the council who believe in the power and promise of parent voice, and we appreciate the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Cadogan. Regina Bell.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing on student academic achievement and for giving me the opportunity to discuss steps the education agencies are taking to improve literacy and numeracy skills and improve academic performance overall. The most fundamental responsibility of schools is to teach students to read. Reading affects all other academic achievement and is associated with social, emotional, economic, and physical health. I'd like to thank the Council for implementing the Early Literacy Education Task Force recommendation. This law requires all kindergarten teachers to successfully complete an OSCE-approved structured literacy training by the start of the 26-27 school year. The WTU knows all too well how important literacy is. The WTU, in collaboration with the State Board of Ed, OSCE, DCPS, and the DC Charter School Alliance, hosted a literacy mixer at the beginning of the school year to inform teachers about this new initiative. It was a beautiful sight to see this disparate group come together for this event because we all know and agree that literacy is a crucial part of early childhood. Every kindergarten teacher in the city in DC was invited, and the WTU gave out free books to each attendee. One of the OSCE-approved structured literacy courses is LETTERS. LETTERS is a professional learning course for instructors of reading, spelling, and related language skills. It provides educators with in-depth knowledge and tools that they can use with any reading program. Teaching children to read is very complex. It's been said that teaching reading is rocket science. The LETTERS course was developed by a renowned literacy expert, Dr. Louisa Moats. Dr. Moats received a grant from the federal government in the late 1990s to work with teachers in 10 of the lowest performing schools in DCPS. Teachers received extensive training and coaching in how to teach students to read. It was a Herculean effort on everyone's part. After 5 years, 95% of second graders were reading on grade level. Tragically, after the grant expired, DCPS gave up on the program. 25 years later, this course is now one of OSCE-approved programs. The WTU has a LETTERS instructor line up to work with a cohort of teachers this school year. Coincidentally, this instructor was part of the cohort of teachers Dr. Moats worked with 25 years ago. Unfortunately, none of the agencies have the funds to pay for the course materials. It is enormously disappointing that the agencies exhibit no sense of urgency to see that teachers receive this training as soon as possible. We know there is no quick fix to turning around generations of poor academic outcome. Educators believe in the capacity for all children to learn and remain dedicated to their mission to improve achievement among all students. I hope and pray that the agencies have the political will and funds to follow through on the Early Literacy Task Force recommendations. Our students are depending on it. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you all for your testimony. I just have a couple of questions. Mr. Spate, Friendship has several campuses. One of them is Blow Pierce, which I think has been designated a bold school, very successful. What distinguishes it, and how come we don't just simply replicate that across every school?
Yes, you are correct. The Below Pierce campus has been designated as a bold school, as well as two additional schools, two additional campuses within Friendship Public Charter School. And to your question about replicating it is what we are doing across all of our Friendship Public Charter School campuses. We are being very intentional about putting teachers in the space when it comes to professional development, to share best practices, to have conversations about what we are seeing within the data and what our common next steps should be to address what we're seeing. And so we are being very intentional to do just that.
Yes, I didn't mean replicated across other Friendship schools. I meant replicated across schools, all the schools in the district.
Yes, I totally agree. I think we are totally open to other school districts that may want to partner, that may want to participate in professional development opportunities. Yes, I did name that as just what we do at Friendship Public Charter School, but we all serve children in Washington, D.C. So we don't have a closed door policy. And if there are opportunities, or if school districts or other schools want to partner with us, I'm very sure that we will be open to those opportunities.
Let me ask a question to Ms. Bell. Toward the end of your testimony, you talked about WTU has a LETTERS instructor lined up to work with a cohort of teachers this school year. But then it sounds like from what you said subsequently that it's not working. Could you explain that a little bit more?
Well, the teacher's ready to teach the course, but it costs, I think, $400 or $500 per teacher for the course materials. And apparently no one has the funds to pay for those materials.
And that would be, I mean, a school could, if is what WTU proposing, does it, if a school chooses to do this, they could come up with the $500.
Per teacher. Yes, as far as I know, that school doesn't have those funds, but I could double check on that.
Yeah, well, we put at-risk concentration money in the budget for individual schools. And I'm thinking across the sectors. The charter sectors handle a little differently, but they get the at-risk concentration funding too. And that's discretionary money the principal has. Doesn't change the fact, I understand what you're saying, that you have this opportunity and nobody's taking advantage of it.
Correct.
I'll leave it at that. I don't have any other questions for you all. Thank you very much for your testimony. Betsy Wolf. Ashley Ruff, who's an ANC commissioner. Scott Goldstein. Allison Kreiner Brown. Laura Fuchs, who's listed as a public witness, but we know she's a teacher. She's online. Jamila White is an ANC commissioner, 8A05. Kiana Lamans. Sharn Boone Ruffin. Deshaun Jones. Ty Andrews. Rabia Harris. Amy Bacardi. Elizabeth Weiss. Lauren Hartshorn. And Sheila Carson Carr. I'm going to leave it there for the moment. So almost everybody is online. Mr. Goldstein looks very lonely there. However, after the hearing, if you're still here, we'll give you as many of these stars as you want for being here in person. Also, what? I know. We will begin with Betsy Wolf.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Betsy Wolf. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a parent at now 2 Title I DCPS schools. I'm also an education researcher by trade. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on student achievement in DC. First, I want to discuss the recent report commissioned by OSSE on the effects of high dosage tutoring in the district. The study found negative effects across the board, but was written up in a way and presented by OSSE in a way that was misleading to the public. So I used the exact results from the study and I created a graph that most people would understand. And the graph shows that students who received tutoring had lower growth on average than non-tutored students on every assessment and at every time point. The study makes the argument that tutored students were not comparable to the non-tutored students, which might have been the case. They could have accounted for that by various analyses, but nevertheless, it raises more questions than answers. Why did we see negative effects? And council should be asking questions such as, how much money was spent on program admin costs versus tutoring costs? Was the tutoring effective when implemented in certain ways, like in person, during the school day, when mentors had certain characteristics or training? Were some programs effective, but not others? Understanding variation impacts can help DC figure out how to target resources. We also need a state agency that doesn't put forth misleading results. We need to have a serious conversation about the conflict of interest that exists when all the education agencies, including OSSE, which is supposed to provide accountability to the other agencies, are under the control of one person. It's not good governance at the federal level, and it's not good governance at the local level. Second, I want to point out that DC continues to have vastly different outcomes for students based on family wealth. Often we measure in terms of proficiency rates. Given the large income inequality in DC, the current UPSS amount for at-risk students of $4,400 is not sufficient, even with the concentration funds. We also have to be real that schools by themselves cannot overcome all effects of income inequality. And we need reforms that focus on other things like affordable housing, access to healthcare, food security, transportation, and so on. To the extent that funding for these things are cut, it will negatively impact educational outcomes. Last, this DC State Board of Education is considering passing a resolution that asks DC Council to legislate that all students in DC have a right to a quality education as opposed to just a right to an education. And I actually do support this in principle, but the details as they are laid out now in a memo written by a California law firm would be devastating for most DCPS schools and result in vouchers, closure of DCPS schools, while there are no consequences for charter schools intentionally. If DC wants to legislate a quality education, there needs to be a lot more people at the table who can figure out the logistics. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. And I think didn't you publish something or a blog or something online with regard to the analysis on the high impact tutoring?
I did not post a blog.
I'm sorry, you did not?
I tweeted about it while I was still on Twitter, but I have not written a blog about it. If you would like a write-up about it, I can do that if it would be helpful.
No, but I would like your testimony. I don't have a copy of your statement today. Thank you. Ashley Ruff, I believe, is not here. Scott Goldstein.
Good afternoon. This hearing is the annual opportunity to examine where we are after the release of new statewide testing data. Each time this happens, we examine both our growth and how we've fallen short. We're grateful for everything our educators and schools are doing to help us make progress, but impatient with the pace of it. And speaking for most educators and students, exhausted by the testing regime that takes precious time away from learning while failing to accurately measure student skill or provide usable data. You'll hear people say so often, teachers are the #1 in-school factor to improving student outcomes. And that implies two things. One, the biggest overall factor is actually the circumstances students face outside of school, which is part of why test scores are so often associated with socioeconomic status. But we also know there's something we can do in school to address those things. Expand the community schools model, which is a proven record of improving academic performance. And two, that if we want to see different results with student outcomes, we have to do something different with teaching. So when we hear the question, why are other countries outpacing us in student achievement, like Maya from PAVE mentioned the results that came out today, we also hear a broad consensus that teachers are the #1 in-school factor to improving student achievement. We have to start asking ourselves, what are the other countries doing differently with teaching? American teachers spend more time actually teaching than any country in the world. In fact, we spend nearly 300 to 400 more hours of teaching a year compared to international counterparts with the highest math and reading achievement. In contrast, American teachers have on average 3 to 5 hours of actual planning in a week compared to 15 to 20 hours in many of the highest performing countries. In those countries, teachers spend more time co-planning with peers, strategizing about the students who need the most support, learning from each other's expertise, and more time engaging families. Educators will teach more effectively when they have time to co-plan with colleagues, and students will gain more rapidly when we employ co-teaching models that allow us to differentiate instruction. When we shift budget models to reduce class size, support ELL students with a lower ELL ratio, expand dual language programs, and guarantee more administrative support for SPED. And of course, they teach more effectively when they receive quality induction training and are allowed to teach what they know best. And students will learn best when the learning is project-based and experiential. When we expand learning beyond the walls of the traditional classroom, like you heard from Center City earlier, when they see real-life connections in the curriculum, and they have options to study, to pursue, and gain deep content knowledge from a well-rounded schedule. Perhaps the single biggest mistake we could make is to think that lagging math achievement is measured on statewide assessments means that we need just more time in math class, and lagging reading scores demonstrate we just need more time in reading class. Students will not succeed in reading without deep content knowledge in social studies and science, and they will not succeed if they don't attend, which means a focus on making learning relevant to their lives. Without question that we owe it to our students to ensure they're proficient in reading, writing, and math. These skills are foundational to success in life, and our data certainly shows we are failing too many students. While we can fairly make that conclusion, the data provided by our statewide assessment has very limited utility beyond that. It's not timely enough to inform real strategy shifts. It's not adaptive enough to measure where we are along the standards progression students really are. It doesn't follow the same students year over year, and it doesn't actually show real growth. and built-in cultural and racial bias prevents a true diagnosis of student aptitude. If we continue to hold these hearings each year but fail to force change in the testing regime that takes time away from learning, fail to transform teaching to mirror successes in high-performing countries, and fail to invest in community schools approaches that address the outside of school factors that hold students back, we will continue to be frustrated at the pace of change. The other choice is available to us, but it requires real action that upsets the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Allison Kreiner Brown, is she here? Laura Fuchs.
Thank you. So what is academic achievement and how do we define it? Started by Republicans under No Child Left Behind and in DC currently perpetuated thanks largely to a privatization movement funded largely by the Walton Family Foundation and other hyper-capitalist billionaires that funnel their money through DFER, Ed Reform Now, and other subsidiaries that seek to destroy public schools and teachers' unions and replace them with privately run schools. It is test scores, tests that are designed by private corporations, tests that fund extensive spin-off consultancies and additional preparation tests, tests that teachers are required to prep for, tests that crowd out almost all other areas of the curriculum, tests that take months, literal months of teaching and interactive time away from students, tests that are used to label and punish low-performing schools and replace them with private vouchers and privately run charters who often do not demonstrate a single difference from our public schools, except in their ability to cherry pick students, either up front or after taking the public dollars and then pushing them out. And of course, to do everything in their power to not have their staff unionized. This toxic form of measuring achievement has to end. I'm here today to talk about how my school and all the other ones are more than a test score and to urge us to invest our time and effort into measures of achievement that are designed by the educators who are trained and employed to measure it. At HD Woodson, my students write papers. My students engage in analyzing primary source texts. They read countless news stories. They engage in debates and simulations. They have met Supreme Court justices. They argue in front of the Federal Court of Appeals. They have gone to the White House and Congress and lobbied for statehood. My students have participated in legislative council sessions through the DC Youth in Government program. They have competed and won against schools with higher ratings in the We the People Constitution team. My students have met with community, civil rights, and civic activists from the humble to the famous. They keep in touch when they go to college. They major in political science. They come back and go on to work in the government. I can go on forever, as you will see in my testimony. Today, the U.S. Department of Justice Civil Rights Division came and presented to my students. They can do so much, and yet all we do is decide if things are acceptable based on how they performed on a couple of standardized tests. We have to get beyond test scores. We have to stop treating our students and thereby our teachers and thereby our schools as problems that need to be solved. We need to be treated like human beings. We need to be worked with our students, parents, and teachers, staff, and admin in the schools. And we need to stop labeling our schools as high performing or bold or whatever word we want to come up with in the moment. It's enough. The students at Washington Met School was stolen from them using this test score regime. It needs to end. We need to invest in our students who need it the most and stop labeling them and taking away their resources as basically a punishment for not doing well on these tests. My testimony is much longer, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs, and I do have a copy of your statement. So thank you. Jamila White. Is she here? Kiana Lemons or Lemons?
Greetings, Chairman, Committee of the Whole, and Committee staff. My name is Kiana Lemons. I am a paid parent leader, and I live in Ward 7. All my children attend DC Public Schools. I want to thank you all for being here today and your continued leadership in the city. Today, I'm here to advocate for two important changes aimed at increasing academic achievement in the district. Strong early intervention systems and university access to one-on-one tutoring is imperative to ensure that all DC school graduates are prepared for college and or workforce. Academic performance must be improved. establish a pupil with a solid foundation in both math and reading, equips them with the skills that they need to succeed. My first ask is the council ensure that each student in DC public schools are access to one-on-one tutoring for a certain amount of hours each school year. The number of hours can fluctuate based on a student's need, but each student should have access to individualized support. Schools should implement a mandatory number of tutoring hours for students who are failing core classes. Tutoring should be offered both in person and virtually, in a format that best suits the learner needs. Tutors should have extensive training and be prepared to work with students that have a diverse set of learning goals. Learning results for students can be improved by individualized support. In my son's educational journey, I have seen a positive impact of access to one-on-one tutoring. My youngest son is 10 years old and has grown his math and EL skills immensely by working with a tutor. Last school year, he was granted tutoring hours through the school under the COVID relief tutoring grant. Through this one-on-one tutoring, he built up his confidence and endurance skills that have benefited him this school year. Even though his tutoring he has stopped receiving tutoring services, he can read, spell, and use 80 new vocabulary words due to his time with his tutor. Since this type of tutoring gives children specific attention they need to focus on their areas of improvement, I believe all students should have opportunities to receive it. Every student who have difficulty with competence and increase their academic performance and strengthen their core ability if they have access to one-on-one tutoring. Second, I would like to see a team created at each school that focus on implementing early interventions for students who are falling behind. This team could have English and math teachers implement short weekly quizzes aimed at accessing fundamental skills. That the data from these skills checks can be used to inform the team about which student will benefit from early intervention. We can identify and assist students who have not developed their fundamental and make sure that they have by doing weekly basis check. I think putting such a myth into practice will raise academic performance. It is critical that students build up their foundational skills in order to achieve success in and out of the classroom. Access to individual tutoring and implementation of early intervention team will provide students and schools with the additional support needed to start improving proficiency rate across the district. I look forward to seeing the actions of the council will take in order to support DC children. Thank you for your time and your opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering or any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that.
I will, Councilman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Sharon Boone Ruffin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee, and staff. My name is Sean Boone Ruffin. I'm a Ward 8 resident and a PAVE Ward 8 and citywide PLE board member. I'm also a Dunbar High School Engineering Academy and Hope Tolson Public Charter Academy parent. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm excited to share my perspective both as a parent and educator. As we think about how we can continue to improve academic achievement in the district, it is important that we remember how to support and encourage our high-flying students. I'm here today to advocate for policies that support our academically excellent students. My daughter is currently enrolled in the AP Honors Program at her school, and she is excelling in her coursework as well as her test scores. Despite her hard work and dedication, she faces uncertainty about her ability to graduate early, even though she is on track to meet all the necessary requirements for the academics by the end of her junior year. It's so disheartening to see that our district's high achievement students are not always supported and encouraged. We need to create a system that rewards and incentivizes academic excellence. Students who are on track to graduate early should be given the opportunity to do so, provided that they have all the necessary academic standards. Additionally, it's crucial to provide ongoing support and guidance for these students as they begin to transition from high school to college. This includes mentorship, college counseling, and access to mental health services. By investing in our high achieving students, we can ensure that they are prepared for college and career success. I urge the council to take the following steps support early graduation, develop clear guidelines and procedures for early graduation to ensure that high achievement students have the opportunity to accelerate their academic progress. The chancellor has been very clear about what it takes to graduate. However, in actuality, schools may be placing pressure on students or creating unnecessary loopholes so that students aren't graduating early. And it is important that the procedure for graduating early is clear and consistent in its application. Invest in mentorship programs, establish mentorship programs that pair high achieving students with successful alumni or even community leaders. Pairing AP honors program students with program alumni and college students that can build the community and help prepare them for their future. Enhance college career counseling services, which provide comprehensive college and career services for all students with particular focus on high achieving. This way, it's very crucial that not only they help the students with the academic excellence, but equip them with the tools they need to continue being excellent in college and beyond. Counselors should work hard with with these students to make sure they have and create and clear and achievable career-focused plan. Strengthen the AP programs as well. By taking these steps, we can create a learning environment geared for success both in and beyond the schools of DC Public Schools. Thank you for your time, and I have all the opportunity in the world to answer your questions. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. And I do have your statement. Deshaun Jones, who I think is not here. Now, I know you just came in. Well, we say better late than never. So when you're ready. Your microphone. You want us to hear you, turn on your microphone. Yes.
My name is Deshaun Jones. I'm a native Washingtonian, DCPS educated, a graduate of the University of the District of Columbia, a Ward 7 resident, and a PAVE, PLE, and citywide board member, and a parent of 4 children. All of my children attend DCPS schools and one charter school. My son is a senior at Eastern Senior High. My 3 daughters attend North Carolina A&T. She's a graduate from Czech. My junior, she's attending Czech, and my 3rd grader, she attends KIPP Aspire. Thank you for the continued growth in many investments and parent priorities. I have seen increases in the uniform per student funding formula at-risk students, investments in social emotional learning, and out-of-school time funding. In 2020, COVID hit our nation hard. Education suffered, and recovery was necessary. PAVE parents came together to create a vision for a family-centered DC education system in response to COVID-19 plus additional resources, building a family-centered education system by bolstering distant learning and investing in strengthening systems that support kids and families. I consistently stay in my children's ear discussing high standards, learning how to manage time, being accountable, and understanding the responsibility you have providing quality work. The formula for this way was very simple. Good choices, good things happen, good consequences. Bad choices, bad things happen, bad consequences. Most importantly, Dr. Benjamin Elijah Mays wrote a poem called God's Minute. You can look that up. I don't want to recite it, it'll take up too much time.
Former president of Morehouse, right?
Yes. Coming out of COVID, I started to notice a great difference with my children, with my oldest daughter's level of accountability and responsibility, decreasing in completing assignments and turning them in on time. Parent-teacher conferences were a little puzzling because teachers were routinely telling me about late work and making an emphasis on timely completion. I was struggling as a parent, wondering what the sudden change of accountability and responsibility was and how unimportant it seemed to get work done completed on time. The reason for my concerns came from gaining understanding of the DCPS secondary grading and reporting policy. Within that policy, it states DCPS believes that grades are in the service of ongoing learning, provide timely feedback, and help plan personalized instructions while making a record of growth and development over a student's school career. However, it looks as if the policy undermines my parenting, where I focused on high standards, learning how to manage time, being accountable, and understanding the responsibility you have for providing good work. Section C of the secondary grading and reporting policy, number 2, discusses progress report states all students should be given the opportunity to demonstrate achievement after progress reports are issued, even if they are failing when they receive their progress reports. Teachers must work with designated staff, the students, parents, and the student to identify appropriate interventions. Number 6 in that same section discusses makeup work, and late work states that all late work for assignments due before progress report must be submitted by the end of the progress report making. Assignments due before the period will not be accepted after the deadline. All late work and assignments after the progress report period must be turned in before the deadline of that progress report period. The resistance I received from my daughter and my children now, when I talk to them about high academic standards, being accountable, and managing their time wisely to get work done on time, does not align with the policy for the secondary grading and reporting.
Mr. Jones?
Yeah.
I have to cut you off because you're a minute over your time.
All right, well, cool.
And I don't have a copy of your statement.
I know. I got
But
it
you'll
right here. I'll
provide
send
that.
it to you.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Ty Andrews?
I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Yes. Mr.
Okay,
Jones,
great.
don't disappear. There might be a question for you. There's another council member here. Ms.
All
Andrews?
right. Yes, I'm ready. Yes, I have 2 children who attend Plummer McKinley Tech. I'm a PAVE parent leader, a citywide Ward 8 PLE member, and the first vice president of the McKinley Tech Educational Campus PTO, and a parent LSET member for Plummer Elementary. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Today, I'm testifying to inform you of the dire need for funding to support academic achievement for Wards 7 and 8. I'll start with a few statistics. According to Edscape, Wards 7 and 8 are home to the most significant number of K through 12th grade public school students, exceeding the citywide public charter enrollment average at 53% and 56%. Next, the 2024 Empower K-12 DC CAPE assessment results showed that only 13% and 10% of students going to schools in Wards 7 and 8 are proficient in math. Only 20% and 17% are proficient in ELA. In addition, while truancy rates have dropped, DCPS has a chronic absenteeism rate of 39.2% overall. DCPS can't possibly be successfully executing the academic achievement results they wish with stats like this. Academic achievement is prevalent when students can receive the required resources to comprehend their studies, practice emotional intelligence, and stable support. Required resources include computers with education software, quality mental and physical health staff, tutoring programs, and mentorship programs. The most important resources of those I just mentioned are mental health staff and tutoring programs. A child's mental health can affect their focus and understanding to retain information. Many children do not have loving homes to go to after school, and this exudes in their daily academic activity. Some children do not have a hot meal at home, and breakfast and lunch are only times they get a full meal at school. Lack of nutrition leads to lack of focus and understanding. We should also consider that mental health issues overall have increased nationally since the pandemic. Some families need mental health support for themselves to better take care of and provide for their children. If parents are not in a great mental space, you cannot expect them to ensure their children are in school on time. For many of our DC youth, school is a sanctuary from home. Therefore, all DCPS schools and staff should take pride in participating in our youth village. The school staff is there to support the students. There's no better way to support DCPS academic achievement than by DCPS providing a safe space for our DC youth. This can be done by ensuring that they eat breakfast and lunch, asking how their day was, referring them to mental health professionals, and sharing needed resources such as food and clothing drives with the students' families. Although this may sound like the perfect school experience for students, it's far from it. As stated before, academic achievement is prevalent when students can receive required resources to comprehend their studies, practice emotional intelligence, and access stable support. We first have to get our children to this sanctuary called the school. While truancy rates have dropped, DCPS has a chronic absenteeism rate of 32.9%. Again, as I said, so DCPS cannot be successfully executing academic achievement with these results. Other issues contributing to these results are the implementation of SBMH.
I'm going to have to
I'm
cut
sorry.
you off.
No
You've got to-
worries. My testimony is pretty long, but thank you. I'm sure you have a copy. And I
do.
hope that you are able to read the entire thing because I have much more information that is very prevalent to what I was trying to express. But thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to speaking with you further on this matter.
Thank you. And I do have your statement, so thank you for that. Rabia Harris, I think, is not here. Amy Bacardi.
Good afternoon, and thank you. My name is Amy Bocardi, and I have been a DCPS educator since 1998, serving in K-12 classrooms and building leadership positions, with the bulk of my career spent in the middle grades. As I move closer to 30 years of service, I find myself reflecting on my career and the amazing accomplishments of students and schools across our city. I have also come to realize that I am weary. Teaching is no longer about sparking excitement for students and finding joy in learning. My work is an ongoing administrative to-do list, requiring me to check off boxes for compliance rather than digging into the work of teaching. As a system, we are focused on assessment and data, which we pretend equate to rigor and high expectations. If DCPS is becoming, I have to wonder, becoming what? Across sixth grade classrooms citywide, we lose more than 30 instructional days to district mandated assessments. In the ELA classroom, we are required to complete 6 RCTs, 4 ANET assessments, DC CAPE, and for some schools, intervention reading testing as well. Some of the assessments are to be given cold with no instruction prior, making large assumptions about the skills students should already have, and leaving our lowest performing students feeling even more discouraged. I wish I could say the cycle of over-testing is only in English classrooms. Educators in all content areas are bogged down with navigating various testing platforms that often do not work and with limited to no training, administering and scoring assessments, data entry in multiple places, tracking down students for makeup testing, and creating hard copies for student resubmissions when the online platforms close the testing window. In an effort to promote SEL initiatives, students also lose instructional time and complete panorama well-being surveys and impact surveys. In addition, teachers are no longer respected as experts in our field. We are unable to make decisions about what to teach, and the curriculum we are provided with is poorly planned, riddled with content-related errors, and lacking in vertical alignment. In grades 6 through 8, the books we teach are old and centered on trauma. 4 out of the 9 books students read in DCPS middle schools are about the oppression of minorities. The most recently published book we read was in 2011, and 5 of the books are published before 1976. I recognize that many of these books are considered classics and have educational value, but with the tremendously talented young adult authors widely available, we have to find more modern texts to capture the attention of our students, especially those who are struggling readers at the middle grades. Finally, I would like to suggest, amid all this testing, we prioritize dyslexia screening at the middle grades. The impact of COVID learning loss is still palpable. I have yet to find a training offered by OSSE or DCPS that teaches middle grade educators how to teach phonics, fluency, or other basic reading skills to middle schoolers, many of whom do not know their letters or sounds. Thank you for the time and all of the work that you do.
Thank you, Ms. Bacardi. Elizabeth Weiss.
Hi. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Weiss, and I am an educator and coach at Brown Educational Campus in Ward 5, as well as a parent there and a doctoral researcher in the field of mathematics. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about academic achievement in our school and the future of education in the District of Columbia. The release of the recent CAPE scores offers an important window into learning trends and challenges post-pandemic. However, it's critical to examine not only these results, but also the systems that produce them. Our reliance on standardized testing as the predominant measure of academic achievement reflects a narrow vision of education, one that often prioritizes compliance over curiosity, memorization over meaning, and standardization over cultural relevance. Overtesting has an undeniable impact on the instructional core. Teaching to the test narrows the curriculum, de-emphasizes higher order thinking, and reduces opportunities for genuine instruction. When teachers are forced to focus disproportionately on preparing students for standardized tests, they cannot fully engage in practices that build critical thinking, creativity, and authentic problem-solving skills. As a math coach, I have witnessed the consequences of this system firsthand. Students disengage from content when it lacks relevance to their lives. Teachers, too, express frustration when their professional expertise is sidelined in favor of rigid test-taking preparation regimens and scripted curricula. Academic achievement must be reframed away from a singular reliance on standardized test scores. These assessments can highlight gaps in learning, but their results are highly correlated to socioeconomic status and often fail to reflect the diverse strengths of our students. Additionally, they lack cultural responsiveness, further marginalizing students from communities with rich cultural and linguistic heritages. Instead, I urge the district to invest in performance-based assessments and culturally relevant measures of learning. These approaches prioritize the whole child and offer a more valid and equitable means of assessing student growth. For example, performance-based assessments allow students to demonstrate their knowledge through real-world applications, fostering deeper engagement and higher order thinking. Teachers in DC are highly skilled professionals who know their students best. Their formative assessments rooted in day-to-day classroom instruction and interactions provide nuanced insights into student learning. These tools enable educators to tailor instruction and respond to individual needs, something standardized tests cannot achieve. Some recommendations for a path forward: we should limit the overemphasis on standardized testing, reduce the number of required standardized tests, and shift focus towards assessments that value creativity, critical thinking, and application. We should invest in culturally relevant and performance-based assessments, we should provide funding and professional development to support teachers in designing and implementing these assessments. We should empower teachers. We should create policies that prioritize teacher expertise in formative assessment practices, giving educators the flexibility to meet their students where they are. And we need to address inequities in learning opportunities. Using test data to identify and address resource gaps. We should use test data to identify and address resource gaps rather than as a punitive measure against schools or teachers. Culturally relevant pedagogy and intentional community building are key to unlocking student potential. To truly improve literacy and numeracy, we must foster classroom environments where students see themselves reflected in the curriculum and feel empowered to take ownership of their learning. Let us move beyond using test scores as the sole measure of success and instead embrace a broader vision of achievement, one that honors the diverse identities, strengths, and aspirations of every student in the district. Thank you for your time and your commitment to this vital issue.
Thank you, Ms. Weiss. Lauren Hartshorn, I believe, is not here.
I'm here online.
Please proceed.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lauren Hartshorn, a current DCPS teacher in Ward 2 and a Ward 4 resident. DCPS, in their pursuit of academic excellence, has mistakenly conflated excellence with testing. In ninth grade English alone, students have mandatory testing 11 times a year before the spring testing season even opens. When it's time for spring testing, students take 2 to 3 weeks to complete all of those tests. Speaking generally, there is some form of standardized testing in English every 3 weeks, and that is just one course. My students also have standardized tests to complete in math and science. There's so much time assessing that there isn't time to do any learning. Take, for example, a newly introduced standardized test for secondary English this year, the MAP test. This is a general skills reading test that is not aligned to DCPS curriculum or standards. The test has to be given 3 times a year in the beginning, middle, and end. In trainings during pre-service, the trainers insisted that the test would take students an hour to complete at most. My students spent a full week on it, and many still did not finish. That's close to 3 hours of time and a full week of class. Talking to colleagues at 3 other high schools, they had the same experience. That will be full 3 weeks of instructional time taken by a test that has no connection to the content that we spend time teaching. Speaking of that content, it's a mess. The process of even finding the curriculum via the portal in Canvas is convoluted and labor-intensive. I'm a teacher with 17 years of experience, 15 of those years in DCPS, and I find it a difficult process. I can't fathom how a first-year teacher would make sense of the curriculum in its current form. If a new teacher were to consult DCPS's own official website for a curricular overview, they would find materials listed that are years out of date. The poor quality of the curriculum is the largest issue. While Fences, which is the first test at English 1 for ninth graders, is a wonderful play, it is not a rigorous text. It is not paired with other rigorous texts, nor is it paired with informational texts. Some may argue that teachers can supplement the play with more rigorous texts, but who has the time for it? About a third of our academic year is consumed by mandatory testing. The curriculum provides only a handful of actual lessons within the curriculum, 1 to 2 graphic organizers, and then a number of confusing essay prompts. It does not give teachers a plan for what to actually do with students on a day-to-day basis. The bulk of what the curriculum provides is even more testing in the form of essays and long written assignments. This point of overlap between testing and the curriculum collide in what I consider to be the worst problem. The lack of alignment between DCPS's curriculum and the content of the CAPE assessment. The curriculum falls short in terms of rigor of task as well. Let's stay focused on the Unit 1 offenses as an example of the problem. DCPS's own curricular guideline for the play is to have teachers read the play aloud to the children over a week, then to do a series of focal scenes for the second read. The unit culminates with 2 different essays. However, the CAPE test requires children to read independently and silently for hours. What children are expected to do in task via DCPS's curriculum does not approximate what they are asked to do for the big test. The unit does not include any informational text, despite the fact that almost half of the readings on the CAPE test are informational text passages. In fact, DCPS's curriculum for English 1 doesn't include any informational text until Unit 3, which according to the pacing calendar should start in the beginning of March. CAPE testing begins in March as well. The issue with alignment and rigor are not contained to Unit 1 only. When the CAPE testing happened last year, the one essay that all students received was the one that appeared nowhere in the curriculum all year, a research synthesis task. We had never practiced or been introduced to the skill, nor did DCPS include this skill, nor any related materials or texts anywhere within their own curriculum. The test was wildly out of alignment with the curriculum, even though both things are produced and managed by DCPS. This year, I've received not a single update about the CAPE test. I do not know, 15 weeks into the school year, if the test will cover the same material as it did last year. Nothing that was absent from the curriculum last year, but present on the CAPE test, has been added to the curriculum this year. The CAPE test continues to be out of alignment with the curriculum. All of these things add up to a feeling of being set up, that DCPS demands that students and teachers spend time on X, but then test them on Y. It is the absolute wrong way to create a love of learning and no way to spend time and no way to build academic excellence. The lack of cohesion is exhausting to teachers and students alike. The near constant testing leaves us in despair. I am absolutely on the side of rigor, critical thinking, and deep learning. However, DCPS's current approach of rapid fire testing and subpar curriculum is not the winning combination. DCPS needs to reduce testing, align its own curriculum with its own statewide assessment, then provide teachers with time to teach so that children can learn. DCPS always brags about the quality of its teachers with good cause, but then implements policies that tie their hands and steal their time. We want time to work our magic with students so that they can achieve at the highest levels. To do that, we need less testing overall, and the testing that remains needs to be of higher quality and work in lockstep with the curriculum. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Sheila Carson-Carr?
I'm here, but I can't turn on my camera because I'll be choppy.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the other council members. Thank you for holding this hearing today, and I'm looking forward from great things coming from it. My name is Sheila Carson-Carr, co-leader of Decoding Dyslexia DC, grandmother of DCPS high schoolers, and a Ward 7 resident. I concur with what Carla Reed stated, also what Dr. Baer and Ms. Donovan said. Your questioning with Dr. Baer about how long and how many teachers have been trained. This is the key for drastic turnaround to lift the reading scores. When Decoding Dyslexia started back in 2017, we met with your staff, with the staff from Mississippi's education department. In 2013, Mississippi was next to last, 48th. In 2022, their fourth graders moved to the 21st place. We have been shown the roadmap to get it done in 9 years, and we're in year 4. It is not just concentrating on just the kindergarten teachers and high impact tutoring. We must train all of our teachers now, like Mississippi, during the school day, coaches in every school. What are we doing for the students in grade 5 through 12? We've heard some crazy things today, and we know we need help. We know that they have less time to catch up. What are we doing for the special ed student? Just follow the law and 23-191, and we should see a faster turnaround for our students, because they told us back in 2017, well, you know it's going to take time. Now it's 2024, 25. I finished my statement. I look forward to any questions that you may have of me, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Carson Carr. I don't have a copy of your statement if you want to provide that.
Yes, I will.
Excellent. So we'll have 1 5-minute round for questions. Mr. Goldstein, I think I'm going to, because I only have 5 minutes. 2 things. First, at the beginning of your testimony, you commented on being impatient with the pace of progress. I feel impatient. But we heard some testimony about how this is going to take a long time.
Yeah.
Do you think it needs to take a long time?
I think it depends on our approach, but what I'm frustrated with is that we set these 10 and 20-year goals that we're going to close the academic achievement gap by half or by 75%, and then we get there, we've seen that, and we've closed it by 3% or 4% or 5%. And so that's very frustrating pace. But I actually think partly what we're doing is just setting very ambitious goals and doing the same thing. And I think we'd get there a lot faster, actually, if we invested in some of the things that might seem slower, but it would make faster progress. And I named some of them around what they do in teaching in other places compared to what we're doing in teaching here.
Sure. And I don't want you to repeat all that because I got your testimony. I now have, I think, 4 minutes. But I just feel like there should be more urgency around this because we're talking about real people, kids. And the third grader who doesn't graduate from the third grade at grade level is going to struggle. And so we take 7 years to improve outcomes, but that third grader is now gone out of the system. But the other question I want to press you on, maybe it's not a question. So there was some good testimony on the problems with testing, which you commented on as well. I want to ask about some of the different suggestions. How do we, the council, make for less testing? And please don't say pass a law, because I don't think that we should be legislating to that degree. But how do we get, I think there's too much testing. How do we change this?
First, I think obviously the council has 2 powers. You can do oversight and you can legislate. So if the oversight hasn't worked, that's the other tool left, in my opinion. But I think if you've been asking these questions for a long time and the oversight hasn't produced the accountability or the results you want, that's the other tool in the toolbox. But I would say on the oversight process, there could be a little more granularity to the questions. Let's go through each of these assessments with the district, right? When they've implemented them, how long they've been, what the results they're getting from them. Are the tests adaptive? How quickly is the data usable by teachers? Can it actually be turned around so they can improve performance with those students? Or are we getting the results 8 months later and it's not even tracking the same students that took them the first time? So let's go through every assessment. Let's catalog that. The council could get deep in the weeds about cataloging exactly the kind of assessments we're using. You're getting testimony today from about 15 educators that are listing out the assessments. So let's get into them and figure out.
Well, at a hearing, not this fall, like maybe in the spring, I pressed the chancellor on this. And I said, what's the purpose? So I didn't get granular. I got a little bit more conceptual. What's the purpose of these tests? To see how the student's progressing. To which I said, well, if the teacher is good, doesn't the teacher already have a sense of how the student is progressing?
Teachers have to have high quality training. As DC Reading Clinic was here, I've never met a teacher that didn't love their training with DC Reading Clinic. Give them excellent training like that, and then give them time to do it, to do the things they've been trained well to do. Expand the training that works, give them time to do it. Every test can have a justifiable reason why they were using this assessment. but you can't add it up and take away 50% of our teaching time.
So you didn't talk about flexible scheduling, and I don't want to take this time talking about flexible scheduling, but we put money in the budget for flexible scheduling. Do you feel like that's been robustly implemented?
I feel like there's people doing it as part of those pilots that are doing great. There's people who took the money you used for Ward 7 and 8 schools last year that have implemented flexible scheduling that are doing some really good things. If you look across the city, there's probably 30 or 40 schools that I think are doing a pretty good job at flexible scheduling, some with the council support. But we shouldn't have stopped, I think, where we stopped. I think we should look at the models that are working.
Now, that wasn't the question I asked, and I was looking for a different answer, and that is, do you think that it's been robustly implemented?
By some schools and some sectors.
Because I look at, for example, your suggestion about community school, we could put more funding in the budget, and I'm certainly going to look at that. But I think that's half of it, maybe not even half of it, that we can put the money in the budget, but does it get robustly implemented?
That's a little more direct, because when you put the money into community schools, there's a community schools coordinator who has a budget and they do the thing, right? For flexible scheduling, I think it is effective because they can't do it without the money, but we also need the city to be saying which models are working and to put some specificity behind replicating those.
I'm going to leave it at that because of the clock. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Mr. Goldstein, I will come to you just to quickly pick up part of your testimony. You talked about a need for more collaborative planning for teachers. In this upcoming budget, where would you encourage us to prioritize?
So we just talked about time, so I won't go back to that, but you need the time. You can't have collaborative timing without more flexible scheduling. And then I would say, once you've given them the time.
But if I could push there, so the flexible scheduling, if I remember, was a grant that a subset, a very small number of schools would actually benefit from. How do we, in a large way, push for more collaborative planning if you're saying that is the thing that's going to make the difference?
So I ended with, let's look at the flexible scheduling programs that have actually worked, the schools that have come up with a model that actually works and give teachers collaborative time and time back. So we can talk later about some models that I think have been really effective at doing that and try to replicate them. I think we should say, though, that that time that we create has some specific purposes. One of those is teachers just need time back to do the things they've already been asked to do, which includes contacting families, which includes planning better lessons, following up in a whole lot of ways. But in terms of collaborative planning, DCPS has LEAP. That's the main way we have collaborative planning in DCPS. I think this is a longer discussion, but I think it's been micromanaged in a way that's not productive. I think we have to hire the best LEAP coaches we can, the best instructional coaches to manage the LEAP sessions and give them more time to do the instructional coaching during the time that we already have allotted for it. And instead of saying, can you use your 60 minutes of LEAP time to do these 5 district mandated things this week and the same the next week, give them the time to actually coach.
I got you. And I'm going to ask DCPS about their assessment strategy and how they're looking at the various indicators that they're assessing on from one assessment to another. I know generally we drill this down to we're assessing too much, but these assessments have different purposes and give us different information. To your point, what I'm taking is also how is that communicated, but also how is that data made meaningful for teachers to actually take action on versus I took this assessment and now I'm getting information 8 months later.
Is it usable, and is the district assessment actually more usable than a teacher created assessment? And if it's not, let's use a teacher.
I would just say that is it usable may not necessarily be for the teacher. There may need to be some higher level central office needs for this data so that they can direct resources. But your point is well taken. Deshaun Jones, I wanted to come to you generally. How do we incorporate more teachers in this conversation around improving the academic performance of schools?
Actually, I go to them and have conversations. There have been multiple parent-teacher conferences and other meetings that I've gone to, and I've had conversations with teachers about the previous policy, and I'm reading the new policy now, and it becomes a struggle for them to get work done when work is turned in at the end of the quarter, which
I'm agreeing with you.
Which limits the accountability of the children who see the loophole and who are constantly reminded, as I too am reminded as a parent through text messages and emails, to remind my children to get their work done and turned in before the end of the quarter, previous policy, and now before the end of the progress report. I believe firmly that that compromises what I've taught and instilled in my children to be accountable, to be responsible, and to complete their work on time, because our policy, as I stated, I quoted it, says, hey, they got before progress report to turn all their work in.
Yep. Very quickly, because I do want to get to Sheila Carson-Carr. Do you feel as though you are prepared academically, and I don't mean that in a patronizing way, to support your student with their academic work? And would it be beneficial if there was some citywide or school-based hub to help your student with math or literacy or whatever the content is?
Yes. And my daughter, who's a junior at North Carolina A&T, called me 3 weeks into her freshman year and said, Dad, you're right. College is nothing like high school. She found out there was an 11:59 deadline for all of the assignments that she had to turn in for her professors. She's an honor student now. But how are we to say that every other student who's given this lax responsibility and accountability to turn in work at the end of the quarter will be able to succeed after high school?
I got you. In my last 20 seconds, Ms. Carr, I wanted to come to you. You referenced Mississippi. That is certainly a case study. One of the things they've done, albeit controversially, is holding back students in third grade if they don't meet certain proficiency levels. Is that something you would support?
No, but you just can't go like that, because the teachers have to be trained, and there should be other mechanisms to make sure that these kids are being caught. That's what the screening and stuff is for.
I got you.
So say it blanket like that, no. With saying it like that, no. But if we train the teachers, thank you so much.
Understood. Thank you. And they are doing a lot of things, but I know that is one of the more controversial parts.
Yeah, but that's after the teachers have been trained, though, and you got things that have seen things. So if a child gets through that far and still haven't met the criteria, there's other things they need to do. So that's why they're trying to hold those children back. Not like
Thank you all. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Jones, quickly, what was the poem you referred to from Benjamin Mays?
Dr. Benjamin Elijah Mays, God's Minute. You got to value your time. Yes, God's Minute. I've only just a minute on the 60-second minute. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you, for your testimony. And those of you online, thank you for your testimony as well. Rachel Kimboko, who's Executive Director of DC Wildflower Public Charter School. Justin Lessick, Executive Director of Sojourner Truth Public Charter School. Natasha Taylor, Curriculum and Instruction Specialist, PK3 through second grade at Center City Public Charter Schools. Charlotte Spann, who's Executive Director of Accountability and Organizational Improvement at Paul Public Charter School. I understand 2 of the 4 are here. Laura Mestis, or Meistis. Elizabeth Che. Mary Pendleton, you are excellent. Mary Pendleton. Paige Feliz Gilbert. Irene Jacobs. Everine Daly. I'm going to stop right there. So of the charter school folks, we're missing Rachel Kimboko and Justin Lessick. We'll see if they join us. Natasha Taylor.
Yes, hello.
Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you all for continuing to spotlight academic achievement and invest in our school's efforts at academic recovery. My name is Natasha Taylor, and I work at Center City Public Charter Schools as the Curriculum and Instruction Specialist for grades pre-K 3 through 2nd. Center City has 6 campuses across DC, located in wards 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8. Our school serves students in grades pre-K 3 through 8th grade, and our current enrollment is 1,438 students. Our 2024 DC CAPE data yielded encouraging results in mathematics. We saw higher gains in mathematics achievement from school year 22-23 to 23-24 than any other large elementary middle school LEA. Additionally, we've seen a double-digit increase in growth to proficiency from 41% to 52%, and higher than average median growth percentile at 62. We believe these results stem from several intentional efforts we have made to increase teacher and leader capacity around mathematics instruction. This included a shift to Eureka Squared curriculum and focused professional development and coaching for both teachers and school leaders. Our data yielded less encouraging results in LEA. Our achievement data in LEA has been relatively flat over the last 3 years and continues to be 7 percentage points below our 2018-2019 pre-pandemic data. One factor is that we consistently have lower achieving students who enter 3rd grade each year as our higher achieving 8th graders graduate. Students currently in grades 3 through 8 experience interrupted or virtual learning during grade levels where foundational literacy skills are developed. As a result, we now have more students across these grade levels who are not functionally literate than ever before. As a contributing writer to the District of Columbia Comprehensive Literacy Plan, I understand the importance of foundational literacy skills. Though we have made curricular shifts over the past 3 years to align instruction with the science of reading, including adding Wilson Foundations and Hegarty to build phonics and phonemic awareness in the primary grades, we continue to see foundational literacy gaps in the upper grades. In 4th through 8th grades, foundational literacy is no longer included in Tier 1 instruction as it is in K through 3. If students are not able to read fluently by 4th grade, they will have little opportunity to learn unless they consistently receive targeted instruction. Though we have interventionists at every school who manage our RTI process, they are stretched very thin and are often not trained reading specialists. Teaching a struggling student to read requires a very specific skill set that goes beyond guided reading groups and tutoring. Sourcing for a highly qualified reading specialist is a near impossible task in this environment, especially when they don't exist in large numbers across the sector. The funding isn't currently the issue. We can't hire qualified teachers and specialists if such applicants don't exist. In the short term, here is how the council can help. Advocate for and secure continued funding for math and literacy-based supports to include professional learning for staff in the science of reading and research-based math and literacy interventions. 2, we need more content specialists in buildings and in leadership to support, model, and coach for best practices in mathematics and ELA pedagogy. 3, we need more opportunities for cross-sector collaboration focused on data-informed and research-based solutions to make an impactful difference in education across the city. And 4, we need a long-term solution that addresses teacher shortages and the lack of qualified teachers. The council can help by advocating for and securing funding for university-based partnerships to train prospective teachers and specialists in research-based reading and math interventions. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Charlotte Spann.
Hi, good afternoon, Council Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today regarding academic achievement in the District of Columbia. My name is Charlotte Spann, and I am currently the Executive Director of Accountability and Organizational Improvement at Paul. Our mission is to educate our scholars and develop in them the capacity to become responsible citizens, independent thinkers, and leaders. And in the unique times within which we live, we are more committed than ever to actualizing this mission. Of course, we cannot do this work alone, and I want to say we deeply appreciate the Council's continued commitment to spotlighting and elevating the discourse on academic achievement. Moreover, we could not do this work without the investments made by Mayor Bowser and the Council through things like UPS-FF funding and many other initiatives that support the LEAs across the city. Our focus is accelerating growth for all scholars. The guiding question that drives us at Paul is, what are our scholars learning? How do we know? And how do we strategically respond to accelerate their growth? This means that whatever the starting point is for our scholars, our job and obligation is to take them to a higher level of achievement. This has been our foundation for realizing our steady and noteworthy incremental growth in literacy across the years and our growth in mathematics, especially in our high school post-pandemic. Although we have not reached our North Star of strong achievement for all scholars, we have implemented strategies over the past several years that we feel provide us with the foundation to continue to strengthen outcomes for scholars. Firstly, for unit digestion structures, This is a strategy that oftentimes gets overlooked because we don't see the need sometimes for practitioners to internalize and make meaning of the standards, and it's oftentimes underestimated. We believe that teachers can't effectively deliver instruction without intentionally deepening their understanding of the major learning and anticipated student misconceptions. Therefore, at the launch of every core instructional unit at Paul, our instructional specialists facilitate a session with our course collaborative teams to unpack the standards and make meaning. Secondly, we are focused at Paul on developing the team of teachers that support scholars in addition to individual instructor development. This includes general education, special education, and English learner teachers. These course teams have sacred time for collaborative planning weekly. They focus on reviewing scholar data to inform instructional decisions for the upcoming week. In addition, our instructional specialists provide targeted support in reading strategies to differentiate and increase accessibility of content for all scholars. Thirdly, learning recovery. Post-pandemic, we felt it critical to identify learning recovery platforms that can supplement our core curriculum and support the acceleration of growth for all scholars. Our scholars at the middle school level have daily courses dedicated to these learning recovery platforms in which they work on skills within their zone of proximal development. In our high school, our 9th and 10th grade scholars also access these learning recovery platforms within their instructional blocks, which we've linked into 72 minutes to allow increased time for practice and small group instruction. Fourthly, math curriculum adoption. We adopted Kendall Hunt as our anchor math curriculum for school year 23-24 and elevated the emphasis and support of small group instruction within our math block. We prioritized fidelity to planning our scope and sequence, keeping us on pace within the structure of the block, and we built informative assessments that are teacher-created and co-created with our instructional specialists that are aligned to our CAPE released items. Lastly, family engagement. We view it vital to work in partnership with families to know that we view it vital to work in partnership with families, and we know that this work supports us with our goal of accelerating growth. We convene scholar-led conferences 4 times during our school year to afford our scholars the opportunity to facilitate a session with their parent or guardian to discuss their academic progress and their growth. We also have several functions and events throughout the year to engage our families to ensure we connect, fellowship, and learn from one another. We are proud that the consistency and ongoing improvement of these strategies have led to both our middle school in 2022 and our high school in 2024 being named DC Bowl Performance Schools by Empower K-12. As we work to...
I'm going to have to cut you off because you're over a minute over your time, but I do have your statement.
Thank you so much, and thank you for this opportunity.
Sure, thank you. Laura Mestis? And I suspect I mispronounced your last name.
That's okay. It's Maestas, but
Please proceed.
thank you for making the time. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Parker, members of the committee. I'm Laura Maestas, and I am the CEO of DC Prep, a public charter school network that serves more than 2,100 preschool through 8th grade students in wards 5, 7, and 8. We also provide 10 years of high school and college counseling to our 8th grade graduates, as we believe that this is critical to ensuring that our students go on to succeed at competitive high schools and colleges. I'm grateful for the opportunity to provide testimony about academic achievement, a topic that is at the core of the work that we are striving to do here at DC Prep. Last school year, we asked our families why they chose DC Prep. And the overwhelming majority of our families said that they chose us because they believe that we will provide their child with an academically rigorous education that will prepare them to get into and succeed in great high schools and colleges. That motivates me and the broader DC Prep team. We care about academic achievement. And I'd like to believe that that shows in our track record of results. Over the last 20 plus years, DC Prep's schools have been consistently high performing. In just a few minutes, you'll hear from my colleague, Mary Pendleton, our Senior Director of Program, who will also be testifying. She is going to share more detail on our recent academic growth and achievements and the work that we're doing to ensure that our students continue to grow. So I wanted to use my time today to express gratitude for some of the ways in which I see DC creating the conditions for schools like DC Prep to serve students effectively. First, I am deeply grateful for the investments the Council has made in education over the last few years. It has made it possible for us to raise teacher salaries and to be more creative in how we can onboard and retain teachers. The longer we can keep great teachers and find ways to expand their impact by having them mentor new teachers, the more likely it will be that we can continue to get great outcomes for students. Second, I appreciate the work that OSSE and the PCSB have done to try to highlight both excellence and equity in their accountability frameworks. Both aspects are incredibly important. As we look to the future, I hope that the council will continue to think about what you most want to see from schools. I would be thrilled if that answer was academic outcomes, because I think the clearer that we can be as a city about what is most important, the more it will support our schools to figure out what we should spend our time and energy focusing on. The clearer we are, the more focused we are, the better our results will be. And so I encourage you just to make sure that the council is very, very clear on what you most expect of schools so that we can bring that into reality. Thank you for your time and your support. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify before you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maestas. And I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide that.
I will make sure that I do that. Thank you.
Elizabeth Che.
So good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Elizabeth Che. I'm an English teacher for DCPS. I've been a teacher for 13 years. In the past 9 years, I've worked in DCPS. I understand that we're here today to talk about academic achievement in DC's schools, but the real reason that I'm here is because on what felt like the millionth day of standardized, interim testing that I had in my classroom, a student looked at me and said, "Why don't we ever get to talk in this class?" And that gave me pause, as it should, because I teach an English class, and one hopes that students are having conversations about what they're reading and they're engaged and invested in the test. So I spoke to the student about it, and that kind of helped me make up my mind to come here today and just describe a little bit about what things are like in my classroom. I teach a semester-long English 1 class for 9th graders. There are 6 required curricular tasks, 6 RCTs. There are 2 ANET tests, and all of those 8 DCPS mandated assessments have to occur within the course of a semester. So after the first couple of weeks of school, my students have either an RCT or ANET every other week. And the expectation is that I work with my students to revise their work. And so that means that my students are either taking a standardized test or revising their standardized test every single week. As many other people have stated, many other teachers and other people who came today have talked about, there are many issues with the curriculum. I think that one thing that would lead to significantly better student outcomes in a very short period of time is by giving students books and materials that they're interested in reading. Because the more you read, the more you practice, the better that you get at reading. The more you're interested in what you're doing, the more likely you are to show up for class and show up on time. And engagement really does matter. And the market is flooded with YA books that are interesting and engaging and, more relevant in a variety of ways for students. And that is what I came here to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We may have some questions for you. Mary Pendleton?
Yes, I'm here.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Mary Pendleton, and I'm the Senior Director of Program at DC Prep. As Laura mentioned, DC Prep is a public charter school that serves up to more than 2,100 preschool through 8th grade students in wards 5, 7, and 8. Thank you for taking the time to highlight actions taken to ensure academic achievement as we continue to prioritize academic recovery. Since the pandemic, DC Prep, along with schools nationwide, have put intentional additional work into ensuring that students are making adequate growth to get back to pre-pandemic achievement levels. As of the most recent CAPE administration, these are some of the ways we have seen growth and achievement across our 6 schools. ELA saw growth in students earning a 4 or 5 on CAPE in 5 out of 6 grades, double-digit growth in our 4th grade year-to-year performance at Benning and Edgewood Middle. 8 out of 9 cohorts showed growth from 2023 to 2024, with 5 out of 8 cohorts growing double digits. Math saw a 15% increase in students earning 4 or 5 in 6th grade at our Anacostia Middle campus, a 24% increase at Benning Middle in 8th grade, and all of our senior academy grade levels saw an increase in students earning a 4 or 5 at Edgewood Middle. Additionally, both Anacostia Middle and Edgewood Middle were recognized as 2024 Bold Performance Schools. DC Prep is focused on several different strategies in service of this work, including codifying weekly collaborative planning meetings for teaching teams where teachers work with their coach to analyze data and to plan and practice how to respond to that data. This specifically is focused on how co-teachers should work together, who's working with which students, and what materials and differentiation is needed to provide access to grade level content. In addition, grade level aligned units ensuring both math and ELA have adequate time in our program and daily schedule for small group reteach of both tier 1 grade level content and a separate block to reteach below grade level content. A third strategy has been continuing to strengthen our commitment to the science of reading, ensuring cohesive foundational reading programming in K-5. This has happened alongside the adoption of DIBELS and strengthening our administration and analysis of both benchmark and progress monitoring assessments. Creating sets, our final strategy of student-facing differentiated materials that teachers can use as a starting point that provides common differentiation strategies such as vocabulary, graphic organizers, and sentence starters. We are grateful for the mayor's and the council's continued investment in this work through the UPSFF and additional supporting initiatives. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and for your leadership in supporting our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pendleton. Paige Feliz Gilbert. I understand she's not accepting. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. And thank you for having this hearing to all the council members. My name is Paige Feliz Gilbert. I am in my 13th year as a DCPS educator. I also serve in the Washington Teachers Union as the Vice President of Junior High School. And I will just say I appreciate some of the testimony that has come before me from teachers and program managers and so forth who support academic achievement. But I will say that with all the academic support that teachers get and professional development, LEAP, MTSS, data cycles, like it goes on, there is no amount of professional development that can overcome the district policies that actively undermine the teaching and learning calendar that we have. There are 3 culprits that I say steal time from teaching and learning. The first culprit is the assessment calendar itself. I am pro data, I am pro achievement, I am pro academic monitoring and learning, but it is ridiculous. If you look at the grades 3 through 8 academic assessment calendar, there are approximately 45 instructional days that are impacted. And even though the day is not completely impacted, it is a real burden to students, and it does affect the rest of the teaching and learning day. The second policy that is outside of teachers' control that affects the academic achievement is the attendance policy. Now, I'm in a secondary setting, and in the secondary setting, most of us see our students on an A-B block schedule. So in the 180 days of the school year, I'm scheduled to see my students 90 times. That's not realistic because the last 2 weeks of the school year, there's really, it's just the last 2 weeks. It's not reliable. There are also other days that get impacted. But I will say that the attendance policy allows students to miss my class 30 times unexcused. So I want us to pause here for a minute, because if I'm expected to meet the pacing calendar and prepare students, and they, according to the state, can miss a third of my classes, and then they're assessed on several of the other days, I just want us to be realistic about what we're asking for teachers to do in the time that we have with students. It is a Herculean task to meet the pacing calendar as it's already laid out. And then we add on top of that attendance issues and other assessments, especially CAPE. I mean, basically the entire last quarter of the school year is a Hunger Games of teachers trying to get their end of the year assessments. And I will just say, because I see the time has expired, that the last piece of this, the third factor, is the school ratings that are tied to testing and the teacher evaluations that are tied to outcomes. Because what this does is it means that the student who has missed my class 30 times, they are then immediately pulled to take the assessments that go into the school rating and teacher evaluations. And so that child who has missed days already misses even more time, because we are chasing the test data over the actual learning of that student. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I do have your statement. Irene Jacobs.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Chairman Mendelson and committee members. I am Irene Jacobs, the policy manager at the Black Swan Academy, a nonprofit organization in the District of Columbia that concentrates its efforts on empowering Black youth through civic engagement and leadership. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding academic achievement in the District of Columbia. I am here to uplift the demands of the Black Swan Academy's 2023 Black Youth Agenda titled, "We All Rise When Black Youth Thrive." This agenda was created in collaboration with our youth leaders. The agenda raises unique concerns of Black youth living in the District of Columbia and aims to create positive systemic change. Our agenda highlights housing, mental health, safe passage, school safety, and sanitation as important factors impacting the academic achievement of DC youth. The Black Swan Academy primarily serves youth living in wards 5, 7, and 8. Our youth come from predominantly Black and historically underserved communities. As our youth report a lack of investment in their communities, these factors are also often connected to the lack of investment in their educational environments and academic achievement. Declining enrollment in neighborhood schools, particularly east of the river, has led to significant losses of staff, which also causes instability that puts our vulnerable students at greater risk of academic hardship. Our Black Youth Agenda has a campaign titled "Here is Heal Us." Our Black Swan youth leaders are calling for access to more culturally competent staff and mental health supports in schools. According to our Black Youth Agenda survey, our youth have reported that only 1 in 3 folks that they surveyed feel as though they have a connection to an adult at school. Safety and a sense of belonging are pivotal to academic success. Another key aspect of academic achievement is safe passage. Half of our youth reported witnessing unsafe situations around their school routes on the way to school. Encountering unsafe situations can greatly affect the mental capacity of young people simply trying to prepare for a day of school. Our young people also have reported school conditions as a challenge when it comes to their ability to concentrate and be present within the school environment, which of course would also affect their ability to learn and their testing. Our young people have stated that they encounter broken HVAC systems, lack of cleanliness, and the presence of rodents within their schools. Also, inequality in academic enrichment and career exploration negatively affect our young people, as they say that they do not have the exposure needed to know what to do after. So in addition to core skills, we are asking for more exposure to careers. Overall, our young people are asking for increased funding and the implementation of legislation that will target the socioeconomic inequalities that impact their education. Our youth deserve to feel as though their academic development is not just a test metric, but a full dedication to the educational empowerment of all of their young people and their counterparts. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs, and I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide that.
I will work on that. Thank you, sir.
Excellent, thank you. Everine Daly? Ms. Daly, I think you're talking, but you're muted, so we don't hear a
I'm
word you're
sorry.
saying.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
I can hear you now.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee and guests. My name is Everine Daly, and I'm here today as a concerned parent and an advocate for students with disability, particularly those who has an individualized education plan, and to speak on behalf of my grandchildren who's currently enrolled at Friendship Charter School in Northeast. Who faces challenges in literacy and also in math. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address this critical issue in education, especially in light of the the Comprehensive Assessment of Progress in Education, CAPE growth score. The release of the CAPE score provide a valuable moment to reflect on where we stand as an educational community and how we can plan to move forward. I have reviewed my grandchildren performance level that has been outlined in CAPE. Have experienced that. They include levels from level 1 did not meet expectation to level 5 exceed expectation. While it's encouraging to see that some students are meeting or exceeding expectation, we know that many students are struggling, particularly in the area of literacy and math. As a parent, I'm deeply concerned on how we can, as a community, support these students who are not meeting these expectations, especially ones with learning disability. I'm going to jump over my thing. I want to take a moment to speak to how we can support the disability students with IEP, and how can we understand the CAPE assessment that are designed to provide a clear pictures of students' progress and academic standing. For students who perform at level 1 or level 2, particularly with a learning disability, these scores should not be used as a sole indicator for their potential. Instead, we must ensure that educational growth plans or individualized, robust intervention and accommodation that support their unique needs. I'm concerned on how these assessments are being administered to students who may face additional barriers, especially the plans to make it more tailored accommodation for students with IEP, extended times, and other support services. Furthermore, it's vital that we extend these opportunities to all the students, including those students who are detained or incarcerated. I'm talking about the missing middle, when we talk about the middle schoolers that have missed out on these assessments as well, and trying to catch up while they're in high school. I want to lastly acknowledge the Office of the Superintendent's commitment to providing assessment with a wide range of accommodation and accessibility. This is an essential part of leveling the playing field for all students. However, I would like to hear more about how accommodation will be implemented and whether there are plans to expand those offerings to ensure every student, including those in detention, or have equal opportunity to succeed. I'm open to any question, as well as a firsthand grandparents who has students who are currently taking the CAPE testing this week at Friendship Charter. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Daly. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I'm going to ask a few questions of Ms. Che. Thank you for being here. I would like, and I only have 5 minutes, I'd like you to say a little bit more about how long these tests take. You said that the RCT takes almost a full class day?
It almost takes a full class period. It depends on the class, and if there are students who have IEPs and get extended time, it might take longer than that. I mean, it just varies.
And then the following week, they get to revise it?
Yes, so the expectation is that I then grade them and then give the students feedback, and ideally, work with small groups of students to support them with their various needs, their various areas of weakness.
Is the concept there that I take the test. I'm not 100% on it. And so based on the grading, I then learn where I made mistakes and what the correct answers were.
So I think that depends on how the teacher gives feedback. So for example, these RCTs generally have a written component. So let's say that you are writing a literary analysis paragraph, and maybe your topic sentence was a little bit weak, or maybe the explanations of the evidence that you cited within your paragraph wasn't very strong. You know, as I go through and I grade, I kind of divide, you know, make note of who needs support with which piece, and then I, you know, pull small groups of students and do like reteach activity with them to help them sort of develop those skills. I can't say what the intention of DCPS was when making the RCTs. I'm saying that's instructionally, that seems like the best I can do with the situation that I'm in.
Sure. And so it sounds to me like it's kind of like now you're teaching to the test, since you're spending the next week helping me revise the test rather than teaching whatever the curriculum is. But that was my observation. And so what do you get out of the RCT? What do you as a teacher get out of the RCT? That I'm weak on my topic sentences?
I think that I don't know that I, as a teacher, get very much out of it. So the best that I can do is maybe notice that this, you know, this particular student has seems to struggle with, you know, this element of writing. And so perhaps they need more support with it. Maybe they struggled with, you know, maybe their writing is unclear, or they've struggled to find pieces of text evidence that support a claim that they create. And then I see the trend and I can try to intervene and support with that. I mean, I don't know if you're asking me if I think these are meaningful learning activities. I can't say that I do at all, but they are required of me and the students.
Do these RCTs tell you anything you don't know about the student? And maybe I shouldn't say anything, but I have a sense that if you're a good teacher, you kind of already know whether I'm weak or strong in my writing. So is the RCT really adding anything that you don't already know?
No, because teachers every day, you know, every lesson, and maybe multiple times throughout a lesson, you are quickly assessing, can the students perform this task? Can the students, you know, demonstrate that this skill on their own? I mean, that's part of a lesson. Like that's a daily lesson.
And you can't, as a teacher, opt out of doing these RCTs?
Absolutely not.
And then there's the ANET, the Achievement Network Test.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that's a bit more comprehensive. There's only one of them during a unit.
It is not a district created test. I mean, that's my understanding, but the ANET is not always aligned with what we learned about in the particular unit. In the last unit, in Unit 2, the last unit that I taught, we spent the entire unit talking about how authors create suspense in their writing. Okay, and then when the ANET comes around, there are two texts that students are asked to compare the theme of a poem and of a short story. Those are very different things. So
you were teaching me about suspense and how to write a suspense. And then the ANET comes along and I'm asked to compare a poem with a
short story and compare the themes of the two. This ANET is something, again, that is provided by DCPS, the RCTs, and the curricular materials. That's DCPS as well, but they're misaligned.
Well, it sounds like the RCT is not misaligned, but the ANET.
With the ANET is not in alignment. And sometimes, you know, the questions on the assessments are not clear or don't really make much sense, or maybe don't elicit a lot, you know, don't require a lot of critical thought.
So you also testified about the books, and I'm over my time, but I'm just gonna, hopefully 30 seconds. So give me an example of a book that you're required to teach that is not of a lot of value. So I'm going to say the worst book, if you can think of it. And then give me an example of a book that is not available for you to teach that you think would be great.
I mean, for the way the GCPS curriculum is set up, for each grade level, there are 3 required texts for each school year, and I can only speak about secondary because I've only taught in middle school and high school. So the thing is that another teacher who testified before mentioned that the texts are old, and I mean, you know, you're only required to read 3 texts a year, and the district's rationale is that we're going to engage in close reading and make sure everybody really thoroughly analyzes these texts.
Well, but I'm thinking, now my daughter's older, but I was talking with my daughter over the weekend, and she wanted a book to read, and we talked about Huckleberry Finn. That's over 100 years old. I think that's 140 years old. It's still a great book. So old does not mean anything to me.
Well, how about this? So I guess if I'm a student who does not particularly enjoy reading, but I am presented with a story or a book that seems sort of more relatable maybe than Huckleberry Finn, or more relevant, then maybe I would probably be more likely to read the story and engage in discussion and be willing to write about it, see the value in that class, see how the texts have something to do with me and schools related to me in my life.
I get that point. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. Ms. Che, I'll pick up there. I intended to come to ask about the problems within the curriculum, but I wanted to just pick up on this. So in terms of RCTs, it sounds like the students write, they're critiqued, and then they have opportunities to rewrite.
Correct.
And do you not find that that's valuable in some sense, that they're getting feedback and getting additional attempts to write towards whatever the prompt is?
I think absolutely. I mean, that's writing is revision, right? So that is a valuable piece. But in terms of providing me with information that I can use to adapt instruction that I wouldn't have gotten in my class otherwise, they're not useful. And it's a bit frustrating because there's a lot of, there's a lot more district oversight, on RCT scores, and then, there's a small window of time in which I can administer the RCT and then put the feedback, put the scores in the platform and then give the students the options to revise. Yeah.
My guess is the greatest value is to be able to zoom out to say, what are the trends? Can any of my students write towards this prompt in X amount of time? And I'm not trying to dismiss your concern, because I actually think it's a valid concern around what is our assessment strategy? How is that being communicated? How are teachers being supported to make sense of this information? I just don't want those that are watching to leave thinking there's no value to, because when I hear it, I immediately see that that could be valuable for a teacher to be able to give a student additional at-bats. And
no, I want to give my students opportunities to revise. But for example, one of the most recent RCTs that the students had to complete, they had to read The Story of an Hour, which is, it is fine, but it is also about it's about a middle-aged white woman who thinks her husband's dead, and she's very excited about this new life she's going to start. And then lo and behold, he shows up at the door. He's not dead. I mean, it does.
I think I read that story.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of us have, and it's a good story.
What's the name of it?
The Story of an Hour.
Story of an Hour. Okay.
But I think that, what respectfully is a better critique. Like, that is something actionable. And what I'm hearing is we need to make sure our texts are relevant to our students, they're interesting. And I'm trying to get from a lot of the witnesses we heard today, like, what can we as a body, as a government, take action on versus we just have too many assessments, or we shouldn't be assessing.
Right. I think that in my opinion, there are too many assessments. That is an issue that has been, people have made that very clear, but I do think that the texts are not relevant to students. And then this, like just the like Black and brown students that, you know, that everyone, that we all, that are, you know, maybe farthest from opportunity, that people always express such concern about, who don't perform well on these tests, are being given these completely unrelatable texts to read at school where they're doing the practice and doing the learning, and then just, do we like magic expect?
Again, I think that's a very fair point, and I'm going to ask DCPS about that, because I do think while students should be able to read anything put in front of them, there is an intrinsic value to being able to relate to what you're reading and having context for it. Let me come here to the DCPS curriculum issues. Can you just elaborate on one of the issues? You talked at length about the alignment. What are some other areas of issues that you're finding within the curriculum?
I guess another teacher who testified referenced that, you know, a lot of the books are all about, you know, all about trauma. There's a lot of trauma in the books. Or also, you know, this year I started teaching 9th grade, and the first text that we read is Fences, and that's a great play. But then then that puts my students in a situation where the one text that they're reading all year that has a Black male protagonist is this very interesting. And as an adult, I can appreciate him as a rich character. But he's the one Black male character they're seeing is a character who, you know, treats his wife terribly, has a baby with a mistress who he then gives to his wife to care for. It's just considering not only, it's considering how people are represented in these texts as well.
I am over time. I'm going to take 30 more seconds. For either the formative assessments you're taking or the end of year CAPE assessment, are you being given exemplars to say, like, this is what your students should be able to produce when they take this assessment?
So I have seen PARC exemplars, but I have not seen CAPE exemplars, and we have not seen any released CAPE items because we were told that it is the same assessment
As PARC.
As PARC.
And you're being encouraged to just use the PARC exemplars to guide your instruction.
That's correct.
Got it. Okay. And what about the other formative assessments that you're taking? So from ANET or any of the others that you reference, are you receiving exemplars to say this is what your students should be able to produce?
DCPS sometimes provides exemplars. I mean, but as a department, you know, we go through and we do the assessment, the assignment ourselves, and then talk about what would be reasonable to see, what gaps in skills or what issues we expect to see with the students' work when we get it back, so that we can plan ahead for, reteaching those skills.
That's helpful. That's helpful. Thank you. And thank you to everyone else that testified.
So I'll just add what's going through my mind talking about books. So I don't know how old I was when my father insisted that I have to read Old Man and the Sea. It's a great book. I hated it. I mean, it was just, I hated it. But it's a great book in English literature, Ernest Hemingway. Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you to everyone else who testified. Renee Davis. Elizabeth Reddick. Kelly Akun. Caroline Pryor. Dominique Moore. This looks like the rest of this hearing is Empower Ed. Dominique Moore. Rosalind Lake. Alphonse Prince. Ange Perko. Or Ange Perko. Zali Jones. Online. Tiara Hudson. Elizabeth Reddick. Actually, Renee Davis is not here. Elizabeth Reddick,
Yes, sir, I'm here.
please proceed.
Um, good evening at this point. My name is Elizabeth Reddick. I am a parent leader living in Ward 7, a mother of 5, one DCPS graduate, and another one currently attending Monument Academy Public Charter School. Thank you, Chairman Middleton and the Committee of the Whole for hosting this space for public comment. Academic achievement is important to me because as a mother of a student that graduated nearly 2 years ago with an AA degree at Bard Early College High School, I am concerned that she is having an exceptional experience compared to her peers. Academically, she was prepared for college. However, she wasn't prepared for real college experiences as a junior place freshman. Her peers, I fear, are not faring as well. We need to have conversations with post-high school graduates to analyze their experiences in post-secondary education, and aligning this work with the DC TAG program would be the perfect opportunity to capture this data. For the sake of time, I will transition this oral comment, which will be elaborated in my written testimony. When it comes to academic achievement, we also need to be more specific about math interventions and requirements. If we encourage students to master basic arithmetic through algebra, that would significantly improve their math outcomes because a lot of math errors are moat math errors, which mean they're very simple but repetitive mistakes like order of operation and computation. Although our students are not proficient in these concepts, they're being passed along to more difficult math without mastering the skills to actually do the work. While we should continue to offer higher level math for students that are ready, we are not talking about the consequences of not being numerate. I am questioning two things. First, whether our high school graduation standards are actually symbolic in nature because they don't actually verify a student's ability to perform. Our standards indicate exposure at best because standardized testing has already proven that the students are not in fact able to perform the objectives of these courses. Secondly, DC has some of the most rigorous teacher credential requirements in the country, yet we're hearing over and over how they aren't trained to teach effectively. So why do we have these certification requirements in the first place? They need to be updated to reflect reality. Additionally, we need to ask ourselves, are we preparing them to exist in society as functional adults, capable and endowed with the tools to navigate obstacles and overcome adversity? Because our scores are telling us no, we need to explore a whole child model where we incorporate capstone starting in 5th grade. In Monument Academy, my son participates in student-led conferences, which I consider to be a mini capstone. Students collect data and present it to the parents at the end of the term. He goes through his grades and explains why he has those grades and what supports he feels he needs to be more successful. In his conference in the 5th grade, he got a low grade on a project and still applauded himself because it was a tough concept. And he was more proud that he didn't give up than the fact that he didn't get an A. He said, honestly, a C was the best that I can do, and that's okay. By 6th grade, he advocated for himself to be moved from a self-contained classroom to general ed with supports for math and science. He knows that he is behind several years academically, but he said, I know I can do this, and this is how. Will you support me? From my purview, I witnessed accountability, growth, enhanced ownership, public speaking, and a pathway for self-efficacy. This program is a real-world indicator that self-actualization is being achieved for my son, which for me means he has a lifeline. He can overcome obstacles, problem solve, make inferences, and engage in deep critical thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reddick. Kelly Akun.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Kelly Ukun, and I'm an educator at Mundo Verde PCS Ward 5, an Empower Ed Fellow, and currently the president of DC Alliance of Charter Teachers and Staff. I'm here today to testify with Empower Ed to advocate for more meaningful investments in academic achievement for all DC students. At Mundo Verde, we use experiential learning curriculum that connects academics to real-world issues, fostering creativity and critical thinking. This approach has shown measurable success with our students outperforming the district averages in both math and language language arts. I believe DC can create similar opportunities citywide. The EL framework has created opportunities for our students to engage with community leaders such as at-large Councilmember Kenny McDuffie, who has spoken as a community expert in advocacy and activism and representation in back-to-back years here at Mundo Verde, and also Donald Whitehead Jr., the executive director of the National Coalition for the Homeless, and also a good friend of mine who spoke about You Don't Need a Home to Vote and other initiatives for people experiencing homelessness. This part of the EL curriculum is meant to intentionally connect students' learning to real-world issues. Even last April during Earth Day, we partnered with Empower Ed and had our students, 50 of them, visit the Wilson Building to advocate for these types of programs as well. So this approach makes learning meaningful and empowers students to see themselves as change makers. But excessive testing narrows the curriculum, undermines creativity, and limits students' growth. To address this, we urge the council to adjust and pass the Math Improvement Act, incorporating teacher feedback. Continue funding the OSCE literacy recommendations to ensure high-quality resources and support, and consider the recommendations from the experts in the room testifying today, both people that are administrative leaders and parents. Experiential learning offers a proven solution. Models like the EL curriculum integrate hands-on, inquiry-based instruction, fostering deep engagement and academic success. To expand these opportunities, we ask the council to increase funding for the Bridge the Gap micro grant, invest in outdoor learning labs, and invest in experiential learning for district schools that foster an anti-racist pedagogy. Finally, we ask the council to expand community schools fundings to specific schools who meet 3 of 5 curricula that are 3 or 5 criteria that are outlined in my written testimony. Finally, in addressing the overemphasis on standardized testing is equally critical to prioritize solutions that directly support student academic growth. To this end, I urge policymakers to increase funding and require robust structure for reading and math intervention services across all district and charter schools. Currently, inconsistent access to these services leave many struggling learners without the support they need, and fragment implementation of intervention programs exacerbates these disparities, and the lack of standardized practices leaves too many schools unable to adequately address the students' needs. So it is for this reason we want to reduce the over-testing, promote experiential learning, expand community schools, and oversee the revisions of intervention programs in the schools so that we can create a more equitable and effective educational system. Thank you for your time and for prioritizing these investments.
Thank you, Ms. Akun. Caroline Pryor.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Caroline Pryor, and I'm the lead organizer at Empower Ed. Chairman, as we discuss academic achievement in our city, I'd like to begin with something I've heard you discuss often in hearings. School culture, as you defined it in your November 20th hearing, is the belief that every student has a bright future ahead. It's a vital mindset for our educators, but it's not a mindset our testing system operates in. Educators know that assessments have 3 purposes: assessments as learning, for learning, and of learning. And as a system, when we evaluate academic success, we somehow only focus on that 3rd iteration in the form of standardized tests. Acknowledging federal requirements doesn't mean reproducing their myopic focus. Firstly, our standardized assessments don't test what we think they do. They neither incentivize nor competently assess higher order thinking skills. They may uncover basic gaps in skills, although that's debatable because our tests don't produce granular enough data on individual skill gaps in a timely manner so educators can adjust instruction. But the research points conclusively to the higher value of performance-based assessments, which are based on extended thinking tasks, interdisciplinary frameworks, and integrated knowledge assessments that allow students degrees of choice rather than rigidity. We have done extensive work in DC to create and implement culturally responsive standards. How many of these do we actually assess as a system? Can CAPE verify our students' progress on the new SEL standards, multidisciplinary learning, applied problem solving? Secondly, standardized assessments as a form of academic accountability lead us as a system to then to teach to the test mentality, with tested subjects edging out arts and well-rounded programming that teach students valuable skills and build engagement and excitement for schools overall. We know from an abundance of research that schools most vulnerable to pressures to narrow curricula are majority Black and brown schools and low-income schools. Our work to close the experience gap for DC students acknowledges this fact. And we also see that our schools with specialized programming, as you've heard in previous testimonies, have higher scores on attendance, engagement, and yes, academics. So what's the city doing right? We are building literacy skills from the ground up using evidence-based practices and providing teachers with resources, training, and trust. It will take time to see the fruits of this labor, and expansion into upper grades must be a slow process to ensure we maintain and grow our gains. Council and the SBOE have also introduced measures to provide corresponding resources, research, and training in the math field. And lastly, but not least, we're building an infrastructure of experiential and well-rounded learning. We hope, based on the demand for the Bridge the Gap Fund already, the city will expand its commitment to the program. We hope the city will act on its commitment to outdoor learning by building Outteach's outdoor learning labs, reaching 63,000 students. And we hope you'll increase funding for DCPS's study abroad program, which has an interest level 10 times its current funding capacity. When we increase real-world experiences for students, when we support teachers and students to reach their full potential, we'll see academic outcomes rise faster than we would just using the stick. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Dominique Moore.
Good afternoon, Chairman, council members, and members of the community. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the academic challenges within DC Public Schools. My name is Dominique Moore. I am a K-12 mom, Ward 8 educator, founder and director of community-based organization Life Rain, and an Empower Ed Fellow. I am here to address 3 critical issues that I believe hinder the educational success of our students: outdated curriculum, excessive reliance on inequitable standardized testing, and the troubling practice of social promotion. First, we must confront the issue of outdated curriculum. Education should prepare our students for the realities of a modern, globalized world. Yet many of our instructional materials are teaching to methods that fail to reflect current standards or future needs. Too often, students are being taught with resources that have not been updated to align with the 21st century skills like critical thinking, digital literacy, and problem solving. As a result, they are left ill-equipped for the challenges of higher education and the workforce. Updating our curricula, just as we've done with social studies, is not just a matter of staying current, it is a matter of justice, ensuring that every child, regardless of their zip code, receives an education that meets the demands of our time. DCPS, in theory, is supposed to be a one-to-one environment with digital technology, as we heard the Chancellor testify, but in practice, unfortunately, it is a failure. Secondly, I want to highlight the overuse and inequitable nature of standardized testing. While assessments can provide valuable data, the sheer volume of testing our students face is not only overwhelming, but also counterproductive. Testing often prioritizes rote memorization of critical thinking, and it disproportionately impacts students from marginalized communities who may lack access to the resources needed to perform well. This creates a cycle where the data we collect perpetuates inequities rather than addressing them. Instead of overburdening students and teachers with standardized tests, we should invest in formative assessments that guide instruction and foster growth. As we all know too well, unfortunately, youth detention centers are built based on the reading literacy data that we collect late in the early elementary years. Finally, I must address the issue of social promotion, the practice of advancing students to the next grade level, regardless of their academic readiness. While this may spare students the short-term stigma of retention, it sets them up for long-term failure by passing them forward without the foundational skills that they need to imperatively succeed. This practice undermines the integrity of our educational system and sends the harmful message that meeting academic benchmarks are optional. We need to intervene early and provide targeted support to struggling students to ensure that promotion reflects preparedness, not policy or just good data points. As a middle school teacher, I am somehow expected to take an average profile student who reads 3 grade levels below his or her instructional level and raise him to grade level performance within 10 months. This unrealistic standard also affects teacher salary. In DCPS, performance goals are tied to a monetary incentive when they should support learning and meeting students where they are. Collectively, these issues, outdated curricula, inequitable testing, and social promotion paints a very troubling picture of systematic neglect in our public schools. Our students deserve better. They deserve a school system that prioritizes relevant, rigorous instruction, equitable assessment practices, and commitment to academic excellence. I urge the council to
Ms.
champion.
Moore, I'm going to have to cut you off because you're over a minute over your time.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chairman. I did submit my written testimony.
Okay, and I don't have it, so maybe you should resubmit it.
Okay,
Oh, thank you.
thank you.
Rosalind Lake,
Okay, hello,
hello.
buenas tardes. Thank you so much. My name is Roselyn Damiana Lake Montero. I am a Ward 1 community member, Ward 4 educator, and I'm here with Empower Ed, and I'm also an educator at Paul International Charter School. I'm an educator because I believe in education. Education is literally the best tool to teach our children how to become the best global and local citizens that they can be. Education is also the best tool we can use to equip our students to navigate some of the difficult situations some of our kids have to experience on a daily basis. Today, I want to testify that our children deserve holistic educational experiences, not just a testing learning experience. While there is a need to push for higher scores across the district, there should be an understanding that children are also human with complex emotions and different needs based on where they live and who is raising them. Our students are more than a test score, and they deserve more holistic approach. They deserve a more holistic approach to their educational experiences before they leave our schools. Testing is important, but it's also important to see how students develop in the best version of themselves. We can do this by investing in more holistic educational models across our DC schools, creating opportunities for our students to study and explore abroad, and supporting all of our parents to be the best parents that they can be for our students. I believe that if we focus on teaching the whole child, we will have higher test scores. I became an educator because my dad and my teachers took their time with me to have a learning experience where I was having hands-on experiences. My dad didn't have a lot, and I went to a public school system, but my teachers always made sure that I learned English through experiences, and I want my students to do that as well. One of the reasons that I'm here teaching students today is because I benefited from the hands-on experiences, and I know firsthand that is going to build the students' success. Children shouldn't just learn to test and pass. They should learn how to take a test and apply that knowledge outside of the classroom to their real life experiences because it will be more meaningful to remember in their future. Our children deserve a holistic educational experience, and their parents deserve support to be the best parents to our students. I'm going to close my testimony by sharing a phrase I learned from one of my mentors. Before the students can bloom, we need to make sure we meet their Maslow's needs. I hope I said Maslow's needs correct. I have an accent. Because higher scores will show when holistic models are provided to our schools and used with fidelity through the school years, during after school time, and also during the summer break. This is why we need to bridge the gap. We need to bring back and use the Bridge the Gap funds to support our students holistically, give their parents the support they need, and make sure that educators have the resources to provide these holistic learning experiences. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share.
Thank you. Thank you. Alphonse Prince.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Alphonse Prince. I'm an educator from Ward 4 and an Empower Ed Fellow. I'm a native Washingtonian from Ward 5 and attended DC Public Schools myself, graduating in 2000. Coming from a family of educators, academic achievement has always been important. I'm the oldest of 5 siblings, so not only have I had the responsibility of setting high academic achievement for my family, I've seen the results of not only my family, but my friends and their friends. All of that data has shaped how I feel about academic achievement and the test scores of Washington, D.C. public school students. For starters, I think that children rise or fall to the level of expectation that teachers/adults have around them. I think that is an important thing to remember when we're talking about and planning how to improve our test scores. There are pockets of students where the scores are improving, so we know that good math instruction is happening around the city. We can also see that there's a lot of frustration around testing and test prep. I think we need to change how we look at standardized testing. It is literally what the student knew at that moment. It really isn't something that should be used any more than that. Students know that teachers know that their students get anxiety around testing. They hear the news, they hear what is being said about them and their ability to learn. And I'll give you a personal example on the other side. I did not, and I continue to not use the phrase learning loss when speaking about the year of learning during the pandemic. Students learn different skills, but they learn. Now, I believe that mindset has helped my students have test scores above the DC average every year since testing resumed. Last year on the DC Cape, 45% of my 8th graders, which was a 13% growth, and 64% of my 7th graders, which is a 36% growth, scored 4+, which emboldening my belief in this. This belief just builds on what schools are already doing. We talk about SEL and students about a growth mindset. This mindset needs to continue and expand into how adults talk about testing. We know that some of us rarely test as adults, but we have problems that require solutions that having a growth mindset helps us achieve. Some of us actually do have to take tests as an adult. So the practice of learning how to take a standardized test, whether it is culturally biased or not, is good practice. Having a growth mindset will help us when trying to fill in some of the gaps that students have. Even when students have gaps, the state standards are written in such a way that you can teach the grade level standard and then practice with other work. Students know and feel a type of way when you give them work that is below their grade level. If we want math academic achievement to improve faster, then we need to change how we talk about math and math learning in front of and to students. Thank you for your time, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Prince. Ange Perko?
Hello, sir. Hello to the council and everyone here on the call. Thank you for your time. My name is Ange Perko. My pronouns are they, them. I would like to be known as Perko, not Miss Perko. I am a teacher from Ward 4, and I am here testifying with Empower Ed as a fellow on the matter of academic achievement as you define it here today. When you speak of academic achievement, I have to honestly ask what criteria it is you are asking me to judge my children by. I have my children who can solve math problems backwards in their heads, who fail classes because they're too bored to show up for them. I have my children who are so fierce and driven and brilliant, who are fighting just to get to where they deserve to be as a baseline. And yes, I have my children who probably couldn't pass an algebra class right now if you asked them to, but I see the artwork that they draw on the sides of their binders, and I hear the music that they make and that they dare to put out with more courage than I've got out into the world for others' judgment. I see my kids who with coaching can write a college-level essay complete with citations and bibliography, who do not want to continue on with school because they want to begin the mechanic, cosmetologist, electrician, every other trade out there that they can start making money and caring for their family with. And also it makes me sad that these professions are often looked down upon purely for their technical rather than academic nature. And these kids wanting to live their lives, taking care of their people in practical ways and practicing their joy alongside that is nothing to be ashamed of. That's a good life. Instead of trying to adapt to the independent needs of students, instead of investing in community schools and exploration of student internships and support for all who want to seek academic or technical or whatever unique path, we spend our money on over-testing them. And we judge school worth based on standardized tests and psychometrics, which have continually, with evidence, been proven to support racist and outdated methods of judging intelligence. The amount of money we must spend per year on these countless tests telling us all the ways that students are failing must be astronomical. Imagine if we actually were spending all that money on them, on community programs, on SEL skills, on ESL support, on extended family support, on creating safe spaces for our kids to be kids, on trying to find new ways to help these kids find success rather than continuing to hold them to some absurd standard that we've seemed to set only for them to keep failing. And I teach psychology. God knows I'm not an expert. I am just an enthusiast, but I can tell you for a while, there's been agreement there are many different types of intelligence. Our system currently tries to limit and rank and judge based on perceptions on the worth of particular types of intelligence. Again, I am not an expert. I can't talk to you about all the complexities that must go in with calculating a person's various mental abilities, whatever that means. But I will tell you this. I have never taught a dumb kid. Not ever. Not once. I've never had a single kid that wasn't somehow in their own way a genius, just as skilled and talented and clever, and so many times in ways that I could never imagine being myself. I don't have dumb kids. I have kids who are not supported by the system and who are not given the same opportunities in life because their particular brand of intelligence doesn't match the conventional academics and ideas of success we as society have decided to ascribe to. Now, I know you agree with me that there are no dumb kids, so we must invest our resources in support systems that engage our students and assessments that capture their different forms of brilliance. Because I do not have dumb kids. So maybe it's the tests that need to change. I'm over time. Thank you for your patience, and I will, of course, welcome any questions.
Thank you, Perko, and I do have your statement. Zalee Jones, I believe, is not here.
I'm here. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Zalee Jones. I'm a middle school special education teacher from Ward 4, testifying with Empower Ed. In spring of 2023, the school administration asked my co-teacher and I to stop our already rigorous curriculum and strictly focus on only practicing for the DC CAPE exams. Before this, a huge population of our students just completed 6 weeks of access testing, which was extended due to the mistakes in administering the exam. My co-teacher and I could not collect the data needed to help us navigate what strategies we wanted to facilitate in our class that we felt would best support the success of our students. I want to discuss the factors that drive academic achievement and what the city can do to support our students and our teachers. There is no argument that academic achievement is vital to student success. However, teaching to the test is not the answer or a solution to teaching practices. My co-teacher and I listened to student voices that over-testing drained them from any engagement in class. When they took state exams, they answered carelessly out of exhaustion. I have witnessed students rush through easy CBM process monitoring, DC CAPE, MAP, access testing, and DIBELS. In my experience, a well-rounded curriculum includes strategies for our students to test well and achieve growth. Focused co-planning between teachers help create evidence-based literacy approaches and real-world applied math curricula. More opportunities for experimental learning, such as field trips to the Folgers Theater. When my 8th grade class reads A Midsummer Night's Dream, broadens academic and life experience for students to connect their learning. That's why we are asking you to expand funding to the Bridge the Gap Fund. Besides reducing the focus of testing to support academic achievements holistically, the council should consider community schools where teachers and students have the resources to focus on a well-rounded education that includes foundational learning and universal design for learning formats for inclusive classrooms. Community schools support both students and schools collectively, give students resources, and help reduce overall need, lower burdens on educators to fix everything inside and outside of the classroom, and allow educators to just focus on facilitating teaching and not the management of teaching. Over testing, cutting curriculum mid-year, lack of adjustments for effective math instruction, and lack of effective foundational reading skills for all grades narrows the creativity teachers have to engage and empower our students, which would result in higher test scores. I hope the council considers the suggestion for the Bridge the Gap Fund and community schools so teachers are trusted to teach curricula and achieve. By focusing on proactive measures, we can reframe academic achievement away from standardized tests, which can indicate gaps, but are highly correlated to income and lack of cultural responsiveness. I welcome any questions and thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Tiara Hudson.
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon.
My name is Tia Hudson, and I'm an educator from Ward 6, and I'm here testifying with Empower Ed. I'm in education because it is fulfilling to foster young children's early development. I joined Empower Ed to leverage the unheard need of teachers and seek out real solutions and effective change. I'm a preschool teacher at a public charter school that serves 60 students amongst 3 classrooms. I'm also the byproduct of DC Public School as well as charter schools. Today, I am here to discuss the factors that drive academic achievement and what the city can do to support it. Academic achievement is vital to student success, but teaching to the test is not the answer. The impact of overtesting is that it creates an anxiousness among students that can follow them through their entire scholastic journey. Education should be an interest-based niche that allows you to explore your curiosities. Education that is anxiety-induces mirrors my scholastic experience. Although I wasn't pressured to score well on tests, I did receive unfair punishment if I didn't understand homework. I didn't realize this pressure from home to excel academically fueled my anxiety around performing well. In order to support academic achievement holistically, I have a few ideas to present. My school has incorporated social emotional small groups to focus on skills early learners need to build positive relationship with others. There's also a SEL teacher at elementary/middle schools that services all grade levels at a previous school that I was at. SEL skills will drive overall student success and learning by building growth. Promoting our new SEL standards in every grade will build student success and learning overall. Asking students to show up and perform well when we're not addressing the traumas they're facing daily is inhumane. This could cause a meaningful change because oftentimes students need a safe space to speak about their struggles. Finally, to continue supporting students holistically so they can achieve academic success, we are asking council to offer community schools funding and coordinators to schools with 3 of the 5, less than 70% at risk, bottom quartile attendance, highest quartile justice involvement, bottom quartile food access scores, top quartile non-native English speakers. It is vital that the DC Council listens to teachers and builds holistic solutions for driving academic achievement, incorporating SEL learning amongst all grade levels as well as mentors that are trusted adults in their school. I'm a veteran teacher with 10 years of experience divided amongst public and charter. I ask that you consider community schools, SEL learning amongst all age groups, as well as mentoring programs. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. I don't have any questions at the moment. Councilmember Parker, do you have any questions? We do not have any questions for you all. Thank you all very much for your testimony, and I think I have statements from all of you except actually Dominic Moore. I did find I have your statement. I think Ms. Reddick was the only one. Thank you all very much. We are going to turn to the executive. Give me a second. I'm working on my elementary math. I've got 6 people listed in 4 chairs. My understanding is Ms. Colgan's going to testify for DCPS, Dr. Walker Davis is going to testify for PCSB, and Dr. Mitchell is going to testify for OSCE. So why don't the 3 of you fight over the 4 chairs, and then the others can hang out in the background. It looks like that's what they want to do anyway. So if you guys are okay with the order of DCPS and then Public Charter School Board and then OSSI. So Ms. Colgan, you would be first. And thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Corey Colgan, and I am the Chief of the Office of Teaching and Learning. During my 25-year career in education, I have been a classroom teacher, school administrator, and a DCPS Central Services employee since 2009. The Office of Teaching and Learning provides educators with curricular resources, academic programs, and aligned professional development to ensure rigorous and joyful learning experiences for every student. Our office includes 5 divisions that provide services to schools like the creation of curricular materials, oversight of high-impact tutoring programs, management of the DC Reading Clinic, and support for students receiving special education services. I am joined today by my colleague, Allison Williams, Senior Deputy Chief of Content and Curriculum. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the topic of academic achievement. At DCPS, we are seeing improved results in elementary grades because of the recent investments that prepare students to read proficiently by 3rd grade. These results are encouraging, but insufficient. Proficiency rates on state tests in math and English language arts for the 2023-2024 school year were consistent with or slightly above results from the previous year. We know that the rate of improvement needs to increase dramatically. In recent hearings, we have heard members of this council ask for more information about DCPS's plans to improve outcomes. Today, I want to speak about our plans and offer more detail on our capital commitment, DCPS's 2023 to 2028 strategic plan. At DCPS, we believe it is imperative that all students have access to the tools, support, and resources they need to succeed. And when we say all students, we mean all, including our students furthest from opportunity. You have DCPS's strategic plan in front of you today. This plan identifies 3 strategic priorities, specific goals for each priority, and the key actions DCPS will take to achieve those goals. DCPS staff developed this strategic plan after deep engagement with key stakeholders, including parents, students, educators, and community members. Today, my testimony will focus on the strategic priority of students succeeding academically. For this priority, DCPS's plan highlights 2 goals: that 80% of DCPS students score at level 3 or higher on state proficiency tests, and that the proportion of students enrolling in algebra in middle school doubles. Achieving these 2 goals will mean that DCPS students have acquired key skills and have a strong academic foundation on which to build. Students who are proficient readers, writers, and mathematicians are better positioned to meet their full potential. Middle school students who develop the mathematical and critical thinking skills taught in algebra leave 8th grade better prepared to succeed in high school, college, and career. DCPS measured baseline data for this priority during the 2022-2023 school year. During that school year, 45% of DCPS students were achieving at least a level 3 on the CAPE for math, and 57% were reaching this threshold for English language arts, and 32% enrolled in algebra at some point in middle school. After measuring this baseline data, we checked in at the end of the 23-24 school year. As I mentioned earlier, DCPS's results on CAPE were slightly but not substantially higher than the previous year. With respect to enrollment in algebra in middle school, I am pleased to share that 37% of students enrolled during the 23-24 school year, an increase of 5 percentage points over the previous year. That progress is encouraging, and there is so much more work to do. To achieve these goals, our plan has 3 key components. First, DCPS educators provide high-quality instruction to students. Second, they meet regularly to review and respond to student data. Third, they engage in ongoing professional learning with peers and local experts. Our strategic plan supports the provision of high-quality instruction to students through our approach to literacy instruction, a new early childhood math curriculum, and the targeted use of high-impact tutoring. Our approach to literacy instruction means that students get lots of opportunities to read during the day while having time to work on specific areas where they need help. If you walk into a DCPS classroom, you will see students reading and writing across subjects, not just during one part of the day. Providing students with multiple opportunities to work on reading and writing skills is one way to help students hone these skills. During time that is specifically focused on developing literacy skills, DCPS educators use needs-based small groups to teach students skills that are relevant to them. For example, educators may teach 5 students who all need help reading words with the OA vowel pair and work specifically on that goal for 15 minutes. In the 2023-2024 school year, DCPS early childhood students began learning using a new evidence-based curriculum building blocks that will lead to more academic success in future years and increase readiness for algebra. This curriculum is aligned with how young children learn, and research has consistently shown that students who participate in the curriculum significantly outperform other students on key math skills. DCPS provided training for teachers last school year and over the summer. DCPS is also developing an asynchronous course that educators can access anytime to support the use of this curriculum. High-impact tutoring is a strategy that improves attendance and academic achievement for students. DCPS leverages a multi-tiered system of support, or MTSS, to identify students who may benefit from tutoring. This can include students who have gaps in their learning or are not responding well to classroom instruction. Through strong citywide collaboration, DCPS has expanded this intervention over the past 3 years. In the 23-24 school year, over 7,100 students, or about 14% of DCPS students, received high-impact tutoring. This school year, DCPS is targeting the intervention to students who need it the most and spreading best practices learned from previous tutoring interventions. Over the next 2 months, DCPS educators and trusted partner organizations will start tutoring nearly 3,000 students at 45 schools. This tutoring is made possible through a $1.4 million grant made to DCPS from OSSI and smaller grants to tutoring providers. At the same time, we are codifying what works at schools that have used tutoring in the past and spreading those practices to other schools. For example, high-impact tutoring for all K-5 students at Moton Elementary School led to big gains on the Math CAPE, and other schools can benefit from what Moton learned by intervening in this way. In our plan, you will see a focus on regularly reviewing and responding to student data. DCPS educators look for trends within their classroom and plan how to best approach teaching for the coming week so that gaps in student understanding are filled. At DCPS schools each week, educators meet to plan lessons or review student assessment data. This data can be from a 60-second progress monitoring assessment, a longer test, or a required curricular task. These planning and data meetings are facilitated by experienced DCPS educators from each school's staff. DCPS recently made improvements to required curricular tasks, or RCTs. These tasks inform the teaching that an educator will subsequently do, and they provide opportunities for students to engage with rigorous grade-level material. Before this year started, DCPS revised RCTs to include questions that indicate a student's understanding of pre-algebraic concepts. While we are not teaching algebra to elementary students, there are certain concepts, for example, strong knowledge of math operations and fractions, that students can begin to grasp early in school that will help them learn algebra later. One way that DCPS is responding to student data is by developing trainings for teachers. As Suzanne Donovan mentioned in her testimony earlier, this school year, DCPS and the Strategic Education Research Partnership Institute are leveraging a federal grant to provide additional training to new to DCPS educators. District leaders proposed a partnership with SERP to answer the question of why schools with similar characteristics have different literacy outcomes. The goal of the project is to identify strategies DCPS can pursue to better support schools to achieve reading success for their students. Through this partnership, DCPS and SERP developed a training to help new to DCPS teachers establish strong academic discussions in classrooms and set up students for success during independent work times. We know that new to DCPS teachers leave DCPS at higher rates than teachers with longer tenure, and we believe this approach will have an impact on retention of these teachers as well. The partnership with SERP is one example of how DCPS is improving and planning to improve teacher training as part of our strategic plan. DCPS is training teachers by leveraging in-house expertise and in partnership with local universities. As Helen Baer mentioned in her testimony earlier, for the past 5 years, the DC Reading Clinic trained over 600 teachers in instructional methods aligned with the science of reading, while providing rigorous tutoring opportunities to students who struggle to learn to read. DCPS educators who enroll in the clinic are mentored by experienced reading specialists, many of whom teach at DCPS. We are pleased to expand the clinic to middle school with a pilot decoding-focused intervention class and teacher training in 4 schools. This year, DCPS began supporting a cohort of middle school instructional leaders who are focusing on student success in accelerated mathematics in middle school. Every DCPS school has an instructional leader focused on math. This could be an assistant principal, instructional coach, or another educator. By supporting this group of instructional leaders, more students will be prepared for algebra by the end of middle school. DCPS has also engaged with local experts through American University's Early Literacy Intervention Leaders Program. This grant-funded program from the U.S. Department of Education provided funding for DCPS educators to pursue their doctoral degree in education policy and leadership with a focus on early reading. The grant also allowed for coaching of approximately 180 teachers. Finally, DCPS is partnering with Trinity University to offer a graduate certificate in mathematics for educators. This 12-credit program is designed around the series from the National Council for Teachers of Mathematics, or NCTM. This series explores how math concepts build and develop from kindergarten through 8th grade. Educators who take part in this program will not only strengthen their own math content knowledge, but also deeply understand how concepts are related and dependent across grade levels. Whether it is improving the quality of instruction offered to students, supporting educators to respond to data, or continuing to innovate on professional learning opportunities, DCPS is taking strategic steps to improve. While we are confident in our strategic plan, we also know that proficiency scores are still below where they were pre-pandemic, especially in math, and we have so much more work to do. One way we intend to improve math instruction is to launch a Dream Learning Center focused on 3 aspects of math excellence: tutoring, professional development, and family engagement. Building on the success of the DC Reading Clinic, educators will tutor students and receive mentoring from more experienced mathematics teachers. We have seen this model work at the Reading Clinic with improved early literacy results and more effective teachers, and believe that a similar model can help our students in math. Additionally, families will be able to make use of resources at the center so they can support student learning at home. We look forward to sharing more about this proposal in the future. Although no single intervention or action can magically transform student outcomes, the steps we are taking, grounded in research and best practice, are driving measurable progress. We are confident that by steadfastly adhering to our strategic plan, DCPS will achieve the ambitious goals we have set. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the important topic of academic achievement. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Colgan. Dr. Walker Davis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on academic achievement in the public charter sector. I am Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, Executive Director of the DC Public Charter School Board. Our agency sets the policies and conditions that allow public charter schools to best educate students, and we provide academic, financial, and organizational oversight of all public charter schools. I'm grateful for the opportunity to discuss the academic progress of our students. Many schools made modest progress last year on DC CAPE, and we are hopeful to see positive outcomes from the initiatives implemented by our public charter schools and the efforts we are making. The charter sector results indicate that the number of students who are proficient remains steady or shows a slight increase. 6 public charter campuses saw increases in their ELA proficiency by at least 9 percentage points compared to the 2022-2023 school year. Additionally, 4 public charter campuses saw increases in their math proficiency by at least 10 percentage points compared to the 2022-2023 school year. While overall proficiency rates are not at pre-pandemic levels, they have increased every year since testing resumed. And we know our schools are working tirelessly to accelerate learning and continue the upward trajectory. As students continue to make progress post-pandemic, the sector remains deeply focused on academic achievement and growth, and our schools are continuing to employ intervention strategies to accelerate learning. Many schools have implemented high-impact tutoring programs, small group instruction methods, and hired more instructional aides to focus on individual student learning. This past summer alone, more than 35 public charter schools offered summer school and summer enrichment programs to their students to curb summer learning loss. 27 campuses ran summer camps, and 13 campuses held summer bridge programs. While it's important to shine a light on the progress the district has made since the pandemic, I would also like to discuss how the DC Public Charter School Board plans to raise the bar for our schools and students, recognize our bright spots, and highlight areas for improvement. We all want excellent and equitable schools with strong academic programs for our students in DC. Keeping this in mind, this past June, our board approved an academic evaluation system, which we call Aspire. The board also approved the Aspire Policy and Technical Guide and the Charter Goals Policy. The Aspire Policy and Technical Guide outlines DCPCSB's approach to the annual academic evaluation of all public charter schools. The accompanying Charter Goals Policy provides a framework for adopting the academic evaluation tool as goals for charter reviews conducted every 5 years and renewals conducted every 15 years. Additionally, the Charter Goals Policy defines the criteria for establishing unique charter goals for every public charter LEA. Aspire's approval came after more than 2 years of deep engagement with school leaders and researchers to ensure the system's metrics reflect key indicators of school quality, that the newly introduced student group weights reflect DCPCSB's commitment to equity, and that the overall system is aligned with charter authorizer best practices and responsive to the feedback and recommendations we gathered along the way. Aspire emphasizes all students having access to excellent and equitable schools, particularly those from communities that have been historically marginalized. We created Aspire to increase visibility for students who are furthest from opportunity, raise performance standards by increasing the bar for proficiency, and place greater emphasis on growth in response to the impact of COVID-19. Aspire also expands school performance distinction levels by having 5 levels as opposed to 3, and considers additional disaggregated data by race and ethnicity so we can highlight successes with student groups and see gaps in school performance. Aspire evaluates all grades, pre-K only, pre-K 8, high school, adult, and alternative. These 5 frameworks use 4 main categories: school progress, school achievement, school environment, which includes chronic absenteeism and re-enrollment, and school-specific performance. We included school-specific performance since we at DCPCSB value schools' unique missions, and we want to factor them into the results, scoring, and levels. Ultimately, we developed a system that evaluates schools in the areas DCPCSB believes are most important: helping students grow, preparing students for college and career success, and building a learning environment that supports all learners. Aspire will serve as an informational resource for various relevant groups. DCPCSB will use it when making school oversight decisions. It will communicate to school leaders where there are areas of improvement that impact student success, and it will support families and communities in showing how schools serve students. We realized that understanding the system requires understanding the inputs and how it is meant to be used, which is why we held learning sessions on Aspire with LEA staff and LEA board members, school funders, families and caretakers, LEA retained attorneys, and a ward education council thus far. Now that our board has approved the system and we have begun working with schools to create their school-specific performance goals, we will spend the next year implementing it. We are designating the 2023-2024 school year as a pilot year for Aspire. During this time, Aspire outcomes will be shared exclusively with schools and DCPCSB staff to ensure data validity. This pilot year provides us with an opportunity to review the data and reflect on our processes. Aspire outcomes using school year 2024-2025 data will be available to the public, but the outcomes will not include data on school-specific performance measures, and we will not apply a summative rating or level for schools. Ultimately, Aspire outcomes using 2025-2026 school year data will be available to the public, and the outcomes will include data for school-specific performance measures, as well as a summative score and level. This process will then continue each year thereafter. We intend to continuously analyze Aspire outcomes and propose updates as needed to ensure equity, transparency, and alignment with academic evaluation best practices. Lastly, I want to commend the dedication of our teachers whose efforts have contributed to an excellent start to the 2024-25 school year. During my visit to several schools, I've observed students deeply engaged in their learning and teachers delivering lessons with enthusiasm and expertise. I also want to acknowledge the outstanding leadership of our public charter school principals and LEA leaders. They are not only cultivating strong academic environments within their schools, but also ensuring students have access to essential wraparound services, promoting safety both inside and outside of school, and fostering professional growth among their teachers and staff. Despite the challenges that schools face, and you've heard about quite a bit of it today, it's inspiring to see educators rise to the occasion, advancing both student achievement and educational excellence. Thank you for allowing me to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Walker Davis. Dr. Mitchell?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Parker, and council staff. My name is Antoinette Mitchell, and I am the Interim State Superintendent of Education. I am pleased to have this opportunity to discuss academic achievement in the District of Columbia. As the district's state education agency, OSSE plays a vital role in guaranteeing equitable access to high-quality learning opportunities for all DC students. We set high academic standards, provide professional development and technical assistance opportunities, distribute and monitor local and federal grants, and collect, maintain, and report education data. We also use high-quality assessments of student learning to inform student progress and our long-term academic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2024, the district transitioned from the PARCC assessments to the District of Columbia Comprehensive Assessments of Progress in Education, or DC CAPE. DC CAPE uses the same number and types of questions as PARCC, which allows scores to be comparable across years and provides a reliable indicator of academic recovery from the pandemic. DC's high participation rate, above 95%, gives accurate information about student performance. The 2024 DC CAPE results largely mirrored national trends with minimal overall growth and proficiency rates that remain below pre-pandemic figures. Last school year, 34% of students achieved proficiency in ELA and 22.8% of students achieved proficiency in math. These figures are 0.3% and 0.7% higher than the previous year, respectively. Overall, the results of the 2024 assessment reinforce that there is no straight line path to academic recovery from the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Across cohorts, students were impacted by and have responded to the interrupted learning differently. While state-level results demonstrate small improvements and our agency wants to see faster growth across the board, there are bright spots in the data. For example, J.O. Wilson, Moton, Center City Congress Heights, and DC Prep's Edgewood Middle School have all experienced large increases in both ELA and math since 2022. To wit, from 2023 to 2024, Moton Elementary School increased ELA and math proficiency by 8.1 and 11.8 percentage points respectively, with math now exceeding pre-pandemic performance levels. These improvements can be used to better understand which programs and investments show the most evidence of success and promise. For instance, every student at Moton received high-impact tutoring as part of their weekly schedule last year. While cross-state comparisons must be viewed with caution, the Brookings Institute found that national data shows students have made slow progress in math and little to no recovery in ELA following the pandemic. DC has bucked this trend in ELA with greater post-pandemic growth. This suggests that the district's focus on literacy in recent years is yielding results. During the pandemic, DC made a concerted effort to strengthen literacy across the district. In 2020, two key events occurred, which OSSI is continuing to leverage to improve student literacy. First, this council passed DC Law 23-191, and OSSI won the competitive Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant Award from the U.S. Department of Education, which we used to create DC's Comprehensive Literacy Plan in 2021. DC Law 23-191 requires all DC educators to receive training to identify reading difficulties, all DC LEAs to adopt curriculum grounded in the science of reading, and universal annual screening for reading difficulties in grades K through 2. The Comprehensive Literacy Plan helped catalyze a district-wide conversation on literacy, which in turn led to the development of the Early Literacy Education Task Force. This task force convened throughout 22-23 school year and produced consensus recommendations to enhance literacy instruction through training in the science of reading and on-the-job supports. Mayor Bowser included $2 million to support these recommendations in her fiscal year 2025 budget and financial plan to the council. Council supported this investment and dedicated an additional $566,291 to implement the recommendations in fiscal year 2025 and additional funding in the out years. OSSI continues to work diligently to implement both legislative requirements and consensus recommendations from the Early Literacy Education Task Force. To date, more than 4,000 educators have completed training on dyslexia awareness and other reading difficulties, and more than 750 educators have already received a stipend from OSSI for completing science of reading training. OSSI has also released resources to support educators and LEAs in selecting high-quality structured literacy training. OSSI has also released resources to support educators and LEAs in selecting high-quality structured literacy training and high-quality instructional materials. Additionally, OSSI has developed a structured literacy walkthrough tool and is supporting guidance for educators, literacy coaches, and instructional leaders. We are excited to continue to strengthen literacy in the coming months by hiring new literacy coaches, launching a grant to offset the cost of training kindergarten teachers in structured literacy, and leveraging our new CLSD grant. Although our students' literacy proficiency rates are not yet high enough, I am heartened by the progress we have made in recent years and fortified for the work ahead. In addition to continuing to build upon the foundation for enhanced literacy instruction OSSI's Math Task Force, High Impact Tutoring Initiative, School Improvement Plan, and Work to Reimagine High School provide a path forward for accelerating academic achievement in the district in the coming year. Fewer than a quarter of DC students were proficient in math in 2024. Acting with urgency in response to our DC CAPE data, OSSI proactively launched a 22-member DC Math Task Force in October 2024. Over the next 10 months, OSSI will work with members of the task force to develop a comprehensive strategy to improve math outcomes for all DC learners. Task force members will discuss, among other topics, access to high-quality instructional materials, effective professional learning supports, the student math experience, on-the-job supports for math educators, and family engagement strategies. Collectively, the task force will help create a roadmap to guide the shared work ahead to change math mindsets and improve math outcomes across the district. In response to the early impacts of the pandemic, OSSI took decisive action to incubate a high-impact tutoring ecosystem in the district. High-impact tutoring, commonly called HIT, is one of the few interventions with a demonstrated track record to accelerate student learning. It is a rigorous, individualized learning intervention targeted specifically to students who need the greatest support. Using federal recovery dollars and continuous improvement strategies, OSSI ramped up our initiative over 3 years, providing HIT to more than 12,000 unique students between 2021-22 and 23-24 school years. Traditionally, tutoring opportunities have been reserved for those with means to pay for it, but there are no costs for families to participate in OSSI's HIT initiative. As a result, we have equitably expanded the map of where tutoring is provided in DC, primarily serving African American and economically disadvantaged students. OSSI is proud to be closing the tutoring gap between well-resourced households and students furthest from opportunity. On average, economically disadvantaged students receiving HIT experience 2.5 times more ELA growth and 3 times more math growth on the 2024 DC CAPE assessments than peers who do not receive HIT. In addition, interim assessment data demonstrate that students receiving HIT were 7% more likely to meet their growth goals. The greatest effect on interim assessments occurred in middle and high school math, with 9th grade HIT students closing the gap with their non-tutored peers by almost 8 months on the measures of academic progress math assessment. Additional evaluation results in the months ahead will provide further insight into where HIT works best in the district. The considerable effort that went into designing, refining, and strengthening the tutoring provider pipeline did not vanish with the expiration of federal recovery funding. Mayor Bowser and the council chose to sustain OSSI's HIT initiative with $4.8 million in local funding for fiscal year 25. Results from the first 3 years of the initiative demonstrate that this is a wise investment. Implementing a school improvement strategy is not only a federal mandate, but a mandate that has the potential to drive academic achievement for the bottom performing 5% of schools. To that end, OSSI recently published Accelerate DC, a vision for school improvement. The report sets a new vision and theory of action for improving academic achievement in the district's lowest performing schools. Our theory of action is grounded in setting clear expectations for schools around key drivers for improvement and expanding access to robust supports to both develop and implement strong plans for improvement. Our new framework establishes 5 domains that schools should focus on to improve student learning outcomes. Transformational leadership is number 1. Number 2, talent development. Number 3, academic excellence. 4, strong school climate. And 5, operational health. Implementation of the new framework and corresponding required planning resources will launch on December 5th, 2024, with the next designation cycle. This is part of a coordinated release of the annual DC School Report Card that also includes assessment growth data. Under Mayor Bowser's leadership, OSSI continues to remain focused on reimagining high school to ensure that students have access to robust, relevant post-secondary pathway opportunities. First and foremost, we are strengthening and expanding access to school-based CTE, increasing CTE participation by more than 90% over 5 years. We've also increased traditional dual enrollment as well. In addition, we established the innovative Advanced Technical Center to provide students from across our LEAs access to cutting-edge dual enrollment CTE programming in the high-demand fields of cybersecurity and nursing. We will continue to expand ATC programming with a new ATC in Ward 8 beginning next year. Further, we are in the middle of engaging the State Board of Education and the public to reimagine DC's graduation requirements and provide increased flexibility, student choice, and career relevance in students' course selection pathways. OSSI looks forward to finalizing this work in 2025. The COVID-19 pandemic and the ensuing recovery period changed society in incalculable ways. Families lost loved ones and continued to grieve. Isolation and closures led to social and emotional delays in many children. The social fabric was frayed, leading to increased mental health challenges, housing instability, and drug use. For education, one of the most important changes was a shifting relationship to school, with more students and families feeling that daily school attendance is optional. As I noted in my November 13th testimony to Council, school attendance is empirically proven to impact academic achievement. As we continue to make crucial investments in our academic supports, it is also vital that all stakeholders not lose sight of the central importance of continued attendance improvements to drive further academic gains. The 2024 DC CAPE results demonstrate that while we are trending up, there is a lot more work to do, and we must strive to improve even faster. OSSI is investing time and energy in critical areas for student success, like high-impact tutoring, science-based literacy supports, and reimagining high school to help us achieve this goal. We are proud of the progress we have made to date, and as we move forward with urgency, we will continue to accelerate growth by focusing our efforts on areas with the greatest evidence of impact and promise. Thank you. I am pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. We'll have 2 10-minute rounds. That means we're here for another hour. Last year at this hearing, I asked how this conversation was going to be different in the following year. That means today. So let's see. Do I want to ask this? How would you grade yourselves? I do want to ask this. What would be different at this time next year? Option grade yourself, and definitely what will be different this time next year? Ms. Colgan?
Thank you, Chairman. For starters, this time next year, we expect, as we do every year, to be in a better place than we are currently. We have a sense of urgency around the results that we saw this year in CAPE, and we have been working very diligently to understand the data and to respond to it. More specifically, I know our comprehensive initiatives around improving math achievement will be further along than we currently are. And so I would anticipate seeing some more results from the work that we're doing in mathematics and some of the great work that we're doing around early literacy, our expectation and the work we're beginning now is to, one, improve that at scale. So to ensure that more classrooms and schools are having that high quality foundational literacy instruction, and that we're learning from the successes that we are seeing in many places related to our early literacy work, and that builds up to older grades or even other content areas, just as the example I gave in my testimony that we hope to learn from what we've learned with the DC Reading Clinic about how we can replicate some of that work in the math content area.
Dr. Walker Davis.
Thank you for the question, Chairman. First, I want to acknowledge, I think you heard in everybody's testimony that we're not at pre-pandemic levels, and but we have seen improvement every year that testing has resumed. And so I would hope that we would continue to see improvement. Specifically in terms of PCSB's role, I hope for us to have greater visibility on how Aspire has reset expectations. I want to acknowledge that we have reset expectations in the charter sector with our academic evaluation system. We'll have a better understanding of how that system is working. We'll have data on where there are bright spots. We'll have data on where there's room for improvement. So I am encouraged by the fact that we are now engaging with our schools around school performance, school-specific performance measures. They are getting used to what the expectations are going to be. And next year, this time, we will have a better sense of how that is working.
And Dr. Mitchell.
Next year, this time, I think that we will see even more improvement on the state exam scores. I think that is the case because we're going to continue the work that I outlined in my testimony, beginning with HIT. We have a new round of grants. We've got a new way of administering those grants, which is performance-based. So we anticipate equal, if not greater, growth for the students. I think the comprehensive literacy state development grant will continue to make improvements across the board in terms of teacher professional development and our annual convenings, as well as giving schools access to lists of excellent curricula and instructional materials. I think our school improvement work will have moved forward. The schools that are designated this year will have plans which are based on our new rigorous and research-based framework, and they'll be implementing those plans. So hopefully those schools will be getting better. And finally, we are planning to wrap up our work with the new graduation requirements. And so the state board hopefully will be considering new graduation requirements and perhaps have already voted on them.
Now, if I was in your place, I would probably answer the question the same way, but to be in a better place or greater visibility, how Aspire resets expectations or even more improvement on scores is not quantifiable. I was kind of hoping for something along the lines of in the testimony from Ms. Colgan, something quantifiable. Now I realize that this is several years away, but 80% of DCPS students score at level 3 or higher in state proficiency. That's quantifiable. What was another one that double that the proportion of students enrolling in algebra in middle school doubles? Those are quantifiable. Anybody want to take another stab at something that's more quantifiable? Don't everyone speak up at the same time.
I don't. I think that for the lowest performing 5% of schools, we certainly will have some quantifiable numbers that will enable them to show improvement and exit that status. And I think that is a quantifiable area. I think we'll be able to quantify the number of educators who have taken science of reading training. We'll be able to so those are some of the areas that we'll be able to quantify.
So I know last year, this is what my staff gave me. DCPS last year said that this year we would see growth in ELA. That didn't exactly happen. And more work to do in math, which is not quantifiable. OSSE said increased graduation rates. I don't quite see that as correlating well with improved academic outcomes or increased enrollment. Or targeted funding for more student experiences. And the charter school board said rollout of Aspire, which is, I'll say, is repetitive. I mean, I think this is a key question. What's going to be different next year? I do appreciate the testimony, which outlines a lot of strategies. I suspect that if I looked at last year's testimony, I would get that as well. Where do I want to go? I'm not quite sure. I'm going to ask this. What is happening in DCPS or in the charter sector to prioritize transformational leadership? And I mean leadership in the schools. Ms. Colgan?
Thank you for the question. The role of the school leader is critically important for academic achievement as well as the success of the entire school community. And so we focus a lot on development and support of our school leaders. We do that in a number of ways. One is through our main vehicle for supporting school leaders is through our instructional superintendents and the cluster support model that they work with, where they can work to deploy resources to
Let
support.
me cut you off, and I think I'm going to make the first round 15 minutes, which means we'll be here even longer. I'm looking for what's new. So for instance, because this was not in your testimony at all. For instance, something new with leadership coaching for principals and school leadership teams, or something new for creation of diverse career pathways for teacher leadership, or something new with regard to school leader pipeline development. Anything new going on there?
One area that I think we've improved supports and have some new supports in place for leaders on both ends of the spectrum. And by that, I mean their years of tenure. So for some of our veteran leaders for whom we want to ensure that they remain engaged, invested, and constantly growing, we have a renewal fellowship for them where they have the opportunity to convene as a group, share ideas, and also provide feedback to us. And then we have some additional new supports like one-on-one pairing of veteran principals with newer principals to support our leaders who are newer to the profession. It is relatively new. I'm not positive if it is the very first year that we've done this, but I know that we have been expanding this work in this.
Let me ask Dr. Walker-Davis.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. This past year, we received a grant from OSSE for executive leadership with charter schools, and the DC Alliance facilitates that. And we've received positive feedback on that experience. And so that is specifically focused on leaders at the charter sector.
In addition,
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if that's repeated now, but we have had at least a year of that leadership coaching and training.
Dr. Mitchell?
In addition, Chairman, we're working with a couple of universities and their principal training programs. We've partnered with Howard University and GW, as well as DCPS, to implement a Wallace-funded equity-centered principal pipeline initiative. And so that is new. In addition to that.
And that's off the ground?
That is off the ground. In addition to that, in our school improvement work, transformative leadership is one of the key drivers that we see as important for improving schools. And one of the supports that we hope to provide is a community of practice for the principals of schools that have been identified so that they might come together, learn, get out of their schools and visit other schools where success is happening.
You know, I don't think I was asking the question of you. How many individuals are in this new, you didn't call it an academy, but
Right.
how many individuals are in that?
Let me call to help with that question, the Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, Elizabeth Ross.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell, and good evening. It's wonderful to see everyone. In conjunction with, as Dr. Mitchell shared, with DCPS and with two of our largest ed prep providers of school leaders, Howard and GW, we've been working with a philanthropically funded initiative through the Wallace Family Foundation to implement the Equity-Centered Leadership Pipeline. This year, on March 14th, DCPS is hosting a Principal Academy for about 250 school leaders and assistant school leaders across DCPS. ASSI is participating and looking closely at whether that's the kind of thing it makes sense to launch citywide for a subset of schools, for those that are in school improvement status, for schools that are focused on specific issues, for example, schools that are working to help ensure that they have inclusive practices designed to support all learners, or for all schools citywide. And we share this council's concern, as Dr. Mitchell said, in ensuring that every single school in DC has a transformational leader. We know it's critically important, the second factor behind great teaching that is driving student success.
So this will take place this coming March.
Correct. On
And there
March
will
14th.
be roughly 200 folks who will sign up for it, or that's your limit. But
So-
out of that, there will not be 200.
I actually
going through this
anticipate that
program.
there will be 200 folks there, because March 14th is the day that is a DCPS Teacher Wellness Day. Students won't be working that day, but principals and assistant principals will be working that day. And so this event will take the place of that work that those individuals
So
would be
these will be
doing.
existing principals who will be participating.
Existing principals and assistant principals. So both those individuals who are school leaders and then who are in the school leader pipeline.
So this is almost like professional development for existing principals and development of new leaders for the assistant principals.
That's exactly right.
Okay. Now, the reason why I'm here, and I'm not going to say much more, I got a minute left, and I didn't ask you, Dr. Mitchell, was because my first question about transformational leadership came from Accelerate DC, which lists 5 strategies, none of which were mentioned by DCPS or PCSB with regard to how we're going to improve things between
Yes.
this year and next year.
And-
Transformational leadership,
Mhm.
talent development of teachers, instructional excellence, and strong school culture and climate, which ASSI has identified as the key steps in improving the lowest performing schools, which it seems to me would be the key steps in helping every school improve. Just saying.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. So we are excited to offer the school improvement work to those schools that are designated, and the designations happen on tomorrow. Once the schools are designated, we will meet with them and share with them our plans.
I'm over my time. 15 minutes for Councilor.
Thank you. I'm going to try and get in a lot in 15 minutes. So brevity is appreciated. Dr. Mitchell, I'm going to start with you and ASSI. It is my understanding that a school culture rating is going to be added to the school report card. And it's my understanding it's not ready. Do you have a specific timeline when that will be ready?
Yes, we will be conducting a survey, a school culture survey in the spring, and those results will go on the school report card next year.
Next year. So that will be the first time we see it. Got
That's
it.
correct.
And I'm assuming you've gotten feedback about that survey from schools, as I have, that some schools are not thrilled that they have to do this centralized survey because they have their own forms of survey, although I get why we want a centralized survey. The school support office, I worked with the chairman to pass legislation around school support. Do you have a timeline when that office will begin its work supporting the lowest performing schools in the district?
Yes, we will begin supporting the lowest performing schools, the minute we make the designation, we have developed templates for the needs assessment based on our new framework. And so we'll be distributing those templates to the schools almost immediately.
And if I remember correctly, that assessment is done in December-ish, December, January.
Well, the assessment certainly begins in December. We are hoping that the schools will use December actually through June to not only do the assessment, but also to develop their school improvement plans, which will be approved by OSSE over the summer. No, sorry, approved by OSSE in June, so that schools can actually begin implementation
Next
in the
school
fall.
year.
Yes.
Okay, that is helpful. I want to follow up on that. We heard from a witness today that Betsy Wolf, who is a researcher, that said, based on her research, the high impact tutoring has not produced the growth that OSSE is suggesting. I then tried to go find OSSE's report and I couldn't find the data. I couldn't find like graphs and charts to say what you suggested in your testimony, that there's been 2 times growth and 3 times growth. What would be your response to those that would say there's something funny going on with the data?
Yeah, I would say that we very much stand behind our calculations and the data that we have put out. We would be more than happy to talk with the person who presented
Where
earlier
can I
today.
find the assessment of how the high impact tutoring has gone?
We can make that available to you.
Please.
We absolutely can.
And
make that
then
available.
one of the things she noted in her testimony was that OSSE did not compare students that received tutoring with those that did not receive tutoring. And that is why the data is skewed in her argument, if I'm characterizing it correctly.
We definitely looked at students who did not receive tutoring and those that did. It's not a randomized trial sample though, because ethically in education, that's not the right thing to do. But we would refute that claim.
And then what is the dollar amount roughly that OSSE or the district has spent on high impact tutoring?
We've spent $11 million for 3 years, so about $33 million thus far. And for the coming school year, we have $4.3 million, I believe, in local money, and we have some late liquidation ESSER money to add to that. So we'll be spending about $7 million.
For next year?
Yeah.
So 33 million roughly to date, 7 million next year. And your testimony, I think you said about 12,000 students have benefited.
That's correct.
Got it. Okay. If you could follow up with that report, that would be helpful. I wanted to ask one more question on the math task force. And you probably knew it was coming. I'm glad OSSE has stood up this task force. One of the concerns I have, and we've heard from others, is that it's taking too long. And I think the task force is expected to run well over the school year. And one of the suggestions is, can you get us recommendations by time we have the budget so that we can fund things and get the ball rolling earlier? We heard from OSSE representatives that that would be hard. I'm not gonna put you on the spot here, but I just wanna implore you and your team, if there's any way possible that we can get recommendations by, let's say, April or May, so that we can say, all right, we're gonna fight for this in the budget, so you can have that at your disposal for that next school year. We should fight to do that versus losing an entire school year. So thank you. Ms. Collier, I wanted to come to you. And I wanted to address a lot of the concern we heard about overassessment. Now, this is something we've always heard, and I'm not trying to minimize it, although I will be clear about my bias. I think assessments have a purpose. And what I was trying to push some of the witnesses is like, what is the real thing we want to get at? So I tend to dismiss anybody that says we just shouldn't have any assessments. I do think it's valid to say maybe teachers aren't clear on why we're taking so many assessments. Teachers aren't clear what we're doing with the data. Teachers aren't clear with how this information is informing their practice. Can you just speak to us about how your team looks at this data, makes use of it, and how you're communicating the various purposes of the assessments to school teams?
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate the question because I heard a lot of the comments as well, and it's something we care deeply about. We don't want that level of frustration from teachers that we heard from some teachers today, but we also value the data we get from assessments. So to talk about, we have a couple of different kinds of assessments. So we heard today about diagnostic or screening assessments we might give at the beginning of the year, and those might be based on reading, assess students' reading level or basic mathematic skills. And those are most useful for schools to understand who in the school may, from the get-go, need some additional supports, maybe needs to be scheduled into an intervention
Yep, and
class.
only because I have a
Oh,
short
sorry,
amount of
yes.
time. So I'm gonna say there's 3 large buckets, these diagnostics, interims, and then summative assessments. How is your team making use of this information, and how are you communicating to school teams, you're taking this assessment this Tuesday because blank?
Mhm. Well, again, each of them have a little bit of
Yes.
purpose, different purpose, but the primary goal for all of the assessments, first and foremost, is for teachers and school teams to use them to make decisions about what students need, to inform their instruction, to, inform supports. That's one. We also use them at the district level to see patterns, to see maybe there's a particular standard that year over year, we're seeing we're not hitting that standard very well. So then it has us take a look at what do we need to do in professional development to address that
And is your
differently.
team doing any type of audit, drop-ins to see how school teams are explaining and making use of the assessments? Because I would imagine that varies across the LEA.
Yes, that's actually been a significant area of focus for the past couple of years, is to try to set certain standard practices around using data. So
got
weekly
you.
data meetings, we heard a lot about RCTs today. Those are great tasks to use in weekly data
Yes.
meetings.
And I've been in those meetings many years ago, so I know your team is obsessing over this data. I do think there is a world where there could be a disconnect
Yes.
between what you are doing and your intention and what a classroom teacher is experiencing, and it may be worth, based on the testimony, exploring that.
I felt I heard it.
Yes, I want to come to 2 other things, and I want to
Okay.
get to Dr. Walker Davis. You talked about the strategic plan.
Mhm.
One of the things is that you're pushing for enrollment in algebra to double by some date. I forget the date.
2028.
Why? I think I know, but why is that significant? And then I noted in a previous hearing that OSSI and its proposed graduation requirement adjustments is actually reducing the expectations as I see it for math. So they're saying Algebra 2 is not required. Does that have any implication on that strategic plan goal that you've set? That's part 2.
Okay, so thank you for the question. For part 1, for Algebra 1 in middle school, it really is 2 parts. First and foremost, it's that when students take Algebra 1 and are successful in Algebra 1, so it's not just taking it, but we want them obviously to be successful in that course, they are better prepared for success in high school. They can take advanced courses in mathematics that we know are seen as sort of pathway courses to college success or college entrance. And so that is a primary goal. We want to make sure that all students have all the, available options to them. And one of the important ways to do
And then
that.
that part 2.
Yes.
Can you just speak to, and I'm not trying to shame and blame or put anybody on the spot, but like, what is the alignment between the LEA and OSSI? Because, and this is what I was getting in the previous hearing, it almost seems like folk aren't aligning. We're kind of doing our own things.
Well, I would love to give OSSI a chance to respond as well, but my understanding is that the concept there is to perhaps diversify the types of math courses, advanced math courses that students can take, and that doesn't have to be only one traditional path that ends in, say, AP Calculus, which is what many students do, but also we are looking into incorporating data and statistics courses into our high schools because we feel like those are really relevant math content areas for students to study as well. So that's my understanding.
Okay, I lied. I have 2 quick follow-up. The Dream Center, what is the timeline for that?
It is a part of our strategic plan, so our goal is to definitely have that launched as soon as possible.
Is that likely this school year?
Not this current school year, no. We are currently in, as you know, in budget development for next year, so
Okay.
it's part of that process.
And then you mentioned the math certificate program with Trinity University, a Trinity that does amazing work and has many great partnerships. Just shout out to that Ward 5 institution. Which teachers are eligible for that program? Is that open to all math teachers in DCPS?
Yes, it is,
And is that free?
Yes, it is free for the teachers. We are paying their tuition. And we are trying to ensure, like, we prioritized teachers, from high need schools, but we're also trying to have teachers from multiple schools as well as coaches.
Is there a
taking
cap per semester or something? Or can anyone just raise their hand and say, I want to do this program?
There is a cap per semester. I believe it's 120 or 100 teachers per semester, or educators. Some are
That's still
coaches.
significant. Okay, Dr. Walker Davis, not to shortchange you here. You were clear on the Aspire program that we will get information this year, but there will be no summatives, and there was something else that won't be shared. The accountability pieces won't be in place this year, it sounds like, but they will be for next school year.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. So we will report on the performance for the 24-25 school year. It will include a summary of the measure performance, but we will not have a summative score, and it will not include the school-specific measures, which we're currently negotiating, and they won't have a level. So you won't know if a school is level 1 or 5.
I got you. And is it safe to then assume that there is no accountability? I know you're not going to agree to that, but will there be no consequences for schools in this year?
I appreciate that question. So we have, as I mentioned in my testimony, a charter goals policy. That policy outlines how we are going to determine whether or not a school has met its goals over the next few years, including the years where we did not have state assessment data. What other data points are we looking at to determine whether or not a school met its goals?
So charter extensions, closures will still happen.
It will be dependent on how we determine whether or not a school met its goals, which is outlined in the charter goals policy.
Got it. Is there a mid-year roll-up, kind of like what Ms. Cogan was talking about that her team does, that the charter board is doing for LEAs, charter LEAs at all? Before you get to the summative? And what I'm getting at is, it's kind of too late at that point. Is there a time where the charter board is saying, let's see how folk are doing, and can we extend resources to support?
I appreciate your question. So I would say that my team is monitoring the data, the performance of charter schools as we get data and we look at it, particularly for schools that are under review or renewal. We do send those schools mid-year, actually the year before they're up for review. We send them information on their performance, what we think it's going to look like in the next year, where there are areas of concern that may be cause for us to call that school in and meet with the school and say, these are the areas where we want you to pay attention to. That's particularly for schools under review or up for renewal. Outside of that, as we are looking at attendance data that we might get from OSSE or discipline data, anytime we see data that triggers a monitoring policy, et cetera, that would be when we would engage the school.
I got you. All right, thank you. And I'm going to give back 20 seconds, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to start pulling back in sort of the way that Chairman Mendelson did. I've been working on these issues, I think it's somewhere between 15 and 20 years. And I remember early in what you would call the education reform period, the promises that were made about the transformation we were going to get from the investments that we made and from the expansion of school choice. And they were grand at the time. And then today, and the pandemic is a setback, but today where we are is miles from what was promised. And so that's a source of frustration. And then we talk about the incremental improvements, and they really are, in my mind, incremental, but also when you dial in even closer, if you look at the data for economically disadvantaged, we lost ground in ELA and we had a 0.2% increase in math for kids who I think the numbers under 18% for ELA and 8.5% for math. I mean, you can't be satisfied with where we're at on that. And yet each year we come around in the budget process and we're told, no, what we have is adequate. What urgently are we doing to change those numbers? And a different set of numbers is the numbers for our Black African-American students, where we're under 24% for ELA and we're under 12% for math. So no more than 1 in 8 African-American students in our dual system are meeting or exceeding expectations. It's heartbreaking that that's where we are. What are we doing?
Well, I would say that I agree with you 100% that our scores are heartbreaking and that we need to act with urgency to make improvements. I honestly believe that we are so seriously on the right track with the high impact tutoring. If you look at what we've been able to accomplish and look at a Moten, as I indicated in my testimony, those were not small increases. 8, 10 points, that's huge. And there are several schools that did that. Now, it's true that these are bright points in a pretty bleak situation, but our high impact tutoring specifically focused on economically disadvantaged students. I believe 70% of the students who received high impact tutoring were students from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. So I think that we are on the right track. If you think about our literacy tutoring, literacy training of teachers, that will have true impact. I don't think that we're seeing the impact yet, but I honestly believe that we are on the right track. And I think that if we replicate what we did with literacy with math, then we'll be making significant gains in the future. I know you've probably heard these promises before, but you've not heard them from me, and we've not, as a city, come together collectively around this issue the way that we have with literacy and the way that we will with math.
So maybe it's you, maybe it's from DCPS, but what did we do at Moten? What can we attribute those gains to?
Sure, I can speak to that a bit. So as Superintendent Mitchell said, a big component we believe to the success was the HIT, the high intensity tutoring. What Moten did was a little bit different than most other schools, is they provided high impact tutoring for every single one of their students in either ELA or math. So they found a way to redesign their schedule so that every student would receive a HIT for the required or recommended dosage. And they also did that very strategically. They had an individual in the school who was helping monitor the data carefully and then providing recommendations to the teachers. So it was a whole team effort. Everyone in the school was involved in order to create all those small groups for the tutoring. And so those teachers who were going to be tutoring small groups of students were given guidance and resources that met the needs of those particular students. They also are a school who have been doing many of the other things that we have been focusing on as a district recently, like our weekly data meetings, our approach to planning, that we also believe is associated with great gains.
See, did you have something you wanted to say?
Oh, only that Moten actually used school improvement funds to hire the manager to organize the high impact tutoring. And they used it to provide stipends to the educators to get trained in high impact tutoring. So those are the types of things that they were able to do that led to this difference. There's still a long way to go, even at Moton, but we are pleased to see the growth that has happened.
Well, I mean, I'm going to hold up Moton as it's an illustration. It sounds to me like an illustration that many of the kinds of investments that many of the witnesses come forward to talk about, having somebody in the school who helps on the scheduling, allows for the flexibility in the scheduling for the teachers, working as a team amongst the teachers in a way that has a different feel than the impact evaluation system that often is criticized, that an increased investment to make those kinds of things happen can deliver results. So I want you to ask me to approve a budget that includes that for more schools that have that need, because where we are, if every school isn't Moton, we're in trouble. I mean, we're in trouble. It's so unfair to the children, and it's a recipe for a public safety crisis that goes on for decades. You wanted to say something?
Yes, Councilmember Freeman, I appreciate your question and I share your frustration. I echo the statements of the state superintendent that where we are right now is not where we want to be, and it is heartbreaking. I also want to make the point that 20 to 40% of the charter schools that are serving elementary through high school are outperforming the state on ELA and math proficiency. So there are bright spots within our charter sector that we can also learn from. That's why we stand up professional learning communities at DCPCSB for schools to share their best practices. Those are primarily focused on the students with disabilities and emerging multilingual population. But I would just offer you here in testimony here when our charter schools come and speak to what they're doing, that those are examples also of continued investments that should be happening citywide.
So, and I do want to hear about what's happening where it's successful, but I do want to say that when I look at the results and look at the results broken down by sector, and in almost every category, DCPS is performing better. In very important categories, the charter sector is performing a tiny bit better in terms of economically disadvantaged, homeless, Black and African American, but the differences are small, and it carries me back to an issue that I've raised many times about mid-year mobility and the particular challenges that DCPS schools face. Receiving, particularly in low-income communities, receiving many children in the middle of the year and needing to deal with that. And it would make me expect that the delta between the charter sector and DCPS would be wider, much wider than it is, which makes me give credit to DCPS. I mean, do you see in the data overall the charter sector outperforming DCPS?
That what you acknowledged is a recent trend that has not been historically true, and it is part of the reason why we have doubled down on our Aspire framework to make sure that our expectations are clear for the kind of performance that we know has been historically true of the charter sector. And I want to again point out that some of the highest performing schools in our state are charter schools.
Yeah, and so on that, I mean, our school system, there's so many different things. I mean, there are application high schools in DCPS. There are very elite charter schools. There's all different kinds.
Charter schools are open admission schools. There are no selective admission schools in the charter sector.
Okay, when you look at the data overall, I don't see a difference, and so, but I don't want to get sunk into that. I think the data speaks for itself, and there are certainly successful charter schools, and I want to hear about what those models are that are working, just like I want to hear about what's working at Moton. But I don't think there's a different. I don't see a difference. You mentioned Aspire, and Councilmember Parker was asking about Aspire. How does Aspire differ from the report card, and why do you have it when there's the report card?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember. We got that question a lot in the development of the Aspire system. And actually, we had the benefit of having the former state superintendent join us at one of our board meetings and explain both what the differences are between the state system and ours and why it is necessary to have both. They are complementary. They do measure some of the same things. One important thing that I want to point out is in the charter sector, we have early childhood schools that are just early childhood schools, and we have adult serving schools that are not currently covered by the state framework. Secondly, while we do use many of the same areas of measurement in our framework, we do weight our student groups differently. We prioritize in the Aspire framework the populations that we have been talking about here, those that are furthest from opportunity. OSSI does that as well, but our calculations are slightly different than OSSI's. And then I think the most important factor is that we will use Aspire, particularly for those schools who adopt Aspire as goals, as the basis for which we will make decisions on whether a charter school gets to continue or not, whether we make expansion decisions for the school, and that is different than how we would use the state accountability system. So it is really primarily to drive DCPCSB board oversight action.
All right, thank you very much. On the report card, I think you said a set of schools would be designated tomorrow, which made me think maybe the report card's coming out tomorrow. When can we expect to see the report card for last year?
Yeah, we've been driving towards having the report card available for parents as they go to EdFest on Saturday. So tomorrow, the designations will happen, and I believe tomorrow, the report card will be out tomorrow as well.
Kind of wish we'd scheduled this hearing for a few days off, and maybe we should coordinate in the future that it would be useful to see that go up, because we want to be as data driven as possible. Yeah. And there is new information, and the report card, there's lots of debate about what, summative numbers, different kinds of things, but there is a lot of valuable information. And so look forward. I promise you, I will dig into it tomorrow. One of the things that I'll dig into it for is the data on mid-year mobility, which I think is a giant issue for us, how we deal with mid-year mobility, how we account for it. And I have asked your team to provide data on mid-year mobility going back a long way. Mm-hmm. And I was told, I thought originally that I would get it pretty soon, but I was told by the end of the year for sure.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, by the end of the year, for sure.
Okay, so on that note, Zachary gave back 22 seconds. I'm going to give back a whole minute.
Thank you. We're going to try 10 minutes. We'll see if that works. A little bit of cleanup. So Councilmember Parker asked you, Dr. Mitchell, where folks could find the HIT analysis. Where can they find it?
Well, I understand that it is posted on our website. And in addition to that, the independent evaluator will have the evaluation in early January.
Okay, well, but so right now, anybody watching this could go to the OSSI website and search for high impact tutoring or HIT and find the data.
That is correct.
Okay. So there was some discussion about Moten. Moten doubled its ELA scores more than doubled between last year and this year. Well, 2 years ago and last year. It tripled its math scores. Sounds right?
Sounds right.
Okay. We're talking about going from an ELA going from below 5% to 11%. Now that's level 4, which is what I care about. I don't care about 3 above, because level 4 is basically grade level, right? Meets expectations. So that's kind of pathetic. Now we see that with all of our maybe I shouldn't say all, but we see that with our low performing schools. So that's not out of line. So the growth is impressive, but the doubling of the score is a doubling from below 5 to 11. I was struck by the discussion with Councilmember Truman. So Moten hired a HIT coordinator. That's probably a choice that the principal made among many options, whether to hire another social emotional counselor or to hire a second math teacher or whatever. But I know schools, they got lots of choices. So, and I'm going through this because that's an option that we don't see all the time. And if we're going to talk about how HIT is really moving the needle from 5 to 11, in a sense, what happened with Moten was, maybe I shouldn't say luck, but it's just they made a choice that plays well into this conversation. But then second, with school improvement funds, I think that's what you said, Dr. Mitchell?
I did.
And not every school gets school improvement funds, and it's something we've been struggling with the budgeting. So for a lot of schools, and Moten's probably one of them, we have an at-risk concentration weight, which gets money. Don't know how that compares in dollars to this, but that's a second step that's really important here, is that they had these additional funds. And not every school has these additional funds or enough of these additional funds. And then the third, I heard one of you say, and they rearranged their scheduling to accommodate HIT for every student. And I'm guessing that that took a lot of work, not just because to sit down with an Excel spreadsheet, but because probably there was a lot of discussion in meetings with the instructional superintendent and with other people, and would they be allowed to rearrange their schedule? Am I right? It probably was some work to be able to do that.
Yes, I would say it was some work, but Moten was one of the schools that participated in what was called a design sprint with City Tutor. So City Tutor worked with OSSI to help implement the high impact tutoring initiatives. And so they were able to have a guided process over a couple of days that helped them create this new schedule. And I think the important point here is now that it has been done at Moten, I think other schools can learn from that. Of course, other schools have, they may have different considerations, but typically an elementary school, will have a generally similar schedule, so they can learn from each other.
But maybe I shouldn't say but. What I'm looking at right now is that this is a complicated, to achieve this success, which again is only getting up to 11% of the students are proficient in reading or in language. To get there, we're multiple steps. And what we want to see is something that's scaled easily. And I'm guessing that what happened at Moten was unusual. And yes, so they've set an example with the scheduling, but I think that as a system, we've got to figure out how this can happen more easily, more readily.
Yes, Chairman, I agree with you. We raised Moten because of the growth, but there were other schools that grew as well. Please understand, I think that our scores are too low across the board.
Yeah. So I'm going to
the
cut
other
you off.
schools.
Can I cut you off? Because I
Yes.
got 4 minutes left. We'll see if I stick to that. But then I think in the same ward, my favorite school, Flora Henley. So their reading went from 10.7 2 years ago to 4.8. The exact opposite direction. In fact, cut in half compared to Moten doubling. And in math, they went from 7.13 to 3.9. And to me, what that points to is consistency. So we improve Moten, but we're not improving all the schools. And this is just not the way we're going to systemically or systematically, whichever, improve academic achievement. So we did great at Moten. Well, if going to 11% is great, But we went just the opposite direction at Henley. And what we want to see is that not only is the score higher than 11%, but that it is for every school.
Right.
Or more schools going from doubling
Right.
on the up.
Right. Again, Moton was not the only school that showed some growth. There were some other schools. But more importantly, the assessment, the evaluation of HIT is across all of the schools. And we saw academic growth, meaningful academic growth across all of the schools. So I believe that HIT is a systematic approach that will increase.
Well, I'm not, at the moment, I'm not pursuing HIT as a strategy. I'm saying that you find a strategy you like, and for it to work at Moton, there are a bunch of steps that have to be taken. I said this already, not easily and not readily. And then while we're making that gain, we have no consistency. The school next door is going in exactly the opposite direction. I have some other questions in 2 minutes. I want to come back to, do I want to do this? I want to come back to, let me just check something here. I want to come back to tests. And I'm thinking that I think I'm not going to take Mr. Goldstein up on his suggestion that we legislate how many tests you do. But I am thinking that maybe we would pursue this in an additional hearing. There are too many teachers who are complaining about too much time being spent on testing. And I'm having a little bit of difficulty, not having been a teacher, admittedly, with understanding how the RCTs are so helpful. I'm of a view that a teacher, if a teacher is good, they know how their students are doing. And so to do this twice per unit test to find out how the students are doing. Now I heard that there's some data, but I can't believe that the system that DC Central is saying, oh my gosh, the RCT showed that actually we're struggling with math in the 5th grade classroom. And so we're going to get another teacher over there. I can't believe that's what's happening. But what I'm hearing from these teachers is that they're spending, I think the one teacher said 18% of the unit testing or going over the tests. And I know that, and I don't think that calculated the CAPE where they spend, I think, weeks before they start doing the test, preparing for the test. There's just too much time being spent on test as opposed to teaching, it seems to me. Yes.
I would appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about the required curricular tasks, which we heard a lot about today. I think, as I mentioned earlier with Councilmember Parker, yes, there did appear to be some disconnect, but the required curricular tasks are very much curriculum embedded tasks. We don't intend them to feel for students or teachers like a stop everything and take this test. So for instance, one of the teachers today talked about reading the text Fences. So a required curricular task, which is embedded in our curriculum for that unit, would be to have the students read a short passage from Fences and then answer 2 to 3 open-ended questions, probably about a paragraph in length, that show their ability to apply the grade level standards for ELA to that text. So, and then I actually thought what one example we heard today was a teacher describing how then they would look at the students' writing and identify where they needed to improve and then give the students some really clear feedback. Maybe your topic sentence needs to be stronger and then revise the writing. That's, to me, a learning experience. That is a teaching and learning experience. The student is learning about how to strengthen their writing in a independent, like that was a task they did independently. So it wasn't like, everyone in the class contributed to this one response. It was, this is what I am able to do on my own. And then my teacher takes a look at that and they give feedback, and the student has a chance to revise and get better. And I think that's how we get better at writing, for example. And so those required curricular tasks we initially put in place in coming back from the pandemic when teachers were feeling a lot of pressure. Students were, many of them coming with skills below grade level. And we wanted to ensure that while we're supporting students with skill gaps that they had, that we were still maintaining that bar of grade level content. And so we named these particular moments in the curriculum as this is a task we want everyone to engage in, students independently, so we and teachers can have that moment in time to see here's how my student is progressing on this grade level content, and then I can respond to that and help them get better.
I'm not sure how to respond, and I feel I should respond. There's either a disconnect that what the teachers, plural, because it's many teachers, think is expected is different than what you just described as being expected. I get the editing of the weak topic sentence has some value. I do some editing, and I'm not sure folks feel that they get that kind of value out of the editing. But it may also be sort of like a bit disruptive if they're trying to go somewhere with the unit and now they have to stop to talk about writing structure. But there was also this comment that the tests don't align to the unit. So I think this was on ANET, but it was the unit is focusing on how writers build suspense in their work. And the test was compare a short story to a poem. And I don't think they made that up. That sounds like that was just not aligned.
Yes, I think I heard that as well. And that is something that we are going to go back and look at closely, because I can say that in our work with ANET over the years, we have worked closely to ensure that the ANET interim assessments are aligned in standards to what students have been working on in the curriculum up until that point in time, so that teachers can get feedback on how students are doing on a range of standards that they've covered up until that point of time. So that's one that I will take back and we'll take a close look at. But our approach is that the ANET assessments are aligned to the scope and sequence of the standards over the course of the year.
Yeah, I think the last thing I'm going to say, and this is more saying, and I'm looking at how I'm over my time, but my colleagues are not noticing. You know, there was some testimony that these assessments are, and I'm thinking of like CAPE, that they don't actually capture in the intelligence of a student. And I get that argument. At the same time, I get that there is a value to the whole system if we do this assessment. I don't know that it needs to be, well, ANET is not quite the same, but I don't know that it needs to be more than once a year. But it also disturbs me that I get reports in school after school about how they spend weeks on PARCC or CAPE. And I don't think that's what we really want. We want to measure, and some of that's got to be because we have tied so much to the result. So, you know, if my salary or bonus is tied to the PARCC results, then yeah, I'm probably going to do a whole lot of teaching to PARCC, which I don't think is the intent. And I'm just saying, I think there's some counterproductiveness there. That was not a question, because then I'm in more trouble with my colleagues. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. And this will be my final round of questions. I'm going to start with you, Dr. Mitchell, and OSSE. And again, I'll make clear my bias. I think OSSE needs to do more in its state education agency mandate. Now, I know some people, namely our charter friends, may not like that. But I think about states like Mississippi and Louisiana, who have made significant strides over the last decade. And I don't think it's by happen chance that they've made those strides. We are doing some of the things that they have done, namely around training, and that's great. Mississippi has gone a little further with their promotion requirements. But I was even looking at Louisiana, and they make, as I'm looking, every school, every parish come up with these improvement plans that focus on attendance and well-being, recovery and acceleration, professional learning. There's a level of accountability coming from the state that I just don't see here in the district. And part of the spirit behind the school improvement legislation I introduced with the chairman was not to penalize schools, but was to say, we are going to hold you accountable to high performance. So I want to get to my questions there. And what can you speak to, are there any ways that we are requiring schools across the district, both charter and district schools, to submit any type of planning around their performance to OSSE? At the school level, not LEA level.
Well, currently, other than the school improvement work for those schools that are designated, there is no requirement right now.
Okay. I think that needs to change respectfully. And again, I know OSSE is a relatively young agency as it relates to other state education agencies, but we're growing up. And I think we need to flex our muscles more. And again, I know some of our charter friends may not, and I'm looking in this direction, may not love that. But it's not about jurisdiction, but it is, OSSE is our state education agency. And I think there's a greater role to play there, especially given what may be coming with a new federal administration, if there are adjustments to the federal education department. I think OSSE is going to have to stand in the gap to say, this is what we expect for students across the board, regardless if you're a charter or a district school. I'll get off my soapbox. In terms of the literacy task force, I, again, applaud the great work that you and your team have done. I think we will start seeing significant gains over the years because of the training and work. One of the critiques I've heard with the training, the literacy training, is that teachers can do it virtually. And there's a concern that there's a lack of fidelity unless it's done in person and someone at OSSE can sign off to say, Zachary took this training seriously and scored or passed. Is there any planning to make the training in person, or is that too cost prohibitive? What is your assessment or thinking around this virtual approach versus in person?
Yeah, we don't have any plans right now to shift the training from virtual to in-person, and I personally have not heard that critique yet. We can certainly look into any differences that teachers are noting between the types of training that they are receiving.
I've heard it from at least one state board member, two school leaders, one teacher. The concern that I may just pass my computer to someone else and say, now that's assuming not the best of intent, but the concern is, how do we ensure there is fidelity with the training? I want to move on. And hopefully some of these things are just nuggets that we can follow up on.
Okay.
I brought this up in the last hearing as well, as it relates to the math task force. I asked the question, are we getting into schools? Are we getting into classrooms as it relates to this work? And the answer in a roundabout way was no. And my feeling is, here's another task force that's theoretical in nature, well-intended, but if we do not know what's happening in classrooms, how can we possibly put forth recommendations to district schools? I think I know the answer there. So again, now I'm on my soapbox. So it's less of a question, but I think we need to get into schools and classrooms. Just our neighboring state, Maryland, is going county to county, school to school, assessing math instruction across the state. That is what a state education agency, in my opinion, should be doing, to have their finger on the pulse of what's happening. And therefore, even if it's not punitive, to say, and this is what we're going to do next. I just worry with this math task force and other things, if we're just talking or reading or looking at research, we're not really addressing what's happening in classrooms. I wanted to come to Moden, and then I'm going to move on. I disagree with the chairman respectfully, because I do think given the significant number of at-risk students at that school, if we've seen a double gain, although they were in low single digits, that is noteworthy. And it is not only noteworthy for the students that are proficient. I can only imagine the growth that is below the sea level, if you will. So how many students went from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and we're only seeing the students that went from 3 to 4. So I just want to put out there that shout out to whatever's happening at Moden, and maybe to his point, we can try to do more of that. So it's less of a anomaly and more of a trend that we can do across. So I didn't have any questions for you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries at all. But I do want to say that I think school visits are incredibly important. I think educators learn the most when they can see progress with students that are like the students in their schools. I think that the Division of Teaching and Learning has been pushing into schools to see the implementation of standards. I think the Literacy Task Force, the Math Task Force will do the same. So
I love
know that we share the significance of educators taking school
And I
visits.
want to just push, it's not just for teachers. I think OSSI needs to know what's happening in classrooms and schools, and not just respectfully, not just on a OSSI
Agree.
school visits where we're taking pictures, but genuinely where we can say in third grades across the city, this is the trend that we're noticing, and here are resources that we're going to address it. I would love to join you all on some of those school visits if you would have me.
Absolutely.
Ms. Kogan, I wanted to come to you. We heard from Mr. Goldstein about a push and a need for collaborative planning, which I agree with. More time for teachers to plan, unpack standards, look at their lessons is a good thing. I didn't notice that as part of your statement or in these plans. Can you just speak to what work, if any, DCPS is doing to expand teachers' planning time across the LEA or collaborative planning time?
Yes, thank you for the question. I can recall from my teaching days that collaborative planning was absolutely essential. And it is a major component of kind of how we do schools at DCPS. So as Mr. Goldstein mentioned, LEAP is designed as our vehicle for collaborative planning, and all teachers of the core content areas are on LEAP teams, and there are really 3 key activities that the LEAP teams participate in. One is what we call a weekly planning meeting. So they're not in that meeting going to necessarily be able to plan every single one of their lessons, but they're going to for the week, but they're going to collaborate on a critical lesson for that week.
And part of his feedback and his testimony was that those planning times are too prescriptive, that teachers aren't able to kind of choose their own adventure, if you will, because we now have a module that we have to do. If they're, and I'm not expecting you to kind of revamp things on the fly, but if Mr. Goldstein or teachers wanted to get feedback around how LEAP could change or evolve over time, is there a structure or opportunity for them to do that?
Sure, that's a great question. One, we meet with LEAP leaders every month, and they are very close with their teachers. And so I think that is something that would naturally come up in that space. Additionally, we have like teacher cabinets where the chancellor hears from teachers on a regular basis. So I think it probably does vary a little bit from school to school. We do promote the planning meeting protocol that we have because we believe it's based on research-based best practices, but it's not to the point where we're dictating, you must do this at this time with this, particular lesson, et cetera. We also encourage teachers and schools to find time, sometimes even longer periods of time to engage in unit planning together.
So concrete requests.
Okay.
If this committee or I were to reach out and try to set up a small working group of teachers to give feedback, and you could do with it what you want, but that we can help facilitate that conversation for the LEAP structure in itself, you would be open to that?
Sure, of course.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I do believe in the LEAP structure. I think you have the common planning time. I think we heard some very valid feedback around how it might be improved.
Sure.
And so I would love to facilitate that, and we can work with the committee on that.
Okay.
my time is dwindling. Violence in schools, namely in DCPS high schools. I am alarmed, in particular, what I've seen in some Ward 5 high schools. What, if any, thing is your team doing to address like the critical work you're trying to do as it relates to public safety in schools and around schools, namely our high schools?
Yes, that's a great question. Of course, I mean, of critical concern is safety in schools, and that needs to be in place before anyone can learn. So that is something that we take very seriously. We actually were just looking at data yesterday about how level tier 4 and 5 infractions have actually been trending down this year. So that doesn't, in any way discount that any one act of violence is definitely problematic, but we are seeing that is decreasing. And I think a lot of the most successful work we're seeing is
And are you noticing that at our high schools, or is that across all?
Yes, it's I believe it's really mostly in middle and high schools that we're seeing the decrease compared to last year. And so we can follow up with that, but we've been doing so much work over the past few years around all of the conditions that need to be in place in terms of school culture to try to ensure that students feel safe at school, that we're able to intervene early or before a problem arises, the connectivity to school, the connectivity to a trusted adult, so that if something is bubbling up, that adult hears about it before it explodes. So a lot of the DCPS becoming work that we've been doing along those lines, as well as our restorative practices work, I think are contributing to the decrease that we're seeing.
Okay. That is good to hear. It's not what I'm seeing or hearing anecdotally in Ward 5, especially in our high schools. And I'm really concerned about it. But, and then Dr. Walker Davis, I really don't have any more questions. I do have down here Eagle Academy. I do know we're going to have a conversation about that in an upcoming hearing, so I'll spare that. But what I will say about that ahead of that hearing is I want to know I want to know about the details of that case, but what we're doing to ensure that we don't repeat that situation in the future. So thank you all for your testimony. And I hope that we can continue working together collaboratively. Thank you.
We'd like that very much. And if you'd like to come to a school visit on December 18th, we would welcome you.
Yes, let's do it. I mean, and let's raise the ante. I would say let's make it a bi-weekly or monthly thing.
Well, I'm visiting schools pretty frequently, to be careful what you ask for.
I love that. Mr. Chairman, you want to join? Oh. Yes, so that might be a difficult day, but we will find a time. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Fruman.
Yeah, it might not be such a difficult day for you. It would be a difficult day for the chairman, because I think the 19th is probably when we'll have our administrative meeting. So in any case, picking up on my goal, it says 15 minutes, but I'm treating it as 10, and my goal is to use 5 and give 5 to the chairman should he wish it. On violence in schools, one of the things that I've heard when I've visited schools is that social media contributes enormously, and that what can happen is kids are posting things on social media during the day, setting up for rendezvous for confrontations, which raises the question of, should kids have access to their phones in schools? And I'm wondering how you all are thinking about that question.
I think discussions are definitely happening about whether or not we should impose a ban on cell phones in schools. I think that you are quite right. Social media has had a very detrimental impact on students' ability to concentrate and also school incidents. And so it is a conversation that is ongoing, and I think it's a worthy conversation.
Okay. And then back from me a little on the mid-year mobility issues. when does the test happen?
The test,
The CAPE.
yeah, CAPE has a testing window. This is a few months in the spring, I believe February through May 24th.
So in what school is the results of the test attributed to? Is it attributed to the school where the child is sitting at the time of the test, or is it attributed to the school that the child was in on the date of the audit?
I would have to ask our Director of Data Analysis and Research to come up and answer that question.
I've been waiting a long time for someone to ask about our participation policy. So thank you. I'm Kelly Schill, Assistant Data Assessment and Research. Students are included in a school's participation rate and performance rate if they meet two criteria. The first is that they are enrolled for what we call the full academic year, which is 80% of the days between October 5th, the enrollment audit, and the first date of the window, of the testing window. And the second is that they are enrolled for the entire duration of the testing window. So if a student is leaving in the middle and can't participate, we wouldn't count that against the school. But I think the short answer to your question is if a student is leaving a school mid-year, they test at their new school, provides information for the school, but that student's score is not counted when we roll up the proficiency results.
Okay, and then the proficiency results leave out all of the children who were not at the school where they were tested for 80% of the school year. So it leaves out a significant number of children, I would think.
Students are still expected to participate, and that data is provided to families and to schools. And if they've been in DC for most of the year, they're counted in our state results. They're just not attributed to that individual school.
But then also because I obviously look at this data, they're not attributed to a sector. Well, if they're in one sector for the whole year, they're attributed to that sector. And if they're not, then they are just in the state?
Correct.
Okay, so this data is even more of a goulash than I thought. And there's been a lot of conversation about Henley and Moten, and I looked while we were talking, and Moten had 24.7% of the students who were there at the end of the year weren't there in October. And 4% of the students who were in October, 4.5%, who were there in October weren't there at the end of the year. And Henley, 19.7 had entered in the middle of the year and 13.5. So the mid-year mobility is actually really making the window, our view into what's happening way cloudier than I thought. Again, underscoring why I really want to see those numbers and want to think with you about what does it mean in terms of the data analysis. Is there a way, I think Councilmember Parker was talking about how there could be students who are getting closer to the next level. Is there a way to measure how an individual student moved from one year to the next?
We have two metrics of assessment growth. One is the student growth percentile. So compared to other students who scored similarly last year, how much did they grow in what percentile? So 100, you grew more than anyone. 0, obviously the opposite. And the second is an absolute measure of growth, which is based on your level before. Are you making enough growth to reach proficiency within the next few years? And so we are able to measure from year to year individual student growth. And of course, we aggregate that for our report card and public reporting.
Yeah, I mean, that's data that I would want to explore, because that is a more surgical tool at knowing whether we're moving individual children forward. You have kids who are moving around, and so it can make a school look different based on who's there one year and who's there the next year. But overall, what are we doing in terms of moving kids forward? I'd be curious to explore with you how we could get at that so that I understood it.
And I'd also add that our DC school report card and our accountability system, which we've been using for the past 2 years, increased the weight of those growth metrics for exactly the reasons you're describing.
So I hear you on that, but I'm not sure I see the data. I understand it's weighted in there. I said I was going to use 5 minutes. I've used more than that, but I think we've covered the issues.
Probably my fault, but so I'm happy to talk more
It's
about
probably
that.
her fault, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you very much for your work.
The rule of thumb is if there's an elected official in the room, you blame the elected official. And if there's a second elected official, then you blame the other guy. I actually was thinking of two things. One was in some discussion between you, Ms. Colgan, and Councilmember Parker, the thought went through my mind. I was really surprised at some of the teachers who testified today, not because of what they said, but the fact that I think some teachers are afraid to be as critical of the system. And I don't think that's anything you can do, but depending upon the school, a teacher may feel that the leadership is such that he or she will get punished if they're too critical. And I think that minimizes some of the frankness that we heard today. Just we'll put that out. And the other is that also this was a line of questioning with Councilmember Parker. And I had meant to ask this before. This may have been in Asi's testimony about more than 14,000 educators have completed training on the dyslexia awareness. That's an online training. And I've heard from a number of teachers that there is not fidelity in that testing. And I'm not speaking to the test itself. I'm talking about the participation. And I don't, as far as I know, there's no way that ASI can determine that a teacher is actually answering the questions or it didn't get help answering the questions since it's online. And so I do think ASI's got to look at how do we make sure that, in a word or two, quality control. Because the goal of that training is that teachers become more aware of how to recognize reading disorders.
Right.
So I'll just put that out.
Thank you for that. We will definitely take that into consideration.
That's going to complete our questions. I'm sorry we don't have more today. So I'm going to wind down this hearing. This has been a hearing on academic achievement in the District of Columbia. I want to thank all of the witnesses, the ones who are before us at the moment, and the many who testified earlier. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, December 18th. Time is 7:05 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.